Lorraine, if we ask you to pray, will I have amused you? Kindly lead us in a word of prayer, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Kindly let us pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we come before the throne of mercy this morning. Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the journey mercies that you've accorded us. Father, even as we start the commemorations of the day, Lord, we ask that you be in our midst. We thank you and we bless you for this. We pray, believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lorraine. Lorraine is a senior officer at the Media Council of Kenya. He ordinarily leads us in a word of prayer. He's a very holy lady. Obviously, given the numbers, we might not do an individual introduction. But in addition to the people in the room, we have colleagues who have joined online. Obviously, as you are aware, COVID is still real. So we have minimized the physical numbers, but there are colleagues who have joined online from within and without. So at this juncture then, we want to do the official opening, the first session on the programs that you have. Then it's a full day event. And obviously because of guests from the neighbors, because we have colleagues from Somalia, we have colleagues from Uganda, we have colleagues from Rwanda, I think Seychelles and Southern Sudan, and Kenya, obviously, hosting. So given, obviously, that COVID has had its toll, but we will not run away from our cultural responsibility of taking care of the colleagues in the evening. So we have, obviously, a cocktail dinner, so that we can also see how we can promote our tea in the evening as people take. So on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, the chairperson, Bwana Maina Mweruri, who is present, board members, those who are here and online, the CEO of the council, Bwana David Omoyo, who has traveled but is online, staff at the council who have been involved in putting this together, obviously Dina Ondari, there is Halima, there's Lorraine, Jerry, Jacob, Julie, Chemweno, Julius, who have directly been, Lillian, and then we have other colleagues outside, Jacqueline, Fiona, Prudence. We want to welcome you to this regional forum that is coinciding with the International Day for Impunity and Crimes Against Journalists, I-Day, 2nd November, which is a global day. The thinking has been put together to do this regional forum by colleagues. The Media Council only led a team of other colleagues, obviously the Kenya Union of Journalists, a UNESCO Regional Office, Nairobi led by JB Maiga, Article 19, Kenya Editors Guild, AMWIC, obviously the Kenya Media Sector Working Group that brings together 23 members. So it's a joint thinking, obviously, to mark the day, and I've seen Rosalia, the CEO of the Editors Guild, around. Obviously, the president of the guild is in Tanzania, but he has joined us online, Churchill Otieno. The day, obviously, we're marking it as a way not to celebrate, actually, but to take stock of things that have happened to journalists, media practitioners, and media industry in terms of where were we last year, many years ago, and where are we going? And not to lament so much about what has happened, but where do we see ourselves going as an industry? That for many years we have been reading statistics, lamentations, and the rest, but how do we move forward? We must move forward. And within the 3 Ps of the UN action plan on safety and protection of journalists. How are we doing as a community of nations? And why we have invited colleagues from other regions is also to share experiences on how they are dealing with the issue of safety and protection of journalists, media practitioners, and media workers. So it's a whole big discussion. Similar events are happening elsewhere globally, and colleagues here were not there. Looking at the program, you see obviously a very rich program that if we were to harness some of the thinking here, especially the suggestions and forward thinking, then I think we'll do well to improve the working environment and condition for journalists. We can never eliminate insecurity around, because global also studies have shown that journalism is the most dangerous job. And many times in school we are told about how journalism is not for the faint-hearted. So while we work to improve the safety and protection of journalists, we're obviously aware that we can never eliminate all risks. The two areas that we have done very poorly in terms of safety and protection has been, one, obviously, the issue of protection itself, that we don't have strong mechanisms to protect journalists. Then obviously the issue of prosecution, that prosecution has been a major challenge. And I think, Bwana SG, if I'm not wrong, the only 4 cases that have been prosecuted in this country successfully relating to journalists was 1, Vincent Makori, 2, I think some Wallace, Kachere. There have been 2 cases, one in Busia, sorry to say Ujamong, the county government staff against some journalists. That was successfully done. Then there was a case in Siaya of police versus KNS staff. Those are the 4 cases that have successfully been prosecuted in this country. Yet, the numbers, if you looked at the database that the colleagues run, both at CON19, KUJ, Media Council, they run a database every day. The number of cases and attacks against journalists has been huge. And many times we have written to the office of the Inspector General of Police, who have been very helpful, the office of the Director of Public Prosecution, IPOA, seeking to be helped. But while they have done their bit, some few challenges have also been noted on the part of journalists themselves, who then withdraw or lack interest in continuing the matters. They fail to appear, which has also been very frustrating even to the investigating and prosecuting agencies. So we need, as a team, if we are going to end impunity against journalists, then those cases that have been documented and verified and have already been shared with the investigating agencies, the journalists, the media outlets need to pursue, so that then we follow those matters to conclusion. So it's teamwork. We appeal to each of us to show interest. And by the fact that the ODPP is here and Bwana Munga Nyale from the National Police Service is a clear indication that there's some willingness from their bit to work together with us, especially when we formed the National Safety Mechanism. I remember when we formed the National Safety Mechanism for journalists, the Inspector General nominated actually the police spokesperson to be a focal point on safety and protection of journalists. At the DPP office at that time, I remember Dorcas Odur had been nominated as a focal point. So when a DPP, we might be requesting you to nominate another person having the changes that happened in the offices, if we could get a focal point, like the police have already nominated the spokesperson to be the focal point. And we are reaching out to Judiciary, to Parliament, so that we have focal points dealing with journalistic matters alone under the National Safety Mechanism. I'm sure, Eric, you have planned something for the National Safety Mechanism as a team to go together and review what we have done and where we are, so that we improve our response levels to safety issues. And especially with an election obviously coming 2022, these issues will be heightened, and we need to prepare ourselves ahead. So with that long speech, then I want to welcome you. Feel at home, share. It's not a learning, it's not a class today, there are no lectures. It's purely a session to exchange and share experiences, lessons learned, so that then we see how to improve this noble profession. Having said that, I want to, at this level, at this juncture, to welcome Professor Herbert. Karibu sana, Prof. I know you are still new in Kenya, but I'm sure you are picking up a few Swahili words. So karibu sana. Prof is the UNESCO Regional Director and Representative for Eastern Africa. Welcome.
Asante sana, Director of Ceremonies. It's a pleasure to join you. Habari za asubuhi. Asante. So if you allow me, I take off my face mask because this is also about free speech, you know, unhindered. The Director of Public Prosecution of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Nordin Haji, the Chairperson of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. Maina Muiruri, the Chief Executive Officer of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Umwoyo, invited guests from all over the Eastern Africa region, including from Rwanda, Uganda, Ethiopia, Comoros, Madagascar, Somalia, Djibouti, South Sudan, and of course from here in Kenya as well. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, a very good morning. Today we are joining the international community in commemorating a very important day. A day during which we put a spotlight on the increasing dangers that journalists worldwide face in the course of doing their work. The theme of this year, which is countering threats of violence and crimes against journalists to protect freedom of expression for all, this theme could not be more appropriate. It echoes, in fact, the Norwegian Nobel Committee when it decided to award the Nobel Prize for this year, 2021, to Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov. And it did this for, and let me quote directly from the report from the jury of the Nobel Peace Prize. It says, for their courageous fight for freedom of expression. They are representatives of all journalists who stand up for this ideal in a world in which democracy and freedom of the press face increasingly adverse conditions. End of quote from the jury report. Now, this is also the first time that this prestigious prize is awarded to journalists, and that in 86 years. It was high time. The UNESCO Observatory of Killed Journalists and also the UNESCO Director General's report on the safety of journalists and the danger of impunity are clear. Journalists are increasingly subjected to various forms of threats, such as kidnappings, torture, arbitrary arrests, intimidation, harassment, and attacks, particularly in the digital space. And female journalists are unfortunately particularly impacted, as revealed in these reports. In the most extreme cases, journalists have paid the ultimate price, which is their life. Imagine, killed just because they happen to be journalists doing their work. UNESCO is extremely worried by the increasing trend of extrajudicial targeting of journalists. Sadly, most of such crimes go unpunished. Out of 10 journalists killed, only one gets a judicial closure, according to UNESCO's global monitoring reports. Now, such high levels of impunity have a chilling effect on our democracy. As the UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists states, the curtailment of journalistic expression deprives society as a whole of their journalistic contribution and results in a wider impact on press freedom, where a climate of intimidation and violence leads to self-censorship. The award of the Nobel Peace Prize to journalists reflects a growing international recognition of the need to protect journalists against unwarranted attacks. Similarly, in January this year, UNESCO, together with other international partners, launched the very first digital platform dedicated to the safety of journalists. The platform seeks to develop early warning mechanisms, improve the protection of journalists, address threats and violence against them, and enhance response capacity within the continent. It was highly welcomed by the President of South Africa, His Excellency Ramaphosa, as well as the President of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Kabore, who both pledged their full support to this initiative. In March this year, 2021, the UN Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice passed a declaration that recognized the specificity of threats faced by journalists. And it further called for renewed global cooperation to end impunity for crimes committed against them. Then, in May this year, the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on Corruption adopted a declaration in which signatory member states committed to, and I quote from the document, provide a safe and adequate environment to journalists and to investigate, prosecute, and punish threats and acts of violence committed against them. End of quote. Dear participants, it is important to recognize the strong link with the right of access to information, which in turn shall improve the standards of freedom of expression and strengthen capacities for ending impunity and impunity of crimes against journalists. This is particularly important in Africa, I would say, in this continent, where so far only 26 out of the 54 countries have access to information laws. So that's less than half. This is why UNESCO will continue developing resources, such as, for instance, the guidelines for prosecutors on cases of crimes against journalists, which was published in the year 2020, so just last year, and which is now also available online in Kiswahili and in Somali. Now, this, together with the newly published UNESCO Global Toolkit for Judicial Actors, entitled International Legal Standards on Freedom of Expression, Access to Information and Safety of Journalists. Now, this guideline, this toolkit, will be used in the upcoming training for judiciary training institute in Africa. And this training will be organized by UNESCO in Addis Ababa from 27th November till 3rd of December this year. So just later this month. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this day, let us intensify joint action in defending media freedom and ensuring the safety of journalists. This is part of defending our democracies. And in closing, I go back to where I started by, let me quote, in this case, the Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, when recognizing the importance of the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to journalists. Start of quote. In awarding this prize, the Nobel Committee has powerfully stated their conviction that freedom of expression and access to information are the very foundations of democracy and peace. These ideals fully echo UNESCO's mandate. Journalists are on the front lines of the struggle to shine light into the most needed places, often facing tremendous personal risk to do so. Today, they are rightly being held up as defenders of justice and truth. End of quote of the UNESCO Director General. And with this, I wish you all, and also to the many connected in the different countries in the Eastern Africa region, to all present here, I wish you all a joyful celebration of the day and a most productive meeting, and I look forward to the outcomes and recommendations. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you. Eric Odwor, next speaker. Eric Odwor is the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Journalists, a distinguished journalist. He's also an editor, and more importantly, one of the conveners of the Kenya Media Sector Working Group. Karibu sana SG.
Thank you so much, Biwaya, for inviting me to make a few remarks on this very important day. And before I do so, you know, as where I come from in unionism, is what we call brotherhood and sisterhood. And let me recognize my counterparts who are here. We have Stephen Oumabwire from Uganda Union of Journalists. Please, if you can just wave. He's a very tough guy when we are defending Africa out there. And also we have a brother from Somalia who is called Omar Farouk Osman, who is my counterpart in Somalia, the National Union of Somali Journalists. And he's also the Secretary General of SESTRA. SESTRA is equivalent of KOTU. So in Uganda, in Somalia, he also the Atwoli of workers in Somalia. When he was invited here, and the International Federation of Journalists, which is the biggest journalist organization globally, said that we allow him to say solidarity message because he represents Africa in the executive of IFJ. So I will donate my 2 minutes to my brother Omar Farouk to give us the solidarity message from the International Federation of Journalists. Then I will wrap it up because I know we don't want to stay here. Karibu sana, my brother, and give us the solidarity message from the International Federation of Journalists, because this is a very important day to us as journalists.
Thank you very much, my brother Eric Odwor, and thank you very much, colleagues of the Media Council of Kenya, UNESCO colleagues for organizing this important day. Of course, the Director of the Public Prosecutor to be with us here when we are to fight impunity is very important. And I come from a country that you all know, Somalia, which has earned the bad name as the most dangerous country to be a journalist in this region. We have lost 58 journalists killed in 10 years. So having this occasion today does not mean that we have something to celebrate, but it's a day that we have to not lament, like my brother Victor said, but it's a day to show professional unity and solidarity and join forces, because we all come from Eastern Africa, how to fight impunity, how to seek justice for our fallen colleagues, how to fight criminals who are in our neighborhoods. This is something that we have to do. And it's a day that we have to seek justice for our colleagues and those remaining with us in the profession, that they know that their struggle, their efforts are not in vain, but we are going to fight. Like my brother Eric said, I wanted to pass you a fraternal greetings and solidarity message from the General Secretary of the International Federation of Journalists, Comrade Anthony Bellinger, who would have loved to be with us here because he has very close links with Eric, Stephen, myself, but he cannot be with us, of course, what we know, the COVID and what is happening. But the IFJ fully extended solidarity to this gathering, and this is an important occasion, and we want to amplify the voice of journalists of the region in fighting impunity, as well as our partners of progress, like the Office of the Public Prosecutor, the Judiciary, and of course, our UN body, UNESCO. So I thank you, colleagues, and we will have deliberations in the coming panels. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Omar Farouk, for that solidarity message from IFJ. So, Director of Public Prosecutions, representative from National Police Service, Munga Nyale, Professor Hubert, UNESCO Regional Director, Chairman of the Media Council, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My speech will be very brief, but today, those of you who know, I'm someone who is very close to God, and I pray a lot. And I will start with my speech quoting the Bible. That is Matthew chapter 7. Let's talk about hypocrisy. Why are you seeing a speck of sawdust in your friend's eye when you have a plank in your own eyes? Why am I saying that? Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting comes hot on the heels of reopening of the economy after 1.5 years of strict COVID-19 containment measures that had far-reaching implications on the operations of the media in Kenya. The 1.5 year has been hell to journalists and bore the brunt of the virus directly. While some colleagues were infected directly by the virus at the beginning, some have actually lost their jobs. There are some actually who have also lost their lives, and we must remain remembering our brother Robin Jogu, who actually died as a result of this virus. There is nothing to celebrate about this day, like Victor has indicated earlier. We are just trying to mark this day. Some of our colleagues in the two media companies, and that's why I say from the Matthew chapter 7, that one, we are pointing accusing fingers at the people who are attacking journalists, but the four of them are telling us, and you, what are you doing about it? I'm saying that because our colleagues in two leading media houses, which we must call out, and that is the Royal Media Services and the Media Max, who are still going on with pay cuts. If you look at the hard economic times that journalists are facing at this particular moment, you can imagine if 50% of your salary is still being retained by your employer. Is that not impunity? Or impunity is only when a journalist has been attacked out there. When in our own newsrooms we are committing economic crimes against journalists. I think we must call out these employers to end economic crimes against journalists, as we also call out people who attack journalists out there. It is unacceptable that when other companies are doing this, we put them on the headlines. Assuming a Mr. Patel in industrial area was still doing what these other media houses are doing, retaining 50% of the salaries of these employees, will we not put them on our headlines and make them page one stories? But this is happening right in our newsrooms, and we are keeping quiet about it, and we are calling out others. We must call out impunity and crimes against journalists in our newsrooms. Financial stress actually has been captured as the leading cause of mental health in our newsrooms. And who is causing them? We are the one who is causing it. And that is the reason why in the afternoon we'll be having a session on financial literacy and financial safety. When we are coming up with this program, somebody said we should not call it financial literacy, but we call it financial safety, because this is the leading cause of mental health in our newsroom. We have done that research and we have the information. What do we say? That Punda amechoka, and we must rise up as journalists and defend our rights and the violations in our newsrooms. As I conclude, next year we are going to elections. And we know very well that most journalists are going to be attacked by politicians. And we call upon the Director of Public Prosecutions, whom we are honored to have here today, to help us write history by working very closely with the Judiciary to have some of these politicians who perpetuate violence barred from vying for these political positions. That is the only gift we'll be requesting from the office of the ODPP. We've had conversations with the IEBC so that when they are enforcing the Electoral Code of Conduct, they must also make sure that action is taken against politicians who incite their supporters to attack journalists. So we'll be very glad to see politicians who will be tempted to promote violence against journalists, actually action taken against them. You take them to court, and if Judiciary will allow them to vie, and then we'll know that actually the biggest enemy of journalists and people who are promoting violence against journalists actually is the Judiciary. And then we will make that very clearly when that time comes. We are not going to allow and entertain attacks on journalists by politicians. If you look at recent by-elections, you'll know why I'm saying that. Actually, journalists were really attacked, especially here in Nakuru. You remember the London ward by-election, where journalists were slapped, frog-marched, and nothing was done about it. So that's why you're saying that given that is going to be another process like that, any politician who will be attempted to do that must be prosecuted and, if possible, barred from vying for a political position. That will be our request, and we'll be looking upon that. Last but not least, I call upon stakeholders, journalists, to rise against impunity and call out forces that make their work hell of place. We must promote a conducive work environment as required by Sustainable Development Goals. You remember one of the Sustainable Development Goals is decent work. Decent work must be promoted in our newsroom and must be promoted in the media, whereby you work, you are remunerated properly, and you are able to take care of your bills. Ladies and gentlemen, tunasema haki ni lazima kwa waandishi wa habari, na sio tafadhali, because it's our right as required by the Constitution, Article 41 to be very precise, and ILO Convention 87 and 98 that demands that we give conducive working environment for all workers. Journalists too are workers, and they must enjoy the rights given by these statutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and I hope we are going to have very comprehensive deliberations today, and the outcome of this meeting will not just be any other outcome, but the recommendations that will be implemented by concerned parties and officers. Thank you so much.
The president of the Kenya Editors Guild, who also doubles up as the president for the East African Editors Society, Bwana Churchill Otieno, we seem to have lost him online. He's in Tanzania, like I mentioned. So a council member, Bwana Martin Masai, a veteran journalist and editor, will then represent him. Karibu sana, Martin.
Thank you, Victor. My name is Martin Masai. I sit in the Kenya Editors Guild Council. I'm a trustee at the Guild, and I stand here to represent the president of Kenya Editors Guild, Mr. Churchill Otieno. Currently, the Guild, Kenya Editors Guild, is chairing the Eastern Africa Editors Society. And so these remarks come from the leader of the East African Editors Society. We must demand where Azori Gwanda is. Azori Gwanda is a journalist who worked for the Swahili newspaper Mwananchi and its English language version, The Citizen. He disappeared in eastern coastal region of Rufiji on November 21, 2017, while investigating unexplained killings of local officials, and is yet to be seen or found. In 2015, the United Nations declared November 2 the International Day to End Impunity for crimes against journalists, creating the greatest attention ever to the plight of those who constantly work under the shadow of death. The UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists adopted a wider definition of safety to include healthcare concerns, to enhance safety and security of journalists as they go about their work. There is all justification, therefore, when healthcare concerns of journalists are considered as an imperative in regard to their security and safety. When COVID-19 reports surfaced in 2019, journalists had nothing in place to confront this pandemic, even as they took their positions in the front line to dutifully break down the components of coronavirus to their audiences. The pandemic therefore introduced a new, unique threat to the security of media people. The new threat is as invisible, mysterious, deadly, relentless, swift, and indiscriminate as it is silent and insidious. Journalists now realize that there is a new deadly predator beyond the ordinary gun-toting and baton-wielding state agents, policemen if you want, policemen and women, militias owned by politicians and other agents of crime, insurgents, rioters, gangsters, bandits, politicians, because they also do this thing. They now pose a new challenge to the security of safety of journalists all over the world, not just here at home. The story is all over in the region. The challenge has to be confronted promptly by rewriting our safety protocols to ensure both physical and mental wellness for journalists in the newsroom, out there in the field, in social places, as well as their respective homes and residences. This involves intense knowledge about the virus, its mutations, use of protective personal equipment, and the attendant COVID-19 protocols that have upstaged traditional ways of news gathering. Thus, COVID-19 safety protocols in news organizations is today a vital additional tool in the trade that we all must master to ensure safety and security of journalists. I need to underscore that journalists whose security and safety is assured are more likely to expand and defend press freedom. They're more likely to defend human rights for their audiences. They're more likely to commit for advocacy for the rule of law by governments, and also demand accountable leadership. Such people also advance our nation's democratic values and serve the public interest unwaveringly. Entities that value the existence of free media need no convincing, therefore, that safety and security of journalists is a necessity for the enjoyment of freedom and the public good that a free media offers. It is for this reason that KEG and the Editors Fraternity in Eastern Africa has joined hands with UNESCO, the European Union, to create a framework that enables journalists to ward off threats they face from COVID-19 and their working environment. This framework calls for journalists to be extra vigilant and comply with the protocols. This enhances their moral authority to engage their audiences in discussing issues of health, to prepare them to confront this new threat. With this intervention, KEG will also be fulfilling its objectives, such as defending media freedom, promoting standards of journalism, the independence of media, and advising members on issues of practical and ethical concern. And even so, the media should remain cognizant of the importance of promoting universal good of journalists without compromising their freedom of conscience and that of the audiences that they serve. We are all duty-bound to fulfill the objective of networking with other organizations to help improve the quality of journalism through active support of education and training. The Eastern Africa Editor Society takes great exception of the deteriorating socio-political environment in Sudan, especially the military coup on Tuesday, October 26, 2021, the ensuing peaceful protests by citizens and civil society actors have led to deaths, loss of property, and intimidation for those opposing the military takeover. Journalists and media practitioners have faced wrath of the military cruelty, with arrests and intimidation being the order of the day, especially targeted at Arabic media outlets and independent journalists. In the last few days, Al-Haj Warag, the editor-in-chief of the democratic newspaper, Mahir Abu Ajok, and an independent journalist, and Faiz Al-Silik, another independent journalist, have been arrested. No information regarding their whereabouts, as well as reasons for their arrests, have been given, contrary to their rights and freedom of expression in the media. It is deeply concerning that many journalists in Khartoum and outside the capital are in hiding as we speak here, following threats to their lives and arrests. Our colleagues on the ground report widespread phone tapping, intimidation, blocking of communication, and general impeding of free flow of information. These actions are targeted at journalists and also at citizens at large. Such action ran counter to tenets of free speech values of, much cherished around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the East Africa Editors Society stands in solidarity with journalists and media practitioners in Sudan and urgently calls upon the authorities to let the journalists do their job. We condemn the arrests and demand the immediate release of all journalists currently behind bars and in hiding. We demand a stop to widespread acts of intimidation, especially phone tapping, as Sudan citizens continue to fight for their democracy and return to the rule of law. We call upon governments and civil society actors in the region to hold authorities in Khartoum to a high standard of human rights, including media freedom and freedom of expression. Thank you very much.
Martin, quickly I invite our colleague from Kampala, who will join virtually our technical team. Kindly allow Patricia Lilo, the chairperson of Uganda Media Women Association, who is speaking to us directly, moja kwa moja kutoka jiji la Kampala.
Hello? Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? I can go ahead. Hello? You can hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Good morning. Greetings from Uganda, particularly the Uganda Media Women's Association. I am the board chair for the Uganda Media Women's Association. I'm called Dr. Patricia Lito. Uganda Media Women's Association is an association of media women in Uganda. It consists of mostly journalists, but also other media practitioners like public relations and other media workers. We are particularly excited to participate in this International Day to mark impunity against journalists all over the world. It means a lot to us because it aligns quite closely with what we seek to achieve as Media Women's Association. While we focus mostly on women, we believe there is need for all journalists, especially women journalists, to have a platform to speak out and bring to light things that normally are ignored. So this day particularly for us means a lot because we are on the same platform seeking social justice. We are honored to participate because both women and men are victims of not only violence, attacks in different forms, and this is increasing. In Uganda particularly, in the last few years, we have experienced growing abuse of human rights, violence and attacks against journalists, both physically, online. We have journalists attacked in their homes, kidnapped because of what they are covering. And unlike before, where journalists were particularly targeted when they covered politically related stories, today we find that several journalists are attacked when they expose anything that brings to light people in power. This could be cases of corruption, cases of abuse of office, and anything that may be considered offensive to those in power. So increasingly you find that journalists in general, and of course women, are under threat and unable to do work. Some have actually stopped working completely and opted for other forms of employment because of how dangerous being a journalist has become and keeps growing. As guaranteed by the international legal framework and localized policies, looking at freedom of expression and press is a fundamental right. It is enshrined in the Uganda Constitution, and also if you look at Article 19 of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, it stipulates exercise of opinion without any interference. Locally in Uganda, we subscribe to this call through Article 29 of our 1995 Constitution, which has been amended, entailing an independent and free press. Of course, what we experience is quite different, and we see this happening to all our neighbors and the continent as a whole. No wonder such a day is very important for all of us to reflect on what we can do better. In 2020, human rights reports indicated that among the media rights violators, we have security organs being top on the list. We also have politicians attacking journalists, and in Uganda we have associations like the Human Rights Journalists Association trying to document and pay attention to these kinds of violations. This impunity keeps growing every day, and unlike before, we find that women are particularly targeted, and in addition to what their male counterparts experience, we also find that women are particularly attacked in form of sexual harassment, threats or actual rape, or fondling them in funny ways to basically discourage them. If I could give an example, in February this year, a group of journalists, among which were female journalists, were physically assaulted by security forces who were covering a petition by one of the presidential candidates. And unlike before, where people thought that women might not be attacked, this is becoming increasingly scary, and we need to pay attention to it. Attacks on journalists don't only happen in armed conflict, but even in the so-called peaceful environment, we see this increasing, and we should pay attention, both in conflict and non-conflict situations, as we try to strengthen peace, democracy around the world. From a gender perspective, the situation is significantly growing worse. Women suffer more sexual violations from government authorities, but even workmates. My earlier colleague also urged us to go beyond just looking at attacks on journalists and others, but also failure to respect and observe rights of co-workers, their working hours. Failing to pay journalists is a form of violation in itself, and this we should also pay attention to. I could also like to refer to a study conducted in 2017 by the International Federation of Journalists, which noted that 1 in every 2 women journalists have been subjected to gender-based violence, such as sexual harassment, psychological abuse, and we also see a lot of online attacks. So we therefore need to pay attention to this. Not saying that this doesn't happen to male colleagues, but increasingly, a few years back ago, between 5 and 10 years ago, online spaces were looked at one of the safest spaces for women journalists, and many of them were actually encouraged to exploit those spaces to practice better. It was considered as flexible for working mothers, where you could work from anywhere, broadcast online, stream, and do all that kind of thing. But we also now are finding that these are spaces where journalists are attacked, and women particularly attacked. They attack their looks, they threaten to attack their spouses, they threaten to expose nude photos, they hack into their phones, they hack into their devices and threaten them in all forms of ways. So online spaces are no longer safer for women as well, as we initially promoted, and these are spaces we should also pay attention to. By doing this, we reinforce transparency in decision making and draw attention to these areas where the media fraternity and other stakeholders should fight. Earlier colleagues also talked about the need to go beyond just documenting, measuring statistics, but what strategies are we using to address these issues? As Media Women's Association, we have tried to strengthen networking and partnership strategically with associations that can support us in fighting impunity, attacks and violations against the media. So as CSOs, we come together and try to document all of this, because sometimes documenting and speaking to just fellow journalists without involving others might not be a very good strategy. We need to bring more people on board, not only CSOs, but we try to also engage politicians, the members of parliament, other international bodies. Because statistics speak a lot, but what other way can we work to do this and reach out when there's an attack, not only on women, but journalists as such. I would also like to note that the UN Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women encourages states to conduct investigations on these kinds of violations and address them. So I am glad that in this commemoration I've had mention of so many people from the judiciary, and this is another strategy as Media Women we try to use to engage the judiciary, because sometimes there's a feeling that they are being compromised. Even when things are brought before them, somehow something happens to the prosecution, the cases are delayed, deferred, and before you know it, not much has been done about this kind of cases. I remember a particular case in Uganda where a minister actually attacked a female journalist among other journalists who are covering them and touched her in a private body part, and somehow that case fizzled away. So these kind of things, how can we work with judiciary to make sure people, violators, are brought to book? Female journalists suffer significant violence from sources when they try to collect news, and we always feel that maybe the male journalists don't suffer as much violations or are not at risk. So many times we encourage our female colleagues, when a source gives you an appointment at obscure hours, in funny places, maybe go not at the appointment at unholy hours at strange times. And some of these we also see even happening in the newsroom, or women working late where they feel unsafe, where they're attacked, they're intimidated, very derogatory sexual posts are made about them, and things like that. We even have cases where perhaps workmates are involved in, some kind of behavior at work, but always the fault is with the women journalists. They're exposed and the men are always protected. So we try to draw attention to this kind of thing. So going beyond documentation, we need to lobby, we need to advocate for change and create public awareness about these kinds of impunities, violations, and attacks against journalists. In line with the above, our mission as Uganda Media Women's Association is working towards a free, safe and secure working environment for female journalists in Uganda, with an objective to promote positive institutional approaches. We would like to create an enabling work policy environment and change community attitudes and perception that impact the safety and security of female journalists. In partnership with the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, UMO has taken a step to fight gender-based violence against women journalists by conducting trainings of safety and security of female journalists in several parts in the country and emphasize media freedoms and rights. Violations of these rights is worsening, so a well-equipped journalist is one of those things that we pay attention to. And we encourage people to report cases of threats and violence in their line of duty. Lobbying and advocacy targeting the relevant committees of parliament among other authorities is also something we are doing alongside development partners. With media itself, we believe that training journalists to enhance self-esteem, be brave, and raise their knowledge and awareness on how to handle these aspects that threaten their safety and attacks is very important. We need to also engage media owners and managers to ensure a gender-responsive working environment that will not only provide safety and security for women, but also their male colleagues, and also pay attention to other things. We should also take advantage on partnering with citizen journalists I could draw your attention to initiatives like Frontline, where journalists or people involved in journalistic work can freely register and build a sense of community and promote safety and professional standards together. I believe that if we work together and partner together and have that BAM approach, then the noise will be louder and perhaps we can draw more attention to what we are talking about. Self-statutory regulatory bodies, we try to develop referral network systems that can respond to violations in a timely manner. This can promote improved collaboration among the target stakeholders. We also work on building working relationships with law enforcing agencies to help reduce on this kind of risks. So increasingly, you find there's a lot of partnership with the police forces, the army, especially people in the same line of profession, and to see how we engage with the authorities on how to address this. The message to other stakeholders, including government, is clear. Let's all work together to protect and support journalists while gathering news and giving information to the public. We need to investigate the killings and threats of violence and attacks against journalists. This will create a safe environment for journalists and guarantee freedom of expression and access to information for all. When we look at international interventions, adopted by the UN system, the UN Plan of Action 2012 on safety of journalists and the issue of impunity by UNESCO equally observes that there is need for prevention mechanisms to address the root causes of violence against journalists in both conflict and non-conflict situations to secure media safety, peace, and democracy. Among many practical suggestions, the action plan calls for organization partnership, safety initiatives, and raising awareness within the media space and other concerned stakeholders. Concluding, I can't state more, but rather implore that it should not get too hot for us as media to just watch helplessly, but work together, reinforce our networks and partnerships as we mark this International Day. We should mark it collectively and continue the efforts that we've had before and the synergies that we shall build today. I thank you so much for God and my country. This is the presentation from Uganda Media Women's Association. Back to you, moderator. Hello.
Given the time, and we want to welcome the chairman of the Media Council of Kenya, Bwana Maina Muiruri, who will then welcome Bwana Munga Nyale, and then our DPP. So, Chairman, karibu sana, make it short.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Mr. Nuruddin Haji, the presence of the representative of the police IG, Mr. Nyale, Mr. Hubert Gizjen, UNESCO, Secretary General KUJ, KEG, top officials, our board members participating here and online, and some people I would like to recognize. I hope they're in the audience from Uganda. Our media council colleague, Okello Jabweli, wherever he is, he can do like this. Welcome. And we've seen your presentation. Tanzania, they're here. Online, we welcome them. Rwanda is here. Burundi, no. Somalia, Mr. Farouk. I want to mention that before I came here, before Mr. Farouk spoke, I thought we had problems when he spoke and said 50 8 journalists killed in 10 years. Oh, it's a dangerous job you are doing, but doing it very bravely. Thank you very much. I hope in your presentation later, as you interact with our media council, people on the ground, we can negotiate on how to enhance the partnership so that we work with you more the way we work with Uganda, Tanzania. It's an area where we need to help. I also want to acknowledge Eric Odur's call to media houses that have not reinstated full pay for journalists to do so. It cannot be overemphasized. The way he put it is well and fully supported by the Media Council. We've talked a lot about the problems, the denial of rights, the dangers. I would like to mention just a bit of, in the light of this, what is the Media Council doing or trying to do to intervene in ending the problems facing journalists in Kenya and in our region. The biggest challenge which we are just emerging out of is the COVID crisis, which really brought, most of the things we are talking about here are the problems that were imposed on the media by the COVID-19 crisis. I would like to mention that Media Council of Kenya will continue enhancing its partnerships with professional groups that we work with, the press clubs, so that we can help them in empowering them, in enhancing media capacity, and in intervening in situations where journalists are fully challenged. We'll continue supporting media professional groups and press clubs. Press clubs include what Kenya Editors Guild has to minimize adverse effects of COVID-19 and related actions in response to cases that affect the industry. We'll continue enhancing training of journalists, including on safety and mental health, jointly with the Ministry of Health. These are things that have come up, especially because of the COVID-19 crisis. MCK, with partners, is planning a major intervention on election preparedness. We have elections next year, a very challenging time in Kenya for journalists, ahead of the 2022 general election, and training also on how to cope against threats and harassment that are anticipated at this time. We'll continue implementing interventions that include strengthening and supporting national mechanisms on protection of journalists, training on safety, pushing media houses, or rather let me say working with media houses to honor and implement the recently signed safety charter for journalists, which is very important. We'll continue working closely with the industry to ensure investigation and prosecution of perpetrators of press freedom violations, media and security agency dialogues, which help a lot. And that's why you see this morning we've invited two very important people, the ODPP and the IG of police. Notably, Kenya's press freedom situation, you may think has been improving, but has not been improving and faces many dangers going ahead, as was reflected in the World Press Freedom Index report by the Reporters Without Frontiers. We may pride ourselves as among the most free in the region, but we are not out of the wood. Bad working conditions, Eric Odward, thank you for highlighting that, and the safety situation of journalists in Kenya has been made worse by the effects of COVID-19, as seen in mass sackings, non-payment of salaries and wages, and harassment of journalists. These are some of the things we really want to continue working to minimize. Hundreds of journalists are staring at uncertain futures due to reduced income, as most employers implement cost-cutting measures to cushion themselves from the ravages of this pandemic. We are aware that as frontline workers, journalists and media practitioners are exposed to the daily risks of infection, and throughout the period of COVID-19, Media Council of Kenya, with other partners and with the government, continued to intervene, mostly financially, to rescue media houses that were very badly affected, especially community media, to come out of the crisis through financial support. According to statistics compiled by the Media Council of Kenya, whose mandate includes promotion and protection of the rights and privileges of journalists, the number of violations continue to rise. We just mentioned 17. I didn't want to mention after I heard what Farouk's territory has gone through. So we need to intervene and not just be inward looking at Kenya. The more we help in the region, the more the region becomes more gains an atmosphere for journalists to work in safety. It helps everyone if we can help and work together in partnerships. I would like to close a long speech by saying that at the Media Council of Kenya now, the Complaints Commission is mandated to arbitrate and adjudicate media disputes. However, failure by parties in the conflict to utilize the dispute resolution mechanism has further jeopardized media financial well-being. People resort to going to court, yet there is now a mechanism that can resolve disputes at the Media Council of Kenya. We encourage people with disputes, including government, to make the Media Council of Kenya Complaints Commission the first stop for dispute resolution. It's quicker, it's more amicable, including the politicians, the police, and usually parties come out of there understanding each other's roles better. Hopefully, lately we have the Minister of ICT, Mr. Joe Muchero, has established a task force on review of media policy in Kenya. It's a welcome gesture that shows that the government is supporting our efforts to improve the media space. And we would like to encourage the task force to do its work diligently so that we can achieve a step that we've been longing for a long time. Thank you very much. I'll keep it short because we have a short time, but not without recognition that it's one of our most important days to try to recover lost gains that the media loses through many interruptions that bombard it from all sides. And now I take the pleasure to welcome the representative of the IG of Police to speak to us. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Nyale.
Good morning. The Director of Public Prosecution, Mr. Nordin Haji, Chairman, Media Council of Kenya, Maina Mwiruri, UNESCO Regional Director and Representative for Eastern Africa, Professor Hubert, the CEO, Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoyo, the Secretary General, Kenya Union of Journalists, Mr. Eric Oduor, editors and other media practitioners present here today, ladies and gentlemen. The National Police Service is established by the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and legislated through the National Police Service Act 2011. Article 244 of the Constitution mandates the National Police Service to comply with constitutional standards of human rights and fundamental freedoms to foster and promote relationships with the broader society, in this particular case, the media. On this day, when the world commemorates the International Day to End Impunity against journalists, under the theme Countering Threats of Violence and Crimes Against Journalists to Protect Freedom of Expression for All, the National Police Service reaffirms her commitment to safeguard and protect media freedom while providing for the safety of journalists in Kenya, in line with the Constitution and international guidelines. Let me take this early opportunity to commend all journalists among us other media stakeholders from mainstream and other recognized outlets for the vital role they play in championing for the integrity of democracy, rule of law, and good governance, and covering economic injustices and inequalities, human rights violations and abuses, environmental crimes, and corruption. Your consistent zeal to amplify these causes has seen the investigation, prosecution, redress, and restoration of dignity in our society. Policing in the 21st century is premised on the multi-sectoral approach. The complexity and multi-dynamism of crime patterns and trends calls for the collaboration and engagement of different actors beyond the criminal justice system. The ongoing police reform process in Kenya is anchored on the people-centered approach. It embraces the planning and implementation of the strategies that meet our country-specific emerging security needs now and in future. Every citizen, institution, both state and non-state, have become active allies in addressing crime risk factors. It is against this backdrop that the need to cement deliberate collaboration of the National Police Service and the media community in Kenya is underscored. The institutions share a symbolic relationship and are mutually dependent on each other. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to emphasize that the pillar of such collaboration should be the promotion of our national values and principles of good governance as prescribed in Article 10 of our Constitution. Patriotism, credibility, and accountability should form the architecture of the narrations and impressions we convey to our population. As we are all aware, next year, the Independent Elections and Boundaries Commission will conduct the 2022 general elections. In line with the mandate of the National Police Service, we will continue to provide a safe, secure, and peaceful environment before, during, and after the elections. This we do in realization that the general election is an IEBC-led function, but calls for different stakeholders to bring it to fruition. That said, both the police and the media have major roles to play in the electoral process. Importantly, media will continue to inform while playing its watchdog role. Ensuring the safety of the people of Kenya and their property will remain the priority of the National Police Service. At this moment, I cannot overemphasize the importance of authenticating, when necessary, security information with my office before sharing it with the public. Let us participate in setting preconditions for the general elections to be held in a peaceful environment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to refocus and address the subject matter of today, to commemorate the International Day to End Impunity against journalists. I explicitly condemn all manner of injustices targeted at media personnel while in the execution of their duties. I give my assurance to the provision of security to all persons. All criminality should be dealt with within the presence of the law. Let us all remember our individual responsibility to risk averseness and the need to make decisions that promote our safety. Kenya is a signatory to international and regional instruments that promote the right to freedom of expression and access to information. Article 33 of the Kenyan Constitution provides the framework that governs freedom of expression in our country. Realizing the power that is beheld by the media, I urge you to use this to promote constructive journalism that is researched, factual, and diverse. Let us make it our responsibility to counter misinformation that could jeopardize the peace that we enjoy as a country. The National Police Service will continuously provide a safe and enabling environment for journalists to perform their work independently and without undue interference. Additionally, in our proactive creation of strategic partnership, the service will continue to enlist the support of the media among other stakeholders in order to drive change for a transparent and accountable National Police Service. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to applaud the Media Council of Kenya, being the lead institution in regulation of the conduct and discipline of journalists in Kenya. I encourage you to continue promoting high professional standards among us journalists and ensure adherence to the code of conduct in the practice of journalism. I also thank other institutions represented here today, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and other stakeholders, I remain grateful for the partnership, coherent and concerted engagements that we have always had in our endeavor to make Kenya a safe country. The dynamic nature of the policing environment in Kenya commands that we embrace a multi-agency approach that strengthens joint initiatives while complementing our individual roles and synergies. Let us continue to work together for the safety and peace of our country, Kenya. Thank you, and may God bless you. Hilary Mutiambai, MGH, NSAU, Inspector General, National Police Service. At this juncture, it's my pleasure now to invite the chief guest, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Nurdin Haji, sir.
Mr. Herbert Gijzen, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, UNESCO Regional Director and Representative for Eastern Africa. Mr. Maina Mwiruri, Chairman, Media Council of Kenya. The Inspector General of Police Representative, Mr. Nyale Munga. Mr. Eric Odwor, Secretary General, Kenya Union of Journalists. Mr. Churchill Otieno, Chairperson, Eastern Africa Editors Society. Ms. Patricia Litho, Chairperson, Uganda Media Women's Association. Mr. Mugambi Kiai, Executive Director, Article 19, Eastern Africa. Representatives from Seychelles and Rwanda. Mr. Stephen Ouma, Secretary General, Uganda Journalists Union. Sapana Abui, South Sudan Media Development Authority. Mr. Omar Farouk, Secretary General, National Union of Somali Journalists. Mzee Wangethi Mwangi and Martin Masai. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for your kind introductions, and also thank you all for welcoming us here today to this important meeting. It's a great honor. Commemorating the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists with you all. Today's event comes at a defining moment in this country. With less than a year to the general elections, journalists are uniquely positioned to help focus our national dialogue on the issues that matter and which will determine Kenya's future. A very big welcome to our friends from the region who are here with us today. It's fitting that you have gathered here today to discuss the essential role that journalists always have and always must play in strengthening this region. The theme, countering threats of violence and crime against journalists, to protect freedom of expression for all, is a call to combat crimes committed against journalists by enhancing prevention, protection, and prosecution of these crimes in order to safeguard freedom of expression, freedom of the media, and access to information. More broadly, the issue of protecting journalists is also about the issue of safeguarding our democracy as a nation or nations. Namely, how does a society grant its citizens the right to think, believe, right to speak, as their conscience dictates, or more plainly, freedom of expression, while maintaining a peaceful society that protects all of its members, and more specifically, those who broadcast these rights as citizens exercise them. It is easy to applaud declarations on the freedom of expression, but all of us here know that it has not always been easy to apply them. These are noble ideals to which our society aspires, but we all know that at times it has been a struggle to balance this right to the freedom of expression and the responsibility that comes with applying it. I will avoid the legalities and and trying to be more specific and general. We are grateful for the contribution that journalists have made in drawing attention to and directing our national dialogue towards problems that we must address. At times, your work has helped to launch investigations, to advance prosecutions, and to enhance the effort of law enforcement. We note and appreciate that by highlighting crime in many instances, you have rallied the criminal justice players to action. And most sincerely, thank you. The ODPP, in conjunction with the Media Council of Kenya, will continue to foster a free and fair environment for the media that is guided by the Constitution of Kenya and the rule of law. To this end, I call upon other agencies in our sector and wish to thank the IG for sending his representative. And I opine a similar voice of encouragement and commitment to the Media Council of Kenya and to all journalists as well. As ODPP, we regularly keep in touch, and I hereby already have a focal point, who is Ms. Lillian Obuo. We have been keeping in touch with quite a number of your officials, Ms. Obala and Mr. Churchill himself. And at the end of this month, the ODPP will engage with the media and Media Council on various mutual areas of concern, especially the coming elections. We must, however, also remind ourselves that while we enjoy our freedom of expression, we should exercise this fundamental right responsibly. Sometimes there will be those who use their right to free expression to say reprehensible things to others, creating harmful divisions along ethnic or religious lines. The Media Council of Kenya must guarantee that they too will play their part in ensuring that their freedom of expression is exercised in a manner that respects the dignity and privacy of others, does not propagate ethnic incitement or discrimination, and reflects the interest of all sectors of society. Journalists must adhere to professional and ethical standards in the performance of their duties and must uphold integrity, accountability, and transparency. As the electoral season sets in, as a country, campaigns can be messy, but we believe that democracy is enhanced through this messy interchange of ideas. I want to emphasize, however, that even as we protect the freedom of speech during this season, first and foremost, we will prosecute anyone who uses free speech to perpetuate hate and violence. Free speech must not be a license to perpetuate the assault of political opponents or to engage in acts of vandalism. Secondly, in partnership with you as the media, we must not allow ethnic bigots in the name of free speech to terrorize others by threatening to initiate violence. Now, not every bigoted words that are uttered are punishable by law. To be punishable, these words must be what the courts call a true threat, a serious threat to commit an unlawful act of violence, and this is where you as the media can agree to have in place enhanced guidelines that prefer a more rigorous internal review, striking an appropriate balance between protecting the safety of the Kenyan people and your news media's role of ensuring the free flow of information. That's why today I am here to ask each of you to keep up the good work, keep asking the tough questions, keep shining a light on the challenges we face as a country and region and the injustices we collectively have to remedy. Above all, keep working to ensure you uphold integrity in your professional, even when the truth may be at odds with the powers that be it government or even the ownership of the media houses you represent, as I have noted here today. Keep seeking out the truth and speaking this truth to power. ODPP, on its part, will protect your rights and ensure impunity is curtailed and constitutionalism respected. The decision to charge guidelines, for example, are one such tools that have been deployed to protect journalists and Kenyans in general. As a society, we have been benefited from the generations of journalists, real patriots who took their professional obligations seriously to tell the complete story of our nation during the tumultuous 1990s as the nation struggled with its second liberation. Today, Kenya enjoys freedoms like no other in the region, and we must be proud of it. Throughout the 1990s, brave journalists brought the struggle and reforms into homes across the country on radios and newspapers. This Bill of Rights we currently enjoy was written on the blood of patriots, including journalists, and this is why we must protect these freedoms as a society. You have been the gatekeepers to Kenyans' perception on law and order, democracy, and the protection of the Constitution. Remember, as I said last week, the pen is mightier than the sword, and Kenya's story is replicated with numerous examples of this. I want to thank UNESCO for their commitment to enhance press freedom, both regionally and internationally, through initiatives that are bold, innovative, and progressive. Further, I also thank all agencies represented here today for their unwavering commitment to foster interagency collaboration and cooperation in countering threats of violence and crimes against journalism. It is my sincere hope that our discussions here today will bear fruit and produce initiatives that will promote interagency collaboration and enhance our collective responsibility to protect journalists from violence and impunity. I hope that each of you has a productive day, and some of the information we share during our time together will assist us in confronting the challenges you journalists face every day in the course of your work. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
And, Chief Guest, I know you want to leave, but the Editors Guild are launching a book, which is just here. So, Rosalia, we are launching a book on safety and protection of journalists, which has been done graciously by the Kenya Editors Guild with support from UNESCO. Among the many interventions we are doing to ensure journalists work in a safe environment. So, Rosalia, you are direction?
Thank you. We'd like to do it from this end so that we capture all of us, and I'd like our guests to come in front. Yes, wataonekana.
How are you? Thanks for your speech.
So this is the culmination of a project that began earlier in the year, and it began with the training of journalists from across the country on safety and security and reporting on COVID. And the next part of the project was to produce a book, a handbook on safety and security of journalists. And we are grateful to our partners for the journey into the publishing of this book. And we hope, as Kenya Editors Guild, that it will be useful to journalists in their pursuit or as they cover stories on COVID, and even as we get into the 2022 elections. All right?
Just as this setup is taking place, I would want to recognize the author of the book, our elder. I don't know whether Mr. Wangede Mwangi is in the room. Great. Welcome. Really, this is a new tool for media practitioners, and we hope that when you have it, that is going to make your work much more easier. We want to thank UNESCO for partnering with the Guild to produce this document. We also want to appreciate the author, Mr. Wangede Mwangi, for putting his best foot forward to make this book available. With those few remarks, I would just want to invite the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Professor just to cut the tape and launch this book. Sorry? You just cut the tape, yeah? I think you could just do it. Yes. Thank you. Yeah? Please join. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, and let's hope that the real book is of a smaller size.
Certainly.
So that it's not only a handbook, but a handy book. And I also, on this occasion, would like to recognize the support of the European Union. This is part of a cooperation program with the European Union.
Thank you.
Good done.
Yeah, at that juncture, then we want to thank you all for the support. Obviously, we'll take a 13 minutes break as we see of our guests in mingle, exchange numbers, M-Pesa, police numbers, all of it. Let's. Kindly, we want now to go into the sessions, take a 13 minutes break and come back. Kindly. Keep time. It's now 45, so let's come in at exactly 11. 11 exactly, please.
and I'm here to moderate a panel on the status of national mechanisms for safety of journalists and protection of journalists, not in Kenya, but in Eastern Africa. I think that was a typo when you see on your program. It indicates Kenya, but we're talking about Eastern Africa because we have representation from different countries here. And I'm going to shortly introduce the panel. But just to give you a kind of background, in the opening speeches you had different speakers talking about the challenges that confront journalists, including killings. You heard about the impunity rate, which is 90%, that for every 10 journalists that are killed, it's only one case that is resolved, which is a very high rate of impunity. You've heard about the particular case of women journalists that are confronted with all these challenges, particularly online attacks. We've heard about the fact that actually online attacks can translate into actual attacks even outside the platforms on which people are attacked. So I don't want to repeat that, but the opening speeches set the pace for us to understand the kind of context that we are dealing with. Now, for purposes of taking you a little back in time, in November 2017, that was the day when the International Day for Ending Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists was celebrated. Here in Nairobi, there was a big regional conference that attracted people from different parts of the region, to which some of you might have participated, and I'm seeing some of my panelists were there. And one of the big resolutions from that meeting was that countries in the region should set up national mechanisms for safety and protection of journalists. And what are national mechanisms? What are we talking about when we talk about national mechanism? We're talking about multi-stakeholder platforms, because the previous attempts or efforts were mostly driven by media advocacy groups or NGOs working on these issues. But the UN Plan of Action for Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity is very clear about this, that no single actor is able to deal with the complexity of the issues related to impunity and attacks against journalists, and it calls for multi-stakeholder platforms to deal with this issue. So therefore, the meeting in Nairobi in 2017 resolved that these multi-stakeholder platforms would be established in each of the East African countries to create that kind of platform to deal with these issues. And multi-stakeholder platforms include, among others, directors of prosecutions, the police, civil society organizations, academia, and any other kind of party that has an interest in pursuing the right to freedom of expression and safety of journalists. That is why at the opening speeches here, you saw that we have a variety of people coming from different walks of life. So we're here to kind of take stock. What has happened in the region since that time? What kind of mechanisms are there that are trying to interpret the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity, and also trying to implement the Nairobi resolution in 2017, as I've just mentioned. And to do that, I have a panel here of Mr. Stephen Ouma, who is the Secretary General of Uganda Journalists Union, and who has been spearheading this mechanism in Uganda. Stephen is just on my left here. You most welcome. And then we also have Mr. Omar Farouk, Secretary General of the National Union of Somali Journalists, on my right here. And Omar Farouk is quite known in these circles about, labor rights, and particularly the issue of safety of journalists. We'll have Mr. Sapana Abui, who is the Executive Director of the South Sudan Media Development Authority. Not briefed by the technical team if he's online, but we'll check in the course of time. And then we have Mr. Tamerat Hailu from the Ethiopia Media Commission. Please ignore the word in brackets, yet to confirm, because he's here with us. He's on my extreme right, and he's going to be speaking to us about the situation in Ethiopia and what mechanisms are there. And last but not least, I should have started with Dina for a number of reasons, but I'll keep it as last. Dina Ondari is the manager, press freedom, safety, and advocacy at the Media Council of Kenya, and most of you, I think, have heard from her regarding this big meeting. She's been at the forefront of organizing this big meeting, but not only that, she's at the forefront of making sure that the national mechanism in Kenya is actually up and running. So we've agreed with the panel that we're going to give ourselves 5 minutes each to talk about a particular country, in regard to national mechanism and what is pertaining in that country and what are the challenges. Because as UNESCO, we're very much interested in taking forward this process that we started, and we are looking at ways of supporting it get off the ground where it has not gotten off the ground. So we're very much interested in challenges that are confronting this mechanism so that we can move ahead. Now, I will begin with Dina. Speaking to us about the national mechanism in Kenya and how is it structured, what are the challenges, and how do you move forward? Dina, you're most welcome. 5 minutes.
Thank you, JB. Clearly you can see how I am marginalized on this panel. First, because I'm the only lady. First, because I'm the only lady, and then I had the union is saying that it's a tough panel full of watu ya mapambano. I hope my colleagues can understand what mapambano means. So I'm the only person who doesn't come from that mapambano unit, but I do mapambano when it comes to safety and protection of journalists. So back to the national mechanism. I want to say that there have been a lot of strides that we have made as a country since 2019 when we operationalized the national mechanism. And it's important to note that there are so many players on the national mechanisms who are, I think there are more than 23 or if not 25 organizations on that national mechanism. And there is a lot that has been achieved over the period of the time that the national mechanism has been in place. There has been considerable collaboration between the media organizations, civil society, government institutions, and this has been visible from time to time. But as JB said, it's good we also look at the challenges so that then we are able to know what is the way forward. We are lucky as a country that we have not had any deaths of journalists or killings, which is compared to, for example, what Farouk was telling us here in the morning. But violations of press freedom or the rights of journalists have continued unabated. And actually, we have seen a rising trend for the last 3 years in Kenya. Sitting at the Media Council of Kenya as the duty officer, we have recorded, we have been recording an increasing number or trend of press freedom violations, talking about 60 in 2019. Last year we had about 100, and we are heading towards a number similar to that this year. We are standing at 60, and it's only in November. So looking at that kind of situation, then we need to ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing? Because the national mechanism is where we are supposed to talk about the 3 Ps: prevention, protection, and prosecution. So where is the link, the weak link? Who is the weak link? Is it in prevention? Is it in protection? Or is it in prosecution? Personally, and I think I speak for the council and my colleagues in the mechanism when I say that there is no single institution that can take the blame for the gaps that exist, because if you're talking about prevention, a regulator like Media Council of Kenya implements interventions to ensure that the violations are prevented, and journalists are protected. And also the media houses themselves, media owners, editors, journalists themselves, there are media house policies that need to be in place. So if you are talking about where the gaps are, I would say that we all have a blame to shoulder, because if it's prevention, media houses have a role to play, editors have a role to play, journalists themselves have a role to play. And the same applies to protection mechanisms also. So the only thing I would say is that there has not been a lot of cooperation from the investigative agencies. And this, we have evidence. In 2020, the council did a petition to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the National Police Service about 20 cases that had been reported across the country in various police stations. And the verdict really was not something that was surprising, but it was like a wake-up call, because what emerged is that half of the cases were withdrawn by journalists who opted to reconcile with their perpetrators. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes you'll find that dialogue works more than confrontation. But the other worrying aspect of that is that the rest of the cases were closed either because the journalists were not interested in following up, or they are pending, gathering dust somewhere in police stations because there is no interest by the police to investigate, and that is largely because the police were some of the biggest perpetrators who has been accused of committing such violations against journalists. So I would say that there are gaps. We acknowledge that we have done good work, yes, but there are gaps, and every party in the mechanism has some blame to take for those things that have not happened and those that we would like to happen. So I hope I'll get another opportunity to conclude on the challenges, but that is basically the background. We have done a good job. The national mechanism is working, but yes, there are gaps that need to be arrested.
Thank you so much, Dina, for flagging those issues, the 3 Ps that you talked about: prevention, protection, and prosecution. Where is the weakest link? I think that's the biggest question she posed, and then focused on the issue of the prosecutions and investigations, meaning that we need to strengthen the partnerships that we're talking about, to impress it upon the police that this is as important as any other investigations that they do carry out in their course of their own duties. So, Stephen Ouma from Uganda, could you also take us through that kind of analysis? We'll have another last round to... So we'll have another last round just to wrap up, like how do we move forward? The way forward, leave it for now. We'll have it for in the last round of questions. Steve. Yeah.
Yes, good morning. Hello? Hello? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good morning, brothers and sisters. I've been introduced already. I'm called Stephen Omabire from Uganda. Since we have 5 minutes, I'm going to be very brief. I'll try to summarize. The national mechanism on the safety of journalists in Uganda kicked off on 17th April 2018. We convened a meeting of all stakeholders, almost all, at least the key stakeholders that we had could summarize maybe about 98%. And they included the executive, they included the judiciary, legislature, they included media owners, they included editors, development partners, civil society organizations, NGOs, media training institutions, the army, the police, prisons, religious leaders, and cultural leaders. Now, for those who are hearing multi-stakeholder approach,
on the safety of journalists. It is a framework which brings key players to dialogue instead of the traditional way of issuing press releases whenever journalists are arrested or beaten, or maybe when other crimes have been committed. We are fond of issuing statements, then you go back and sit. But now we think that approach is not enough. What is more needed today is action-oriented approaches. And in Uganda, you know, we deal with a society, and I'm sorry I'm going to use this word, which is more militarized. Almost everybody thinks that he knows the military tactics on how to deal with the situations. So during that meeting, we agreed to form a partnership with all our key stakeholders to dialogue. Just like my sister mentioned, the triple Ps. On the prevention of crimes, we have permanent dialogue with the army, the police, prison, judiciary, our legal practitioners like Brother Peter Okelo-Jabwel, who doubles also as a member of the Media Council. We compare notes on issues pertaining to safety of journalists. We've held trainings with our members on matters pertaining to how to protect themselves. So on the prevention, we are talking. On the protection of journalists, we have given journalists key skills and tips on how to avoid running into unnecessary trouble. You know, Uganda has over 250 registered radio stations, and they are all operational. We have over 60 television channels and about 500,000 online bloggers and the online publishers, all purporting or doing something that it can be seen to be related to media practicing. And on the prosecution of perpetrators of crimes against journalists, we have faced many challenges. Although we are doing our level best to ensure that all those who are implicated in cases or in crimes against journalists are prosecuted, we've been facing challenges like, one, the journalists are more interested in money than setting a good precedent. Two, they are intimidated by the security agencies that if you go to court and win a case or expose the state that is involved in shooting innocent people, you will be putting the government or maybe putting the security of the country into disrepute, or you are putting the security of the country in danger. However, we have refused. At least 4 cases have been successfully taken to court, and after being held for some time or being delayed, this year we are going to have 2 rulings on one of the cases. And that one involves Mr. Julius Odeke, who was shot at by the UPDF in 2011. You can imagine how long it has taken it to be ruled this year. Now, the overall challenges that we face, one, arrogance of security agencies. Despite key players, the executive, legislature, and the judiciary agreeing to work with us, we still have a few individuals who think they should hold information from journalists. They think they should also mistreat journalists. For instance, who sends the police to beat journalists? Is it the executive? 60% of the cases have proved that the security agencies just do it on their own in the bid to please the appointing authorities. So what have you done? The newly or recently amended Police Act ensures that any security operative who commits a crime against any Ugandan, including journalists, is held liable and accountable. He or she can be prosecuted in court. And that has helped a bit to act as a deterrent measure on some of these security agencies. But more crimes are committed during election time. There's also a problem of lack of hope. Some members of our media fraternity think the national mechanism will not give them quicker results. They need a faster, action-oriented approach into solving some of their problems. The arrogance of security agencies, then much of the attacks on journalists are linked to political setup, especially during elections. Who are the people who commit crimes against journalists? Either journalists are being seen to be in a wrong place at wrong time. You are covering security agencies, the army and the police, who are trying to disperse opposition political groups. Now, when you take a picture, or when you report against when you report on the issue or on the incident, you can easily be linked to either the opposition or people with divergent views. Then the other problem we have also is a somehow politically oriented judiciary. The judiciary has not helped journalists very much. Sometimes they're intimidated by the executive into bending rules, trying to call on journalists to compromise their ethics in exchange for money. The widely publicized the case of Mr. James Akena of Reuters, who was beaten openly in broad daylight. We took up the case, instituted legal proceedings against the state. But the executive called Akena and they paid him money, compensated his equipment, promised to take him to USA for training, and the case ended there. But the journalist claims that the case is still there, but it's not there because one of our key players and spokesperson of the executive on our national mechanism body, Mr. Ofono Pondo, confirmed that Mr. Akena's case ended. So you can see the challenge. So should we set a precedent by taking more cases to court and taking on government, or should we allow our members to be compromised by closing cases out of court? I think I'll be coming back later too.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Stephen, for I think raising the last bit, the challenge of convincing the victims that it's their justice that everybody is pursuing, and this justice is common justice. It's not for individuals. That the propensity of people who are victims to get to seek for other forms of compensation outside the justice that a mechanism would seek, like prosecution of the perpetrators. This is, I guess, a very big challenge, and it's something that needs to be looked at. How do you convince victims that this justice is for all? It's not individual justice. So let's go to Omar Farouk. From Somalia, you painted a very bleak picture at the opening, and of course we know what's going on there. Tell us about Somalia, and the last two speakers have also pointed out the issue of how do you convince people that partnership is important. So, like, how do we convince people that we need to work with the government as one of the partners in this?
Thank you very much, John, and colleagues who spoke ahead of me. And I wanted to be, in as much as I can be clear, to give you a good picture. We all know that situation whereby we talk about lamentation. There is a problem, crying, mourning, saying, okay, yesterday my colleague was killed. This morning my colleague was wounded. We said, look, we're not, as a union of journalists, we just decided to move away that situation of lamentation and just move in a way that we can do things in a different way. And in that way, that's where I'm coming, John, what you said, especially that we need to forge alliances and partnership with the state institutions. And when I say state institutions, I mean that we have forged relationship, a working relationship with the judiciary. NUSOJ, the National Union of Somali Journalists, we have said, look, we cannot fight alone this fight. Journalists or media fraternity alone cannot fight. We cannot use our microphones or newspapers or online articles to expose the perpetrators, but at the end of the day, you are not delivering justice to the victim journalists and their families. So What works for you and for all of us is to work with the judiciary, to work with the law enforcement authorities. So this is why in May 2020, Nusoj has filed a court application at the Banaadir Regional Court in Mogadishu, which was first of its kind to be filed. We submitted a list of 55 journalists murdered in Somalia, and nobody was, accounting for those killings. And to the surprise of everybody, and when I say everybody, even to us journalists, because for us our main goal was, okay, let us test the waters. What will work? Is it going to, be something that the court will set aside or dismiss it? The court has ruled in our favor. It has instructed the investigations of the killings of the 55 journalists. It was historic. And it has ordered the Attorney General to conduct investigations and bring, the cases before the court. The Attorney General could not have any other option, but has appointed for the first time, which UNESCO has noted, a special prosecutor to investigate crimes committed against journalists. That was a milestone that has been reached through that court battle. But of course, once the special prosecutor has been appointed, all sorts of obstacles are coming up. The special prosecutor does not have the financial resources, legal obstacles. All sorts of problems and obstructions are being created. But Nusoj is undeterred, and we believe that we should go down, pursue that court order being implemented. So one of the things that we have seen and has worked and should be working is relationship with the judiciary. The media and the judiciary having good relationship. And one example that we can learn is the relationship that UNESCO has established with judicial authorities across the world. That's also something that we as journalists or media fraternity should be pursuing that. Second, what we have done is, like Herbert was saying, there is a UNESCO guide on prosecutors, and we have translated it into Somali language. And we launched it with the help of UNESCO and the Chief Justice, the Office of the Chief Justice, and distributed to the judges in Somalia, so that once they are looking into the cases of the killings and the violence against journalists, they know what to look into and areas to take. So, and as well as the prosecutors. But coming back to the question of the national mechanism, why does it exist in Somalia? What are the challenges and what are the issues? Yes, there was a concrete and significant step towards addressing the issue of safety crisis facing journalists, an equally important corresponding issue of impunity. Representatives from the media, government, and civil society convened to establish a national mechanism for safety of journalists for Somalia. This structure, supported by UNESCO and other international partners, was seen as evidence of a hopeful turn in addressing the safety of journalists in the country, deemed to be the most dangerous place for journalists to work in Eastern Africa and across the continent. The national mechanism in turn appointed a multi-stakeholder national coordination committee to coordinate and harmonize all initiatives related to safety of journalists in Somalia. These decisions were intended to contribute to the government's compliance to its national, regional, and international obligations in relation to journalist safety and security. Specifically, the process was led by the Ministry of Information and appeared to champion the belief that to reduce and eventually eliminate violence against journalists and the wider media fraternity should be playing a leading role in the national response. Despite widespread support by the international partners for the national mechanism, there was little effort to popularize the structure and win support at the local level. This meant that commitments made at the committee level were never truly effectively actioned and operationalized across the country. Why was this case? In reflecting on and from Nusoj's perspective, We believe that this was a process led and somehow macro-managed by the government without meaningful representation of the media professionals, unlike our colleagues in Kenya and in Uganda. Keeping with the global slogan, "Nothing for us without us," we as Journalists Union support this process being driven by our government as part of their mandate and constitutional obligation to media freedom and the realization of the human rights of journalists. However, the involvement of journalists cannot be based purely on communicating decisions already made or passing information already agreed upon. The involvement of journalists must be central to any strategic direction taken, and they must have input in the process. From inception all the way along to implementation, journalists must be given, or rather demand, an adequate space to articulate and shape the safety and protection needs they have. The process was also fraught with visible tensions with the media community and the government of that day, along other issues. Like John said, everybody knows the media environment in Somalia. There was huge struggle that has gone for many years. We believe that the process immediately lacked ownership and support from editors, media owners, and practicing journalists. It was clear that an authority widely seen to be antagonistic to the media community could not be entrusted to lead such a vital national mechanism and then in turn expect to yield the results to protect the safety of journalists. However, we believe that that was 2018, 2016, 2017, and this is 2021. In between this time, more senseless crimes have been inflicted upon journalists. We have had to battle a global pandemic together, and in many ways, Somalia has made great strides in its developmental agenda with the help of the international community. Most crucially, the hostilities and open conflict between the federal government and journalists have significantly subsided, and the vital role that journalists play in development, democracy, and peace building has been generally well recognized. Colleagues, we believe this is a fertile environment to revamp and reinforce the national mechanism for the safety and protection of journalists. With all our lessons and experience in what should go into establishing a functional structure, we unequivocally believe a meaningful participation of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Omar, for raising those issues. I think that there are two things that I pick from there. One are the key stakeholders. You talked about the judiciary and the prosecutors, and I would like at this point to announce that if you didn't know, or if we have not reached out to you, that UNESCO has two key stakeholders that it's working with. Umar Farouk already mentioned the guidelines for prosecutors on issues to do with the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, which we have, and we're very much interested in working with different countries in engaging the DPP and their teams to deal with these issues. Secondly, you mentioned the issue of the judges. We also have a tool for, like a toolkit for African judiciaries on freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. And we continue to engage different judiciaries in different countries to deal with that. So we'd be interested in pursuing that, those two key partnerships, along with others. The second that you mentioned, which I would like to end with before I proceed to the next, is the issue of the approach. How do we, if we talk about the national mechanism, where does it start? Does it start from the top? Does it start from the bottom? And I'm trying to be very careful here with those terms here in Kenya. You know that they could have some kind of political connotations, but we're talking about starting from this reciprocity that that drives the process, and that is important. Probably, we can pick that as a key lesson. Let's go to Ethiopia. Tamirat, you have a new media commission there, and a new kind of dispensation, political dispensation with challenges that we know of. How is the issue of safety of journalists being handled from a structural context in Ethiopia?
Thank you very much. My name is Tamrat Hailu. I'm editor of Kumnagar magazine and executive member of the Ethiopia Media Council. The council is established recently. Actually, we established in 2016, but the government was not ready to register us. Then, after the new government administration come to power, just 3 years ago, we got registration. So the council is, the main objective of the council is to strengthen media freedom and professionalism in the country. But as you know, now Ethiopia is in the crossroad because there is a conflict, a war in the country. Today is November 2, and just ahead, 2020, the war is erupted in the northern part of Ethiopia, and this war is come to the capital city. Now a day it is 400 kilometers away from the capital city. During this time, there are 3 journalists were killed during this conflict. 2 of them are working in the Tigray regional state, the government owned media, and the other one he was killed in the western part of Ethiopia. Still that area is the conflict zone, but there is no any person responsible for this journalist killing. Even the days of the journalists were not announced in the public media. Only in the social media were announced when they killed. And the other problem is the journalism and the activism in Ethiopia is very mixed up. Because of that, the government is arrest journalists. Of course, some journalists are working as a journalist in the morning, and in the afternoon they have to work as an activist. So the information that disseminated to the public, it is very confusing. So because of this, there is a lot of journalists arrested and without appearing in the court. There is 2 media houses were shut down because of this. Actually, the government says that the relation between these journalists and the conflict which was erupted in the northern part of Ethiopia, they do have information from that area, and they are disseminating information from only the TPLF group. Because of this, the government shut down, take every equipment from their office, and put all the journalists and the supporting staff of the media houses take to the police station. So the problem is very aggravated now. And the other problem is that the other media station, also 2 journalists were, right now, they are under the police custody because they are announcing news, which is, the news is not verified. The conflict zone are, the information that get from the conflict zone must be verified, but the one city of the northern part of Ethiopia was not controlled by the rebel group, but the radio station was aired that area is controlled by that rebel group. Because of this, 2 journalists right now, they are under police custody. Actually, the new approved Ethiopia media law is not allowed to take the journalists in the prison. Rather, just directly to go to court. But the government says that it's above the media law prosecution. Therefore, 2 journalists are right now in the custody, and the other 2 journalists are attacked when they are get outside from their office, go to their houses. The unknown person followed them and attacked them and live there. The police does not get any investigation and announce that who was behind this attacking. Actually, this is a very hard time for the Ethiopians, not only the journalists, for everybody who is around the conflict zone and anywhere in the country. Therefore, the Ethiopian Media Council is trying to negotiate and ask the government, whenever the government wants to ask the journalists, he should have to take to the court without any precondition, not to take any prison. The 2 journalists were arrested before any court application. They are just take from their offices and go to the police station. Therefore, we as a media council, we try to ask the government as a solution. He should have to establish a separate court bench for the media houses. If anything will happen to the journalists, should have to take that separate benches to get a fast information. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hale, for putting the spotlight on that. I think you've heard from the panel, the first round, that we're dealing with different contexts, and these different contexts actually pose different problems to journalists. You know, Uma talked about the context of elections and how contested elections bring high the level of vulnerability of the media. Umar Farouk talked about fragility, conflict, and how that also produces the same effect. And from Ethiopia, we're talking about the conflict and how that probably, apart from the general population, the only professional group that is so much endangered in those contexts is the journalists. So that is why the national mechanisms are important in this respect, and coming together and see how do we protect journalists. Now, I need to be briefed if we have our colleague from South Sudan. I don't know who would let me know if we have Mr. Sapana online. We don't have him. Okay, so good enough. We're running out of time and I want to conclude in the next 5 minutes. So I'll give each panelist 1 minute to talk about 2 things. One, what do you think is the greatest challenge with your mechanism in taking forward the national mechanism, and what do we need to do? Those are the just 2 questions, not a presentation, but just 2 questions. What are they? What do you think is the greatest challenge for taking forward the mechanism in your country, and how do we do that? Let's start from this side again, since the microphone is this side, so that we don't have to, to waste time moving it around. No, Mal Farouk, not yet. Let's start from him again. Yeah. Yeah. So what is the greatest challenge? You've talked about how do we move forward? Probably, how do we move forward in Ethiopia? What needs to be done immediately in order to ensure that there's a mechanism that is functional and actually protects journalists?
Yeah. As you know, we are in the conflict, in the war, so we have to. The country must be stabilized out of this conflict. Therefore, the journalists must be working together, and we need strengths with the East Africa Journalist Association and the different East Africa Journalist Union. So after this war will end, and the government also is trying to organize a reconciliation conference in the country, and the media houses and the journalists also part of this reconciliation and working together to be very good atmosphere in the country. Therefore, I think it will be a good opportunity after we complete this conflict.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think you raised a very important issue, the cooperation, the regional cooperation, that we need to work with Eastern Africa in taking this forward. Omar Farouk, so how do we move forward to functionalize the mechanism in Somalia?
Yeah, I think the challenge in Somalia is lack of ownership. There should be a true ownership from the different stakeholders of the national mechanism. That is number one. Two is lack of political will. So that is also coming to the federal member states, because Somalia is federated, not only everything to Mogadishu. What can be done in Somalia? I think there is an acute need of safety of journalists more than anybody else, but we should reinforce the mechanism to make it inclusive and to make it effectively operating across the structures of the country. So revamping and reinforcing the existing national mechanism.
Thanks so much. Could you have the sanitizer and the microphone? Yeah, I mean, the issue of ownership is certainly very, very important, because at the end of the day, it's the beneficiaries that would be important in this. How do you ensure ownership of the mechanism by those to whom it's supposed to benefit? Steve?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think in Uganda, the main challenges that we need to work on if we are to move forward, one is to allay fears in stakeholders' minds who are fearful that the national mechanism could affect their running projects. You know, we are over 30 organizations. So some of them think that if the mechanism picks off or kicks off properly, they could lose some of their funding, since partners or sponsors could channel funding into specific areas under the mechanism. That's one. Then two, media owners and editors needed to get interested in the national mechanism, because the last two meetings that President Museveni has held with media owners, they were more interested in business than in safety of journalists. In other words, they needed protection, like government giving them a facility that can make them evade paying taxes and getting more adverts from government. In other words, doing more business with the government than protecting or being concerned about the safety and protection of journalists. Then the other one, we need to sensitize security agencies. We need actually to call another conference that should be attended by key stakeholders, so that since we held elections this year, we have had new players coming, new officials. We needed to sensitize them on the need to be part and parcel of national mechanism. As I conclude, you might have forgotten that this year, Uganda has registered one death of a journalist who was shot at on April 30th, 2021. He was a journalist with the government Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, the equivalent of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. He was shot at his residence in what we thought that was a well-planned assassination. So far, we have registered 6 deaths of journalists since President Museveni came to power. One in 2002, Jimmy Higenyi, we have Dickson Sentongo, we have Paul Kigun in 2010, we have Pere Thomas of the New Vision, 2013, we have Tembo, Mugasia, 2012, and Robert Kagolo. So I think there's a need for us to really push the national mechanism and ensure that journalists are protected. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Stephen. And lastly, Dina?
Thank you. I would start by arguing that for you to understand the biggest threats or the biggest challenges for the national mechanism, also it's good to identify what are the biggest sources of the threats that we are addressing, the threats against journalists. And the biggest, and I'm not really here to point an accusing finger, but I'm talking about statistics that we have and we have analyzed. So one can easily tell that the biggest sources of threats, which constitute assaults, arrests, and intimidation, come from security agencies and the political class. So that tells you that you need to do a lot of dialogue with security agencies, be it the police, and the political class, and especially now that we are headed to the general election, the environment is going to get more heated and difficult for journalists. So you realize that some partners in this mechanism, who include law enforcement agencies, either do not understand journalists' rights and the role that they have to play in society, or they simply ignore. So it means that there is a lot of dialogue that needs to be done to ensure, and it's not Media Council alone that can do dialogue, it's not KUJ alone that can do dialogue, so there needs to be a lot of cooperation among the partners to ensure that there's a lot of advocacy so that the rights of journalists are treated as a priority. Now, when talking about partnerships, it has become clear that from time to time organizations act on their own. As much as we are part of the national mechanism, you find that MCK is issuing a statement, Article 19 is taking someone into, they are taking them to a safe house, Amweek is handling an issue of sexual harassment on their own, and a lot of work is taking place. But you realize that we will have more impact if we work as a unit. So we have a unity. We have unity of purpose in everything that we are doing. Lastly, and I think this is most important, because before we even start accusing the prosecutors and the police of not investigating our cases, what is it that we are doing ourselves as a sector? Are we using the instruments that have been set in place? And I'm talking about the Media Complaints Commission. Because most of the cases would not end up in court, where we would start expressing our frustrations that prosecutors have not helped. The legal mechanism on dispute resolution available at the Media Complaints Commission would solve most of these cases that we keep lamenting and saying that have not been dealt with. So it is also important for the sector and the institutions in the national mechanism to rally behind the Media Complaints Commission so that then its mandate is understood and appreciated, so that we can start utilizing it. So that is what I would say for now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dina, for that roundup. I think the last two contributions pointed to the fact of that the media sector itself not being coordinated enough, and that is a big weakness, because then if you are the key stakeholders and you're not coordinated, that doesn't send a good signal to the other stakeholders. And speaking as someone who's also been involved in this process on behalf of UNESCO to facilitate national mechanisms in different countries in the region, one of the challenges that we've encountered is to have that cohesion within the key stakeholders, that is the media sector. And we've had challenges with having that, and that has brought a setback in convincing others that this is an issue worth rallying around. So as we move forward, it's important that the media sector, which is the key stakeholder in this, where the victims are located, needs to demonstrate that kind of cohesion so that we can move forward with this process. As UNESCO, we are interested in sort of opening a new chapter with the national mechanisms on safety of journalists, particularly starting with next year, because we believe that it's important. They've had challenges, but we believe that the challenges can be mitigated, they can be surmounted, and then we can deal with the processes of moving forward. And we are also interested very much in looking at a kind of regional arrangement, a sub-regional arrangement. Like if you had, the editors forum, they have like East African Editors Forum, that sort of thing. How do we create kind of at the intermediary level with national mechanisms? How do we create like a sub-regional mechanism for safety of journalists that can coordinate in the different countries, like our colleague from Ethiopia has suggested? But before we do that, we need strong functional and operational national mechanism. That is the base that would, upon which this regional kind of structure would be based upon. So I would like to thank the panel so much for those roundup of the issues. I don't know at this point if the moderator is the overall moderator is here. We need to be guided. If I'm not sure we have time for questions and answers, but I would assume I want to hand over to the next chair, who is Henry Minor.
Excuse me, if you could just you disband the panel. I've listened to my brother from Uganda, and partly also my sister Dina, and the question of when you have a matter and it just dissipates and the victim is no longer interested and conversations have been held, wouldn't it be ideal for media councils in the region or the industry to also recognize alternative dispute resolution mechanisms and institutionalize that as part of the mechanisms to sort out some of these things, much as the offenses are really largely on the industry? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, that's a very important question. Yeah. Recently, we had a meeting and we were discussing which one is more important. Setting a precedent that a case went to court so that we set a standard of developing a situation using the court ruling that is a deterrent, or should we end the cases without going to court? And our discussions yielded two alternatives, just like you just asked. Both. For those cases that the officials or the culprits involved have been stubborn, we shall proceed to court and have the ruling. For those who are willing to discuss and resolve the matter out of court, also works in our favor. After all, the mechanism is aimed at prevention. And in prevention means you can sensitize people by telling them that don't commit crimes. First of all, you have a law which holds an individual accountable. If you commit a crime against a journalist and you're a policeman, the Attorney General will not defend you. You will be held liable as an individual. So if you are willing to stop committing crimes against journalists, I don't know how the audience deems this, but I think we can use both. We can use both. However, our efforts, and my brother Peter Okello Jabuel, who is also a legal practitioner, could add something. Should we wait until the cases have been disposed of, or if the parties involved are willing to talk, we allow them to talk and resolve the matter?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Bira has already addressed that issue well. And that's why I started by saying that sometimes withdrawal of cases and having conversations between the perpetrators and those who have been violated against is not necessarily a bad thing, because you realize that if for local correspondents, for example, this is an environment where they work on a daily basis. The same people who have violated their rights are the same people that they will go for news. They are the news sources tomorrow. So you'll find that sometimes it pays more benefits by having a dialogue and creating an understanding, because most of the time you'll find that the conflict comes about because the other party does not understand the rights of the other. And that is why we kept talking about security dialogues. Even the chairman of the council talks about security dialogues and safety dialogues between news sources and journalists. I think that is it's a good point to stop. So we agree that we can use both alternative means and the legal means. And in the case of Kenya, we have a Media Complaints Commission that can make that judgment that this case belongs to reconciliation. And I think Henry Maina would tell us the difference between the adjudication and arbitration when he comes to his panel next. Thank you.
It from this panel. Thanks for clapping for them. They've given us a snapshot of what is happening in the region, and we look forward to next discussions. Henry, can you take over? I don't seem to have any other guidance apart from that. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Hello, Monsieur Victor Buire. Maiga seems to be surrendering this to me, but my panel was the third one. But if Victor's session can become the third, then I never shy away from battle. I'll take it up. So I don't know. We have Emmanuel on my team. I don't know if the others are around. Emmanuel? Yeah? We stick to the procedure. Yeah, but that's all I'm just asking. I'm saying in the interest of time, Maina Kiai, your panel should be on the podium then. Let's, if you are in the second panel, please come on board. Please come to this. To the panel. Let's manage time, because it's the only thing that is clearly East African, that we will not manage time well. But I'm asking that we come on. Victor is here now. I only became a conscript by default.
These are a manel or something. Wanaume peke yao, sio? Obviously, for those reasons that two of the panelists here had already given their note. Thank you. So I think for the discussion, and like Henry said, this ought to be a 1 hour discussion. Obviously, we will avoid being like politicians in funerals, where we repeat what has been said. But quickly, my name is Victor Buire. I work at the council. I have interest in protection of journalists. Here with my panel, we are looking both at protection prevention, protection, and prosecution challenges and opportunities. Like we mentioned again earlier, we also want to look at the future and see what are the opportunities while we are aware of the challenges. So what happens? And as you see the panel, the way we invited, we have the spokesperson of the National Police, Bruno Karibu Sana. We have ODPP, Victor, my namesake. This is a witness. Victor is from ODPP. We have witness protection. Obviously, a number of you are aware that some of these protection issues require collaboration with the Witness Protection Agency. And obviously, with the Mugambi here from Article 19, Eastern Africa, an organization where I worked for quite some time before I joined the Media Council. And they will lead us in this discussion. Looking at that, colleagues, like I mentioned, today is the International Day, and we are looking at challenges, opportunities, largely in terms of prevention, what can we do, promotion, protection, then prosecution. And a number of those issues came in the opening remarks. So, Bwana Mugambi, I'll not go in the order. They are all equally important panelists, so I'll not go in the order of importance. All of them are important. But given the colleagues who are largely from public agencies, and there's nothing wrong about it because security comes from them. I'll start with Mugambi, largely from the work you do around the region. I know Article 19 works in near 10 countries in the region, but also globally. What are some of the observations that you have made that are relevant today, and that given that we have a colleague from ODTP, Witness Protection, and the police, that they can respond to? Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. So when you look at the headline in terms of the day, it's the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. Essentially, because every country has its own nuances, it has its own kind of granular contexts. We look for some certain trends along the themes that Victor, and thank you, Victor, for introducing us. You look for trends, and so when you ask yourself what's going on in the region, I think my point of departure, or where I want to take this from, is first of all the normative framework. The international human rights principles, charters, which you derive from, for example, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the African Charter on Human and Political Rights. Now, in the example, for example, the example of Kenya, in the case of Kenya, you'll find that these are the same principles that are embedded in Articles 33 to 35. So freedom of expression, freedom of media, freedom of information. Based on that, you then perhaps ask yourself, so if you've got this framework, is it strong enough? And I'd like to suggest, yes, the problem is not that the framework is not there or is not strong. It is that we've had a habit or tradition within our countries of violating these principles. So when you look at issues around prevention, when we talk about prevention, if we talk about prosecution, the real issues begin to arise when there's violation. Traditionally, it was looked at as state responsibility in terms of the state is the biggest perpetrator of violations, and that might be the case. But we've now got a wealth and a body of evidence that also non-state actors, someone here had mentioned politicians, people with power, economic power, also are very, very big violators. And that is for us a real issue. I think I want to mention that the rise of the digital age has totally changed our way of thinking. So whereas our goals and our strategies, writ large, might be the same, our tactics have to change. The digital age has changed. So the question about who is a journalist, I think it's an age-old conversation that has and is still being had in the different quarters where we are all involved. Because we've seen bloggers, we've seen citizen journalists who have no training, but essentially would need both our protection and for us to also intervene in terms of prevention. And sometimes, actually, they need to go into witness protection. So when we look at state violations essentially arise from repressive laws. So in Kenya right now, we're talking about the Kenya Films and Classification Board Act. We're talking about the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. We're talking about COVID regulations. So when you look at the catalog of cases that we have, COVID regulations are being used to harass journalists or citizens, and really this is infringing on the freedom of expression. I think the other one, of course, is around repressive practices, where state agencies act outside the law, outside their mandate, but in the name of state power. In terms of non-state actors, so it's a question of power. It's a question of bad or toxic habits. So we're seeing cyberbullying, we're seeing sexual harassment, we're seeing social targeting, intimidation within both media houses and outside, that all infringe on the freedom of expression. I think this needs to be said pretty strongly. In terms of what we're also seeing within the region, some of the big or headline themes are around COVID. COVID has brought in an era, both, as I said, of where digital has become our main arena and has presented. I think SG was telling us this morning about what it has meant for journalists. And because of that, it affects freedom of expression negatively or adversely. So COVID is a real big one, and I remember when the curfew was first imposed in Kenya, the way journalists got beaten. You know, that's a really, really big issue. The other one around the region, of course, is around elections. Elections are a big issue because normally those with state power close down the spaces to report, the spaces essentially for people to exchange ideas and experiences. And of course, the third big one is around disinformation, misinformation. It is a big threat to the freedom of information. And the whole question around then, this one is a tricky one, because if we talk about disinformation, it means there is an absolute truth. Yet from everything we know from the philosophers and the practitioners, there's no absolute truth. So when you're told, for example, that in Tanzania, we're being told that there's no COVID, right? What was it reported he died of? So where is the disinformation there? Who was spreading disinformation? It's a huge, huge issue for us. So what can we do about it? Victor, I know you're looking at me like I'm eating your time.
Yes.
So should I wrap there?
Yeah.
All right.
Having listened to Bwana Mugambi, and I know we will be coming to you next time, I want to ask Bwana Bruno, having worked both in the intelligence and covert and whatever missions for many years in the force and with the experience, I saw in one of your last discussion with the journalists about a blogger in Laikipia and others. What are some of in the shortest period you have been now in the spokesperson's office, what are some of the issues you have seen that could have been playing around the safety of journalists, and what are your thoughts?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Bruno Shoso, the police spokesperson. This maybe should be my third month in the office. I'm settling in very well. First of all, thank you for having me and being part of this panel to have a much discussion with our colleagues in the media. Having said that, for the time I've been in the office, I've tried to forge some good working relationship with the media. And I'm trying to have what we call an open door policy, where I encourage them to come or reach out to them, we have discussions. The first thing that happened when I was still doing the office was the issue to do with the Laikipia. A very volatile, very emotive issue. And the media was on the ground, there were local bloggers. And it gave me a first taste, exactly, on how volatile the relationship between the media and the law enforcement, especially as in corporate communication, can be. First of all is the issue of personal security, because as you are saying, like even us as police, going into that region for ourselves, it means that you have to be prepared. We must harden our personal security and take care of ourselves and watch over each other's back. So these are some of the areas most likely you'll find that journalists, when they go into those areas without proper personal security or that consciousness of their personal security, then they are mostly in harm's way. So first of all is for the journalists, wherever they are going into some territory or some space to do their work, let them first of all know the kind of threat or risk associated with that kind of an area. Then secondly, it will help, if journalists or the media people or fraternity work very closely with law enforcement who are operating those areas. So it helps if like the bureau, the local bureaus, they can touch base with the local commanders and forge some kind of working relationship. Like in Laikipia, when I was there on the ground personally, I knew there were media people over there, but there was no kind of engagement between them and us. Yet harm was coming even in our way, which means even them, they were susceptible to that kind of harm. But having said that, then it brings up the issue of relationship between now the media and the police. And that's, again, another very good example that I can cite in this meeting. It showed how, without us working closely and knowing each other very well, how maybe we can misconstrue who the other person is. And when somebody has a problem, you can't even reach out to the other person because of that communication. There was, some kind of reporting on, just generally, on online, which I had a problem with as the director of, or the police spokesperson. And I tried to make a statement on it, alluding to a journalist as a blogger. And it went out of the way. But the issue was not that I was trying to disrespect this colleague because we were in the same space together. It's just because the byline was online, it didn't have any citation or any attribute to the media house she was working in. So that's what happened exactly when you talk about that. But we tried to make amends because I remember media council calling me. I gave my position as honestly as I could, and I want to believe it was resolved. But just coming back to the topic of today, if I have some time, which is to do with the issues of the 3 Ps, protection, prevention, and prosecution. First and foremost, I'll talk about the role of police, which was well captured by the speeches of the IG and the DPP, and even other speakers in the keynote presentations. And I'll say that our primary role as police is the protection of life and property. And this includes the lives and even properties of all journalists who are part of the media. And this means that police, we are a rule of law organization. We have to defend the human rights of all the people, including the freedom, and the rights of the journalists, and enhance the freedom of press. So by that, we try to fight impunity of any kind directed against all, including the media. So media and the journalists hold a very special place in advancing democracy and the rule of law, as we do. We share the same space, we're always in the trenches together, and therefore we must work very closely as one. So just giving some few tips, just a few tips on how we can maybe harden or enhance this prevention and protection on our part as practitioners is, first of all, let's just have that personal responsibility on personal security. And then let's try to work in the groups. If you go to a place which is maybe a bit volatile and you are alone, surely, I think you are in harm's way. So again, let's just try to work in groups. And beyond that, let's reach out to the local law enforcement, let them know you are around. What can they do to help you or beef up your security? And my office, again, is an open office. Reach out to me if you are going somewhere you feel maybe is a bit challenging. I'll always try to coordinate and bridge between you and the local commanders on there or officers on the ground. So that's something I'll easily do, and I'll commit myself to doing that. So there are issues to do with violence, how it escalates. And again, it helps if all journalists can be trained in how to de-escalate, whether it's from police, because I know most of, we are accused, and I know we are rightly accused at times of maybe violating the rights of journalists. But when there are these emotive situations, it helps again if we all know both sides, know how we can try to de-escalate this kind of tension so that we can avoid getting into these ugly situations. So maybe for now, I can, yeah, for now. Thank you.
From witness, have journalists been beneficiaries of the witness protection? How do you see it? Is it a facility that is helping in the promotion and protection of journalists?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the answer is yes, because witness protection was actually created for that purpose. But of course, it was narrowed down. The framers of the protection had narrowed down on the intimidated witnesses, very high profile cases which could not proceed in any manner, and it's also based on as the last resort. So we have so many other strategies of how journalists and other Kenyans can take care of themselves before they come to the program. And of course, some of them, especially very common with journalists, is being sensational and activism, journalism, whereby it's not very possible when you have already exploited or exposed yourself too much, then you come to the program. You already know you're in the program, so that's not very beneficial. But journalists have benefited from the witness protection program. Even as currently as we are, we have some of the journalists, some of them, and so many Kenyans. So witness protection is actually meant for the very high profile cases that have no other ways of protection other than being admitted into the program, because it's also very involving and it does not involve one person. It involves, once you make a decision to join the program, it's actually the entire family, you and all the people associated with you. So it's not just wake up one morning and you're in the program. It's a rational decision, a lot of assessment of your own personal security, of your future posterity, of your activities before you join the program. But the program is there, it's running, and we are on and ready for all the Kenyans. Thank you.
SG, wamesema ukiwa activist, become active in the witness protection or not protection. Becoming activists or forgetting the ethical standards, or should we blame them?
Thank you so much, Biwaya. I believe that witness protection unit was established to protect all Kenyans, whether they are activists or not. It is the responsibility of the unit to ensure that they are offered that protection that they require. But again, I must confirm that yes, there are journalists who are beneficiaries of the witness protection program. At least I know that there are some right now that are protected, though I will not mention their names. I think what needs to be done, first of all, probably we need to have a long-term program on how do we protect these witnesses. Because I think those who are under the protection unit right now, they have raised some issues with me. Because what happens when that period actually elapses? Because some will be put under the protection for a year or so. Then once the case has been prosecuted in court and done away with, then what happens to them? Because those who are facing these charges in court, actually they know some of these witnesses. So I think as journalists who sometimes find ourselves in that particular situation, we need to see how do we extend that kind of protection. Having said that, looking at the 3 Ps, and I will talk about the first two, prevent, so that we do not find ourselves in this particular situation, because sometimes it's very costly and we may not have resources to do that. So how do we prevent? And I know as the stakeholders, we've been having a number of training programs just to bring our journalists to speed on how can we prevent this from happening. Then the second one, to protect, again, as the stakeholders, we still have that responsibility of protecting our journalists to ensure that whenever they are in line of duty, they don't find themselves in the crossfire, because many a times journalists are actually not the offenders in these kind of cases, because sometimes journalists will find themselves in a situation whereby there are two warring parties, and in that kind of environment, journalists find themselves also being the victims. So how do we also protect ourselves, and especially right now that we are talking about elections next year? We know we will find ourselves again in that particular very difficult situation whereby political parties and politicians will be fighting. But sometimes some of them want to vent their anger on journalists. So how do you also protect journalists from, again, that? Then the last one, the first two, if we are able to work very closely with the first two, then the last one, which is prosecution, will be very successful, because many a times we lose these cases, or some of these cases are not prosecuted because we have not collected sufficient evidence from the beginning and also recorded statements. So I know BYA will agree that sometimes nowadays when we go out there, we try to work with the journalists when these cases have been reported, so that by the time that file lands in the office of ODPP, it's a matter that can actually be prosecuted in court. Many a times you have cases where journalists have been attacked out there, but they don't want record statements. They want to send you an SMS, myself, that SG, unajua leo tumepigwa sana huku sea bwana, what are people doing about it? Then you tell that journalist, okay, fine, kama umepigwa, you need to go to the police station, you need to report the matter needs to be investigated, get the P3, so that even if you are going now to push the ODPP to press for assault charges, the file actually can be prosecuted in court. But we find ourselves whereby, SG bwana, we deal na yo maneno bwana, mimi nimekuambia nilipigwa, kama utaki kunisaidia pia uniambie. But you know, we have to also follow the process and the procedure in terms of ensuring that we are also operating within the law, so that when these cases are supposed to be taken to court, we have proper statements, we have witnesses, so that we can fight impunity. Otherwise, if we just concentrate on advocacy, but we don't push for prosecution, we will not be deterring these cases. Because out there, people know very well, and journalists even tell me, that they know journalists, you can just attack them. What will happen is there's a statement that will be released by the stakeholders. Actually, nowadays, even journalists know how that statement is going to read, even before it is released. They know. They'll tell you, we condemned with the strongest terms possible the attack of journalists in this, and it ends there. And even the perpetrators also know that, our journalists wanapiga tu kelele, but nothing happens. So if we really want to rein in impunity and attacks on journalists, especially now that we are going for election, like I said in the morning, we want to concentrate, even if it's one or two cases, whereby from the beginning where it happens, enough witness statements are taken, and nowadays actually we work with the lawyers to help us that happen from the beginning, so that we also push police officers who are on the ground to make sure that investigations are done. If it's a case whereby we need a P3 form filled in, so that when we want to prosecute the matter, there are no gaps, so that we can also deter people from attacking journalists and think that it's something that can be done and you get away with it. A few cases where we have done that, we've seen actually the perpetrators actually come out now. They have known that this matter is going to be very serious, and now what they do, they enter into negotiations with the victims, so that they can have an out-of-court settlement. I know there was a report that was released recently, BYA, whereby we were told that 70% of the cases that we push for prosecution are settled out of court. And I'll tell you, sometimes it's very painful that the day we were pushing for prosecution of a case, when the victim and the aggressor were meeting in one of the hotels here negotiating out of court. So these are one of the things that we must also talk about them as we call for prosecution of people who perpetuate impunity and violence against journalists.
We'll be talking to that. So, colleagues, prepare your short, brief questions as I go to Victor, my namesake. And what are the challenges? Why is it that it's only 4 cases or something that we have? Is it the challenge, the threshold? Is it that we don't meet the 5 Ws and H of the cases? Or was it? How do we
handle it?
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Muli. I'm a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. And Victor, my namesake, let me start by just in 1 minute saying what we do. We are the prosecuting authority in Kenya. We prosecute all manner of cases. We are donated this power by the Constitution. We gazette any other prosecutor who wants to conduct any other prosecution in any court of law in Kenya, of course excluding court martials which are dealt with by the military. For purposes of prosecution of cases involving journalists, like cases like assault, damage to journalist equipment, even murder, we have a whole fully fledged department with a division called Hate Speech and Electoral Violence Division, which specializes in the prosecution of those cases. We have a presence in all the 47 counties in the country and all the 130 court stations in the country, and this is in line with access to justice, which is provided, in ensuring access to justice, which is provided for under the Constitution. We have 800 prosecutors who attend to each judicial officer. In applying or making the decision to charge, a file is brought to us by an investigating agency. The file must be complete. A whole inquiry file or investigation file has got about 10 sub-files and they are numbered sub-file A to J, and all of them must be filled before the decision to charge is made. And in making the decision to charge, we are guided by two things: the evidential test and the public interest test. Under the evidential test, we look whether the evidence is sufficient to establish the essential ingredients of the offense. If it is assault, it has essential ingredients which are provided for under the law, under the penal code. There are essential ingredients which must be established by both the investigator and the prosecutor for the court to find that person guilty of assault. If it is damage to property, the same way. And if the police file or the inquiry file submitted by the investigating agency does not meet this threshold of the essential, we will not take it, because for any case to be registered in court, we consider whether there is a realistic prospect of a conviction. We think like the judicial officer. What is the judicial officer likely to find? And so if there is no evidence, we will not take it in, we will not register the charges, and that's why of late, you must have seen in the news, we have issues with the investigating agencies. I will not name them. The second test, so under the evidential test, we are guided by the Evidence Act. Is the evidence available? Is it sufficient? Are the witnesses credible, or is this a witness who is bringing his personal vendetta? Is there a defense? Can the suspect defend himself successfully? Because the law provides also for defenses. For instance, self-defense, defense of property. There is one witness, there is one journalist in Londua who was taking photographs in an hotel, and the hotel restrained him. And the journalist reported a case to the police. And the defense was, this is our property, you cannot take photographs here, and we found that there was not sufficient. So those are the things we consider. If there is sufficient evidence that the evidential test is met, we consider the public interest test. And under the public interest test, it is not what is interesting to the public. It is what is in public good, what is good for the public. The public can come to our office and come with branches of trees and say, akietu, akietu. But if it is not in public interest, for instance, a child of under 18 years, do you take him to committee or do you take him to an institution for reform? Those are some of the things we consider. So, all these guidelines, all these policies are available in our website. Anybody can download them, and we always encourage the public to download these policies, and so that they can be in the know on what we consider in making the decision to charge. Challenges. numerous challenges, just like any other government agency. And let me start by saying there is no weak link in the criminal justice system, from investigations to making the decision to charge, to going to court to present evidence, that is the prosecution of the case, and then a sentence meted by the judiciary. There is no weak link. Each of these institutions involved in the whole criminal process system have got their challenges. Capacity, shortage of prosecutors. Prosecutors are moving from one institution to another. They are resigning, moving to other institutions. The judiciary is also blowing at a very fast rate, which we might not match. The second challenge, of course, budgetary constraints. You must have had every head of institution in government saying the amount allocated by the Treasury is not sufficient. Research capacity. These cases are complex. They need research. We might not even have the money allocated to us to hire researchers. Infrastructure. I have said we have presence in all the 130 court stations throughout the country. They need photocopiers because, for instance, the accused person must be supplied with the whole police file. We need to photocopy it and give it to the accused person because it's their right under Article 50 of the Constitution. There might be no photocopiers or scanners for that matter. And then public perception, because due to the nature of our work, oh, this is our person is being prosecuted for political reasons, and such like things. And this is due to misconception. In making the decision to charge, we don't consider your gender, we don't consider your political affiliation. There's nothing like that. We don't, even the issues of Friday, kamata, they are neither here nor. It's just a bad coincidence that a person is arrested on a Friday. We also get incomplete investigation files, such that, for instance, if it's an assault, or if it is a case of damage to a camera, if there is no valuation report, what figure are you going to put in the charge sheet? And it's mandatory that in the charge sheet you must put the figure for the value of that camera. And sometimes the investigator might overlook this, either due to ignorance or laxity. We don't know where to place the blame. Constitutional and judicial review applications. You've heard of people who have been charged in the magistrate courts, then they go to the High Court. They obtain stay of proceedings, and they take time. Once they obtain a stay of proceedings, they go and relax. They go on slabber, and this takes time. Others obtain a anticipatory bail, something which we have always objected to. The fact that some of the suspects, I know, Victor, you are looking at me, some of the suspects still get bail. Bail is a constitutional right. You cannot deny an accused person bail unless they are compelling reasons. Some of them don't leave their offices. They influence witnesses because, like, for instance, governors, they influence their witnesses because the governor is the CEO of the county, and he's the one who will determine whether you are going to retain your job or not. So some witnesses get intimidated. So constitutional reviews. And then we have applications for adjournment by defense counsel. You find the prosecutor is ready, the investigating officer has brought witnesses from very far places using government expenses, but there are applications for adjournment for flimsy grounds. An advocate came to court and said, I have COVID. The next day, because he had a big short client, we saw him in court. So this flimsy, we saw him in court in another case whereby we knew this one is paying more. And then we have acquittals, despite evidence having been presented very properly by the investigator and the prosecutor. And then huge backlog of cases, of course. We are all blaming very many factors, COVID included. But all is not lost. We have conviction rates, and we are happy about it. We have, for like the ODPP, we have the Prosecution Training Institute. We are training our prosecutors on thematic areas. So all is not lost. And thank you very much.
Wasikia wenyewe wakisema, sio? You have heard them all. Now, any short, straight questions? We are standing between you and your lunch, Any short responses to following their discussions? Henry, I'm sure adjournment has also become a challenge at the Complaints Commission of the Media Council of Kenya. So when you are raising it, something that a matter you think will take a day, will take 9 months, simply because people keep on playing games and the rest. And response, these guys seem to be very satisfied with your presentation. So clap for yourselves. But so then we will go to the second round. Obviously, if the audience is not responding.
If
Yes,
I may.
Oh, sure.
I don't know, maybe from the office of the ODPP, do we have, or could you help us generate a list of offenders against journalists who have been brought to justice, convicted, so that we can also have a register of people who offend media, with a view to generating a register of people who stand in the way of press freedom.
Thanks, Victor.
Thank you very much. The law does not envisage that we have like a register of offenders against journalists. Unlike for sexual offenses, we have a register whereby we know this is a sexual offender, and that is provided for expressly by the law. But for journalists, there is no such provision, and definitely, if we started doing that, we might now have issues with Article 19 here for breach of privacy and other rights of the citizen. But maybe somebody else can comment on it. But we don't have a register.
And maybe as Mugambi weighs on that, obviously we have, like we mentioned, we have those focuses like Makori or Wallace. I mean, there are open cases, Mondo versus another. Maybe what would be your approach to that? I mean, Mugambi. Then obviously Jabu will be ready, Sebo from Uganda, to ask once Mugambi weighs on that. The issue of the generating because the purpose of creating a focal point at ODPP to deal with journalistic related matters is how do we start getting that discredited data around some of these violations to create trends around some of these things.
Yeah, just very briefly on that one. What you find is the certain categories of crimes against, as Victor said, against a segment of the population. So sexual harassment, sexual pests. It's established in law. So essentially, what the approach to the law is what the law does not say, does not forbid, it allows. But because of privacy, it can become a big issue because someone can say, you had no mandate to put my name up. And remember, for a lot of these cases, these are people who are still presumed innocent until proved guilty. It's a very important, presumption of innocence is not a right, it's a presumption. But it's what protects us from being stoned from the word go, because you're given the margins to argue that this allegations or charges are spurious. So when you start asking for a register from the DPP, it becomes a problem. But within the media, it's not hard because these are matters of public record. Who's attacked who? What is the allegation? And remember, because perpetrators do the following. You do not see their fingerprints. You see the fingerprints of others. Kila mtu na jeshi lake. So if journalists have been beaten, let's take that example. It is not the politician you will see. You will see their right-hand men, left-hand men. So there's plausible deniability. You start posting this, that these are Jeshi la Mzee, we knew who Mzee was then. Chinkororo, we knew, and they're beating journalists. They will say, but where's your evidence? So it presents very dynamic legal questions. So the best thing to do actually is, as Victor said that we must have very firm evidence that these acts are perpetrated in the name of or at the mobilization of a certain individual. So if it's Victor Bwire who's the perpetrator, there must be clear chain of evidence that he is the one. Now, to do that over time, is a serious job. So on this one, like on corruption, because the law presumes you to be innocent, the law wants to protect your privacy, the law protects every citizen equally. Registers have a problem in that sense.
Thank you. I'll remove this. Thank you very much, Victor and the panel. Let's took some quick ones. I wanted to know whether in Kenya you have a law such as the one you have in Uganda, where liability for torture is personal, such that if you violate my rights, I'm a journalist out in the field, I can take you on in court, you the violator, individually. Then perhaps add the Attorney General as a correspondent, or you still have the old thing where you go for the employer, the Attorney General. Why that is important is that if you pursue individual the violators, you make an example of a few of them. You get judgment and you enforce against that person. Either if they have property, you enforce and so on. You make, and the others see that, by the way, it's quite painful to do these kind of things. You can actually achieve some results. The other one, I wanted to ask the representative of the DPP, and I learned this about Rwanda yesterday, because you've talked so much on the side of prosecuting the offenders against journalists. It so happens also the prosecution authority can also go against a media person or a journalist out in the field. You can also prosecute journalists for different offenses. In Rwanda, I learned that, for example, if it's a matter of content, they have now agreed, the media authority there and then the other authority in the government, that for matters of content, please don't charge a journalist. Refer that to the Media Council. I don't know whether that's something you could think about here or you have it already. And lastly, lucky for you that perhaps not as an institution, the police and the people in power, there is no collusion, like an official policy that we are not going to allow media to operate freely, say during an electoral period. Because in some jurisdictions, it's actually official policy that we don't want media here. So you're beaten, you run to the police station, even there's no one to take your statement. Mr. Odori, there's no one to take your statement. And so the chain of building evidence for prosecution becomes very, very difficult. But I think that situation doesn't obtain here, but happens elsewhere, just since we are sharing. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
So I'll allow Victor and Mugambi to... a microphone already.
Okay, I just wanted to mention something that Masai was talking about, Martina, about the register, and like it has been responded very well, that the law does not require us to do that. And you know well that we have been talking about legislative reforms, which we need to pursue, Victor, and I think Mugambi offline after this we can discuss that, so that we can make those reforms in our statutes, so that it's made mandatory that at least we have also that register backed by law, because UN plan of action, actually we can ride on that, so that we are able to have that done, so that quite often we should be able to name and shame some of these people. And what Okello is saying, just briefly to say that yes, in Kenya we have seen actually it works when we sue individuals. And actually it has worked. Sometimes we usually push for prosecution against the individual because that is your act, that the action is taken as individual action. And I think it has worked, and sometimes when we do that, we see people running left, right, and center trying to discuss with journalists to discourage them, because sometimes we used to go and maybe blame police as a unit, National Police Service as a unit. But nowadays we usually identify the individual officer was involved in an assault. Then we make sure that that officer is actually held to account. And it has worked. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor?
Thank you. I think
But is there a list of people who have already been convicted in Kenya since? Yeah.
Yes, like we mentioned, we have the 4 cases and we have it.
That's somewhere to begin.
Not even from the DPP, but from even if you go to the law, to the law reform website, there are cases that were prosecuted and it's public knowledge. So we have them.
I'm saying this because I think in this thing, we need to shame people. If you have that banner of an offender, you are most likely going to disengage in offending again. Yeah, but if we all keep quiet, we wear suits, nice dresses around, you will never know who has done it.
The bigger challenge, like SG said, Martin, these cases are there. The Busia case, the Siaya case, the Wallace Gishere case are there. They were made in courts. It's journalists, it's media houses that refuse to carry the sword themselves.
To Jipange.
I mean,
even the issue of the law that is being cited by Article 19 and the office of the DPP, those laws are proposed by people and passed. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a great point. I think even in terms of just as a strategy. So a number of things. So you will find that if you're trying to name and shame, you must show a pattern, right? You must show. It must be based on evidence. So is there one person you would be saying is a consistent abuser of the media or journalist? Yes, that could be the case. But they need to have been convicted. And then the reporting is not the DPP's mandate. They'll tell you it's nowhere written in the law. So can we change the law? I think that's one of the things we've had SG suggest, that some of these things we can do as part of law reform. But the law reform must be in tandem and in harmony. It must be harmonized with the Constitution, so that issues around privacy, issues around reputation, all those things are brought into play. Because the law is a lesser norm than the Constitution. The Constitution is a grown norm. I think, other things that can happen, of course, is also we monitor. We as a sector should monitor. So that's where our strength comes from. Remember, Article 1 makes us the sovereigns. I think we sometimes forget it and give the people we have delegated power to more power than they need. We can be the ones as a sector that says, this has gone out of hand, now we will name and shame. And the list can develop from there. And also then, and this is where now media houses come in, some of them will be saying, we will get sued for, again, defamation or whatever provision. So it's a negotiation. But we can be the ones who track and monitor as another measure to protect journalists. KUJ or other unions of journalists in the region can also do that and say these are our members, so we feel either it's a police service or a certain individual. But again, it must be based on evidence, because they can come and say you're soiling my name, and because of that I need damages from a court, and a court will be sympathetic to a place where if our evidence is foggy or it's not based on a certain factual record or a certain judicial process, we'll get into trouble because it's based on an allegation. So when we look at our non-legal mechanisms, the Complaints Commission, the complaints mechanism, those are some of the ones we can say there is a pattern, because we can be saying you are invited to even defend yourself, and this is part of a certain self-regulatory process. So this whole question here for me is around solidarity, self-regulation, and the sector itself organizing itself to protect itself. It's a very, very deep and fundamental piece to it. I think we underarm it, we underestimate it as something that someone outside will look at journalists and think the penalty, the punishment, the lack of reward for beating a journalist or intimidating a journalist is big. Of course, one of the things we must also do is that we must document, we must track. We just learned the other day about cyberbullying of women journalists. You know, we must do this. Article 19, when Henry was a director, did a report around government advertising. And we asked on what legal basis as this decision made, because those are public funds. We found there's no public participation, there's no legal. So why would you be denying some media houses revenue? Isn't that infringing on their revenues and therefore the ability to become a focal point for freedom of the media? Some of these things, they just need extra work, in my view. We also then need to also remember that, I mean, activism is a bad name in this country. Yet I've never seen change in any country without activism. Advocacy. We are citizens. These are our rights. If you think someone is going to come and protect your rights for you, sorry, you're living in another planet, in Kukuland. As journalists, whatever you think about it, the ones who have brought change, the ones who have protected themselves, are the ones who stood up. That is on record. It's part of the public record. Now, if you're part of the narrative that says protest and activism bad, you're shooting yourself in your own foot. Just know that. So, being an activist, because, for example, in Kenya, our constitution is actually an activist. It's the one that gives us those rights and says, go and articulate them, go to court. And then we sit there and say, oh, judicial activism, oh, these activists. How did we get change? How did that constitution happen, if I may ask? Was it Wangari Maathai beaten here in Uhuru Park? Was she an activist or not? Right? So let's be very clear. It's not people on our side of the aisle, the suits, and we come to formalize change. The change actually is catalyzed by those who have stuck out their necks. So let's not give activism a bad name. And let's not lose our power because we don't do it. And activism doesn't have to be violent. Doesn't have to be protest, by the way. It's as simple as this group called Kenyans on Twitter. Right? They just say, no, you can't do that. They did that to Shafiwero. And look what happened. So let's also be creative. Let's move with the times. I think that's very, very important. So that's my last point, which is also we must be vigilant. Let's remember the price of democracy or openness in any society is eternal vigilance.
Thank you. I'll start with it. As they finish, I've already smiled to them that they are giving their last remarks.
Thank you, Victor. Police and media have a symbiotic relationship, and so we have no choice than working together. We need to have some kind of structured partnerships so that we can be able to forge more partnerships and cooperation going forward. Right now, the National Police Service, we are going through what we call the reforms regime, and parts of this, part of this initiative is to forge closer working relationships with the police and the communities that we serve. And part of this community is the media fraternity. So you're part of it, we're part of you, and let's work together. My office is committed as the focal point between these relationships, or as the bridge, to be there so that you can be able to reach out to me at any time if there are issues, and I commit myself to follow them and maybe bring feedback back to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe I want to appreciate the media and the work that they do. And of course, we have picked so many cases from media through print and electronic media, and we have moved into action and actually taken people into protection. And therefore, we appreciate the work we do. Our appeal to the media is that as you report cases, we need to partner with you more so that you may know how much you may expose information while you are reporting, because most of the time the media may do a very good job, but also make it very hard for us or for that victim to be protected. Therefore, you need to take care of that particular victim's information, that you don't give it too much, and do not, especially issues of taking photographs and putting them and all that. And we need to train and talk together so that we can partner and ensure that protection is easier. Because if you give us information without letting it go there first, it might be even easier to protect that same person from the same environment. But once you expose too much, we have to relocate that person, move into a far location, and of course it has its implication. So maybe as I wind up, I need to say that how do you apply to be in protection? Of course, you can come in person by applying through the. You can find us on the web, and you can download our form, apply directly to the director, or you can come to us through other referral authorities like the Media Council, the ODPP, the police, and all the other organizations which are doing investigations. Of course, we have criteria for admission. Not everybody will apply and come in because, of course, we have also our charges. So it's those offenses, especially the sexual-based offenses at homes, whereby you cannot, those kind of cases cannot move forward unless a case in point is like where the father has actually molested, made all the children in the household like wives, like they become the partner. The wife is there, is his partner, the children are also the partner. So how do you prosecute that man and the children are still in the same homestead with the mother? So those kind of cases, when you get those kind of cases, you report to us and we take action immediately and we bring them into protection. And therefore, we also have a lot of challenges, and part of the challenges that is the slow pace of trial in court. And of course, this allows us to carry over cases of last year, and now they are tied up with budget constraints. So sometimes we may not be able to take deserving cases because the courts are very slow, applications are not the court, and this is not the problem with the court. It's because of the nature of our Kenyan society that we don't want cases to be finalized. And therefore, you find a case has been there for 5 years. You can imagine you are in witness protection for over 5 years. Everything of yours is on standstill. Then you reach a point and say, I think I'm tired, I drop now, you become hostile. So intimidated witnesses, if they are not taken care of quickly, they become hostile to the criminal justice process, and therefore there is a need for all of us to cooperate together so that we can have access to justice for all. Thank you so much.
Unaweza fanya boma huko kwa witness protection. Douglas, let's go and then. Thank you, Douglas. Vic, as you wrap up, answer to Virginia.
Okay, I don't have the statistics here. Well, the prosecutions are taking out through the country. I might not have the statistics. If I say I know one, I would be lying. But as a parting shot, I will encourage interagency collaboration, forum like this with all agencies, including the private sector and the non-state actors, joint trainings, joint seminars, so that we build synergy and eradicate the blame game. And then lastly, information is power. We urge the public, including journalists, to seek information from our website on what we do and why we do it. Our policies are all there. Our guidelines are all there. Everything is there, and what guides us in what we do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think as the way forward, we have a national mechanism for safety of journalists that actually brings together the duty bearers to ensure that we are able to fight some of these cases. And the duty bearers here being, first of all, the investigators, that is the police, the prosecution, and even us as journalists and the government, because we have got a duty to always compile and file a report on the status of journalism and the security of journalism in a particular country. And my parting shot is that if the media sinks, we will not have a society, because that is where, that's actually the reason why the UN plan of action was developed, because UN realized that if we want a peaceful society, a society that is stable, then we must have a media that is also stable, that is able to bring out some of these issues in the society. So if we do not protect journalists, definitely the society as a whole will have a problem. So let us work together, and we were discussing with John Bosco and other stakeholders that we will be reactivating the national mechanism, and I think that meeting will be able now to call in police, ODPP, Judiciary, and even the AG, so that we're able to have a discussion around these issues and see how they can be prosecuted. Yes, Douglas, I think there has been some very successful cases. I think some last year, there are county officials in Busia County who attacked journalists, and I think that case actually was dispensed with very quickly, and those people actually were fined and sentenced. The problem we have is that as a journalist, we do not publicize some of this information and the stories as they come. Suppose that story was actually circulated and trended, I think it will also work as a deterrent. The latest case was in Siaya. We know there was a Star correspondent, Eric Olo, who was murdered, although that was a
come back with that still in the air. What is the follow-up? That when cases involve journalists, like the case of Nyaruri, the Secretary General for UNESCO writes a letter. For the last 7 years I've been at the Media Council. It comes every day. What is the status? What is the status? I mean, and even the players who are involved in the Nyaruri seems to also give bits of information, and nobody, I mean, can we use it as a case study or not a case study where things were done badly? The Mohisa Kitui, I mean, the Kitui story in Eldoret again, what happened? Do people even know where we lost the track in some of these cases? So we need to, like Martin, you said, we need to be a bit concerted in the way we are managing also these cases, because under SDG 16A, the Kenya government is supposed to be giving a status report to the council. What will we say? Because under 16A is specifically on journalists, and there's a tool that was developed, and we domesticated it, and that's how, for example, the Media Council and KUJ have a database where when you click there, like the 55 cases we are talking about, since January to today, there are 55 cases of attacks against journalists. You can get by county, by type, by which, who did it in terms of institutions, not individuals. So this information is there. And that's how we are able to now start noticing that it's no longer national government, it's no longer largely the police. A lot of now these things are happening at county level. We start seeing that. We start seeing internally how are journalists going through even internal threats against online trolling is now going up. Those trends are there. We can get them. So we just need to consolidate as a sector and come together and see the data we have. How else do we use it? How do we make it better? Under UPR, the Universal Periodic Review, Kenya reports these cases, and countries have picked up. So how do we, as an institution, for example, when the Human Rights Council is meeting under the UPR system, how do we engage with that system? The East African Court of Justice in Arusha has given some of the best judgments on media freedom. In Tanzania, how do we use those best cases? The African Court has also issued one of the best cases against journalists. So again, how do we consolidate some of these against, like you are saying, best practices, and we utilize them locally? Can also be a good example. Having overtalked, I want to, on behalf of my family, the Media Council of Kenya, and the colleagues, to thank the panel for having been a very good panel. Thank you so much. Socio is a police spokesperson. My colleague from the Witness Protection, Mugambi, from Article 19, Victor from ODTP, and Secretary General Mwenyewe, Eric Oduor. He said he has just talked to Atuoli and something might be happening. So, and thank you, all of you, for having been good listeners. I think you have been given success cards for lunch. So let's, if there's a word of prayer for lunch, we trust and believe we go and have lunch, then we come back for the next session. So panelists, thank you so much. Kuna mtu anataka kuombea lunch. Emmanuel, you want to surprise us with a prayer? Emmanuel, every Sunday I call you, you tell me you are going to church. Kumbe the story too. Annie.
Oh, Heavenly King of Glory, we come before you, Lord. We want to thank you for this day. Thank you. This far we've come with this conference, Almighty God. God, you've provided lunch for everyone. We thank you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you, and you never let me down, so don't worry. So that we come back at 2.
Of course, all protocols observed. My name is Jacob from Nation Circle. We would like to make a very short presentation to the team seated here, comprising of all of us from Media Council, Editors Guild, IWIC, civil society, all the participants present. And I'm told they are them that are following us on social media platforms. The main reason why we come here today is just for us to establish a relationship, because we are a circle that is in the media fraternity. You know the way you guys operate, moving from one media to the other, to the PR, to the media agencies, to the BPR sector. So we find it's good for us to try and establish a partnership with all the stakeholders in the media sector, so that we're able now to bring the aspect of financial independence, financial literacy, financial planning. So today we are just going to make a small presentation. I will take like 10 minutes, my colleague another maybe 10, 15 minutes, then we are done. Going forward, when these forums will be held, you will get in touch with the Victor, the Media Council team, KUJ, and all the stakeholders, so that we can engage in. So straight to my small presentation, I want to believe all of us understand issues to do about cooperatives, the way cooperatives are modeled, which are very unique enterprises. They are enterprises just like any other, but their model is quite very different. And in one or the other, if you're not a member of a cooperative or a circle, you have earned one. Yeah? And this can be recognized, this can be picked from the way we are structured as a country. In Africa, we are the number 7 in terms of the size of actually we are number 1. In the world, we are number 7 in terms of the size of the corporate sector. And you cannot underestimate the role it plays when it comes to the growth, the contribution to the GDP. I was trying to check out a few statistics for last year, and I was amazed to see that the corporate sector was able to, especially the regulated ones. You know, the current data that is available is for the regulated, what you call the deposit-taking circles under SASRA. We are able to contribute up to 7% of the GDP, which is huge. Of course, the bank sector reigns, followed by insurance and pensions. We come here, of course, and the microfinances. But one of the reasons why you find it very important to engage with the media sector is because Nation Circle, having been in existence for the last 40, 45 years or thereabout, we have walked the journey with the journalists, so to speak, who have transited to other sectors of the economy, including politicians. And I think we have been able to empower them directly or indirectly so that they reach where they are. But also there has been a few challenges again in the sector. We've seen sometimes the highs and lows of the team that is working in the media sector. Sometimes today you are up, tomorrow you are down. And it all boils down the planning. And that's why we come in terms of now trying to bring in the financial literacy and bring in the issue of the saving culture. When you are starting your entity, when you are starting employment in a media setup, we are here to give you a plan, a saving plan, and an investment plan so that you're able now to walk the journey over time. Because sometimes there is luck, and sometimes things do change, and this finds ourselves in a very difficult situations. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe all of us have seen some incidences of course, in the media. Some of us those days were good, used to do very well, but unfortunately things does change. And sometimes you can try to tie the knots in terms of when things were better, when things were good, when you used to live a happy life, there are things that probably we didn't do right. And this one can be picked from the issue of the planning in terms of finances, savings, and eventually the investment. And the role of the corporate sector in the economy is to help walk the journey of savings, investment, so that by the time you get to those sunset years, we are not dependent to any people. We are able now to work our journey where cash flows now becomes the king. And all of us sitting here, I think that's very crucial for us. Anything that we do, from what we do on a day-to-day basis, we are looking forward. Even these difficult times, we call them disruption times. Media has not been left behind. There has been so much huge disruptions in the media by the after the advancement of the social media, of course, and so much has changed. Today, our jobs are changing every now and then. The newspapers that I used to sell, they no longer sell. They used to sell those days. The news, I don't need to use maybe to watch news these days. So these are some of the things that we are trying to bring together so that we awaken that culture of saving among us. And the Nation Circle will present you with a platform, an institution where you can be able to save and maybe walk the journey with us. The reason why Nation Circle stands out is because it's only the regulated media circle in the country. And the One Nation itself does not in any way relate to the National Media Group. Of course, is a brand. We have journalists cutting across all the media houses, name any media houses, name any media agencies. So we want to see how we can be able now, because we understand the challenges, we understand the dynamics. You cannot go to somebody who does not understand you to give you a solution. So we worked that journey for the last 44 years, and we understand what are the challenges the media stakeholders have gone through. So we'll be giving you a platform to start the journey with us. The other most critical thing is the issue of we have touch across the country. If you go to Kisumu, you will get us. If you go to Mombasa, you will get us through partnership with some of the media institutions. We have key guys, in case you need a service, that can be guaranteed. But the most important thing is, especially to the young guys who are coming on board to the media, they need to be engaged early. So that because with this kind of disruption, prediction becomes very difficult, so that we start planning early. We don't want to see situations whereby our prayers, our key journalists, either in TV, electronic, or maybe print, something happens, now you go to the social media, this has happened to this person. We need to start this culture of saving early, living the best lifestyle, a moderate lifestyle, so that you're able to save. And the key thing I need to say before I sit down is, circles present a platform for savings, and the savings, you cannot do savings unless you sacrifice. You must forego today's life for tomorrow's future. That's very critical. And I think once given the opportunity, through the organization that I presented here, of course, the Media Council Reading and the other stakeholders, we will be able to work with this journey. We will be able to have other forums to engage on now what you call purely programs that you are able to engage you, and be able to address your issues according to the needs and the times that we are living at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, even as I invite my colleague, who now just to touch a few things about Nation Circle, we will be taking the contact for the King guys, so that in future, or maybe from your institution where you come from, we can be able to engage on one-on-one basis. But we implore to the seniors in this team, in this room, to engage with the young journalists, so that we can help them achieve the financial freedom. So with those so many remarks, I would like to invite my colleague, Head of Marketing, Angela Kivoro, to just give us a small presentation on about Nation Circle. And we're at the back there, just in case there could be any queries, you should be able to address them. Thank you very much for your time and even for this opportunity. Victor, we look forward to engaging in the future, coming from next year, even as we go to the election year. And even before I forget, these models that we are getting from the politicians, those were the tested models within the corporate sector. The bottom up, the trickle down, those are models that the corporate sector has been tested over time. And we have been able to see that they are working practically, not from the political point of view. So you cannot test that from the circle sector. Wherever you start small, you can grow over time, and you're able to attain that financial independence. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your time, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to just take some little bit of your time this afternoon to just give you a brief about ourselves and why we are here. We can see your theme for the year is the need for financial literacy among journalists. We know the stories. We have heard stories about the rise and fall of journalists outside here. And it's a wake-up call to all of us. We come from families, we have neighbors, we have friends, and we are seeing them getting very good jobs, well-paying jobs. But then, at the end of the day, you're getting some good pay. Where are you taking this money? Are you investing somewhere? I know you'll agree with me, none of us ever knew that a pandemic would hit us one day. But COVID came, and the reality hit us so hard that you're like, God, had I invested something? Your employer wakes up and tells you, guys, you need to cut costs, and due to this, we're going to work from home. We need to cut our numbers, work from home. Or maybe we no longer require your services. So you're like, Do I have a plan B, a fallback plan? So that's why SACCOs come in very handy. When you go back, make a personal decision, tell the good gospel to a friend, a neighbor, a relative, just pass the good news. You never know who this information will help in the future. Nation SACCO has been there since 1945. We have come of age. We happen to be one of the best SACCOs in the media industry, but currently we are open to the public. We have Biashara guys on board. We have small chamas that you guys are having. We have some small companies. Maybe you work in the media council in a media company, but alongside there's a small hustle you do. You have some 5 or 3 employees that you have. Empower them by joining Nation SACCO so that they can save. They borrow small loans, buy a kashamba somewhere, do an extra thing. So as we go on with our daily lives, we encourage members, let us continue instilling this financial literacy in all the upcoming journalists, the ones who are very young. Guys join these media industries as interns, but they're like, am I really ready to join a SACCO? But that is the right time. Because as Bwana Jacob has mentioned, what is your financial life map? When is the right time for you to start saving? Do you wait maybe until you're around 30, you're like, Aish, I think I can still cruise in very big cars. I don't need to buy to be saving right now. I have all the life. I can afford a house in Kileleshwa. I can pay rent comfortably. I can move around with my Mercedes. But at the end of the day, is there something that I'm saving? That if today my employment, goes, where do I go? Do I have a SACCO that I can rush to? Give me a small loan, I buy a shamba somewhere, put up a small mabati house. Let me be there where no one will disturb me about rent. I can sleep hungry in that house. So we really encourage ourselves that let us pass the good news outside there for members to be saving. And you realize at Nation SACCO, we have a very minimum saving that all of us can afford. We can do 2,000 per month, 1,000 bob per month. We allow that. You save for a minimum period of 6 months, then you're able to get loans. The best thing is, tell me, where on earth, where in this country, will you get a financial institution that is giving you up to 300,000 of an unsecured loan? Nation SACCO is giving an M loan, we call it a mobile banking loan. At the comfort of your house or bed, you can get up to 300,000 comfortably, as long as you pay. Ipesa ni tamu, but the catching point is, once I borrow, am I able to pay? So ensure you pay. And you realize the beautiful thing about the SACCO is we operate in a financial year that runs up to December. We'll pay you very good dividends, very good interest. In the last 5 years, we've been doing dividends at a rate of 15 to 20%, interest on deposit between 9 and 10%. A very promising and a very good interest. I'm happy to see somebody is here. Who is here? Sige, you've been our member for so long. I believe you have a story to tell. Our Secretary General, Eric, I think he stepped out. He can also give a success story. He was once telling us recently, courtesy of the SACCO, I am happy that I come out of my home. The SACCO has helped me build my home. I've done 1, 2 extra things. And we are so happy when we hear such success stories from people who we see. It's so encouraging that somebody will tell you, I've been in this SACCO and wow, I've been able to do 1, 2, 3 things. I've done some projects back at home. I'm doing so many things alongside my day-to-day job that I do. So look at a SACCO in a bigger and a broader perspective that you can be able to save that little, that small kidogo, just save it somewhere. At the end of the year, you get some good dividends, good rebates, and good. You are good to go. You'll ask, why Nation SACCO? Jacob has mentioned something we have managed to be among the top SACCOs in the country. Having the media, the nation media behind us, or maybe being our mother for so long, it really, we are on the limelight. They are on us. If we try to do something bad, they'll put us outside there. So we have a very good public reputation. We have very competitive rates on our loans. We allow use of title deeds. We buy people shambas, we buy you houses, you want a car, we'll use the logbook to finance you. So we are very flexible. You approach us and tell us, this is my plan. I'm able to maybe save like 2,000 or 10,000 per month. And within 10 months or 6 months, this is what I want. We will journey with you. And the good thing is you can have like 5 loans at a time at the SACCO and still live well. If you're able to pay, we can give you up to 5 loans, service them well, continue saving. The year ends, get your returns on interest and dividends. And ensure people are smiling all over. Because where on earth will you get somebody who tells you, I have a loan running here, and at the end of the day, the SACCO will give me some very good dividends, some good interest. I can be able to do something around February, March. Your kids are stuck. This has been the toughest year. We have like 4 terms. But the good thing is I have a circle that I've been saving. Can I dash there, get some school fees loan? Because you realize our salaries, we are never able to do everything. But courtesy of loans and the small savings I do in a circle, you can hack this. The circle is there, you'll get an emergency. Kanjo imekusumbua in Nairobi. Where do I dash to? I need some emergency loan. Dash to the circle. As long as you're a good member, you've been saving with us, you deserve to get a loan. And one wow thing about Nation Circle is you don't book for loans. No. And we don't categorize members that you ni wa media, you ni wa biashara hapana. We treat our members equally. As long as you walked into Nation Circle and register for a member, to be a member, we'll treat you equally with the CEO somewhere. You are all equal at the end of the day. So all members, you apply for a loan, you qualify, you're not listed with CRB, you're good to go. We encourage guys during education days, don't dash to taking these mshwaris alafu unalisiwa na CRB hapana. When we come to rate you, your credit score is negative. So guys, we encourage people, as you talk to other journalists in other media houses, we avoid these small loans we take, then haulipi. You've taken like mshwari pandei, kuna zingine zingine kina nani. There are so many nowadays, but they dash to list you. The best thing about Nation Circle is you take a loan with us today, a pandemic comes like it came last year. Our members, the media houses were affected so much. There was massive retrenchments. Guys come and tell you, this has happened. What do? We had loan moratoriums, we had holidays, we had refinancing, restructure your loan maybe to some reasonable repayment plan that you can be able to repay. So we try and understand you. And in the worst case scenario, you apply for a loan today. God forbid the worst happens. You're not there tomorrow. Does the circle come and auction your things? No. The best thing about Nation Circle is our loans are insured. So insurance will come on board, pay your loans, and your family will be given your savings. They have a bereavement fund that we give our members. They go away with goodies. Will not harass your next of kin. So you look at a circle in a better way than in some institutions whereby, kama ni kashamba you had bought somewhere, they'll come and auction it. Your family will be left there hanging somewhere. But in Nation Circle, we proud ourselves that the member interest is always at hand. That's why our slogan is always, your welfare is our business. The maximum loan we give to a member is 30 million. We have seen so many members applying this, but it depends. Have you been saving with us? Because our business is purely on lending. You save with us, then you borrow. So for us to lend you, you need to be saving consistently. We need to build some trust between you and us. Then we've also been able to give the M loan I mentioned. It's unsecured up to 300,000. We have very competitive interest rates of 1% per month. You'll not get this one anywhere. Trust you me. The returns on our dividends and interest I mentioned, we have very competitive rates. The year is looking very promising. We can't compare it to last year. What do I require to join Nation Circle? Very simple. A copy of your national ID, KRA PIN certificate, a passport photo, 1,000 shillings for registration, and you're good to go. Just save on a monthly basis. You're very far, you're not within Nairobi, we can access you. We have a pay bill number, we have an app, we have a USSD code. You can do a standing order from your bank. If you're within town, just walk into a bank. You can you can deposit over the counter, you can withdraw. So very flexible. We also have ATM cards that are Visa branded. We have some guys, these media guys. Somebody tells you I'm traveling to Dubai next year, or maybe next week. Am I able to use my Visa card? You can access your funds wherever you are in this country. So we are very flexible people, and we are there to serve you. As I conclude, we have a number of partnerships with members outside here. We have people like Hotpoint, Safaricom. You need to get a new phone, a new laptop. You want to buy better have some very nice cooker. You want to gift your mom with a good fridge, a washing machine. We have such partnerships and such arrangements with our partners. So as long as you are a member in the circle, we'll finance you fully. You want to go for holiday. We are now selling holidays. You want to go to Mombasa, you want to go to Maldives. Go for the holiday, the circle will finance you. Come back. Repay your loan pole pole. This life is short. Let us enjoy kidogo. Sino kweli? Fantastic. Thank you so much for listening to me. Mr. Victor, any question? Am I having you people on board?
Yes, we will become members.
Fantastic. So I leave you with the forms. I have the forms with me for joining. I have everything. I agree.
We'll see how to deal, but thanks. Obviously, there's procession time. I mean, as you have made a presentation, obviously people will process the information. But we have now your contacts. The other thing, Banajeri, we have agreed with them that future media council events, even outside Nairobi, they can be given at their own cost some 10 minutes to make a presentation to journalists so that they join those circles too. Financial literacy is one of the critical things we must talk about. You tell somebody, you have not gotten a salary for 6 months, but you check their M-Pesa account, the guy has 300,000, but he has nothing. So it's, in fact, there's a whole program we have designed on financial literacy. And this will involve, in addition to management of newsrooms, how to manage personal finances and the rest. We are doing a full course for journalists. It has been designed by some of our internal guy who came from a bank background. And it's a very nice module we'll be offering to journalists on financial literacy, personal money management, and the rest, because we feel it's also a skill that is critical if people are going to survive these hard times, investments, and the rest. So we want to encourage you to engage. You obviously know every morning you wake up as a journalist, you start with the minimum of 3 WhatsApp groups where you have to fundraise. A colleague is unwell or has suffered something. And it's quite taking a big toll on people. So we must also start thinking about schemes about this goodbye, better goodbye. Wanahitaji ukikufa unazikwa vizuri, you know those things. Final send-off, there are packages for final send-off and those things. So we are encouraging, because death must come. Sickness is something you can't avoid. I mean, we have learned our lessons, and the worst we can do is to ignore that we will never be sick, we will never have a funeral. So these are realities of life. So having said that, thank you, colleagues from Nation Circle, where a number of us are. The good thing, they are flexible, whether you are a staff at Nation or not. They started with that name, but they allow. There are members who are not even staff of Nation Media Group who are members. So take advantage. They are one of the biggest and most strong circles in the country. So take advantage. I'm a member, obviously. That's why najaribu kuwapigia debe. Sijui kama nitapata kakitu jioni VAT sijui. So this juncture, then let's go to normal programming. Sio? Tumesikia kidogo financial literacy, we go back to normal programming. The next session, obviously chaired by Henry Maina. Henry Maina, most of you know, ni mwalimu, ni mwandishi wa habari, ni wakili, amesoma hiyo vitu yote, sijui alipata muda gani. And he's a friend. Maina, in addition to his current duties, is a member of the Media Council Complaints Commission. Maina is now, he has been honored by the minister. Is now the chairperson. He was appointed 2 weeks ago as the chairperson of the task force on media policy review in this country. So vile ako hapa, ako na bodyguard, ako na kila kitu ni it's a very, very critical person to this country. so Maina, karibu sana.
Sawa, asante Victor, asante Victor. I purpose that we run this session in Kiswahili. So my colleagues from the region, kindly polish up bits of your Kiswahili as you come. Just teasing you, my brother. Keep it strong. So, Emmanuel, kindly please join me. Okello, Jabweli. I'm told Peter Ikimulu is not here and that Rosalyn Obala is online. So, one, I have to say that present will look like it is a men-only panel, but I'm told Rosalyn is online, so she should be able to join us. Okello, kuja tafadhali. Mambo ya nyumbani yataendelea baadaye. So, good afternoon. I noticed that we've already run quite late, and I began at some point saying the only thing that is East African is our inability to keep time. So perhaps with that understanding, we can all begin working to be a better people. So this session would take at most 30 minutes, starting now. And so we would be asking colleagues to be very brief and to the point. We have a unique task to ask ourselves, what is the place of media regulatory bodies in protecting journalists? So it's a tough question. Regulatory bodies in most countries have a clear mandate to sanction, punish errant journalists. And here we are being asked, what is our role in protecting journalists and fighting against impunity? So Rosalind, I don't know if you can get us. As we prepare to get Rosalind, perhaps it's easy to start with Emmanuel. Emmanuel Mugisha is a CEO, or they call them secretary, executive secretary in Rwanda, Rwanda Media Commission. So Rwanda has two related institutions. There is Media High Council, which has a development program, but being phased off because it used to have all regulatory functions rolled into one. And now you have Rwanda Media Commission, which borrows certain things from Kenya. It is a self-regulatory, co-regulatory kind of model that is supported by the law, but populated by people from the sector and a few from elsewhere. But then after Emmanuel, we would have Okello Jabweli from Media Council of Uganda, and then Roslyn, who is the host. Roslyn Obala is an editor and a member of the Media Council of Kenya. I speak for whatever reason because I sit in a sister organization called Media Complaints Commission, and I want to begin perhaps by saying how the Media Complaints Commission safeguards or protects journalists against attacks. The Media Council Act perhaps is the only act in Africa that clearly provides for sanctions for people who violate journalistic rights. So directly, the Media Complaints Commission can sanction anybody who attacks a journalist, who destroys tools of trade for a journalist, and by so doing, they would then be safeguarding that space. Ironically, I must say this, we have not received a complaint from a journalist directly. I'm serving my second term as a complaints commissioner, having served a full term the first 3 years. There was no single complaint from a journalist. But when they meet me in radio studios or they meet me in the streets, they ask me, ni nini mnafanya kutusaidia? So I have a feeling that sometimes we do not know what the law provides, but occasionally I also just say journalists like other people doing their bidding for them. They don't want to dirty their noses themselves. But I'm sitting there, we are trying to promote that if a journalist is attacked, you can make a complaint. You have, the Media Complaints Commission is made up of members. A number of them are journalists, a few lawyers, and a few who cross between the two professions. So they will seek to safeguard media freedom as much as possible. But we can't take up the complaint on our own behalf. We must receive it from an individual. But number two, on behalf of the public. So that's another opportunity that exists, and we would see what the Media Council of Kenya has done towards that. So I'll take the opportunity and invite Emmanuel to speak about what is happening in Kigali and see how we get along as Jabweli prepares on the war in Uganda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, Rwanda Media Commission, I think as just said, it's on. We are a media self-regulatory body that has been in place since 2013 when we had our media reforms. I think one success story that I would like to share with you is that before its creation, we used to have the prosecution, the judicial police, investigating and prosecuting crimes against, or not crimes, but even professional errors made by journalists through the courts of law. Today, that's not the case. Most of these professional ethical issues are no longer held by the courts of law. So that means a lot in terms of having that state of security for a journalist when he knows or when she knows that if they happen to make any professional mistakes, they won't be dragged into courts, but they'll be dealt within a complaint mechanism where their peers understand their profession. And that in itself is a means to secure journalists. The other thing we've done, of course, is advocacy. I think he mentioned it earlier, Okello. One of the deals we've made, I call it a deal because I think we are the only organization in the region that has managed to convince security organs that the media is a partner. As of right now, the police and the media, or the judicial police and the media, we have regular kind of meetings. I think it was Diana who talked about dialogues other than being confrontational in her discussions. So most of these dialogues bring together journalists and the judicial, the police to interact and discuss the issues they have on ground. And some of these frank talks create a conducive space for journalists to share their grievances with the police, with the challenges they face on ground. And that in itself is something that has created an enabling environment for the journalists, for the journalists and the media to work better. But one of the most successful stories that we'd like to share is the one that Okello was talking about, whereby a journalist who tends to make an offense or get into mistakes that are supposed to be prosecuted in terms of content, they never handle the matter. It is us to receive the matter and deal with it. So I think those are some of the success stories that I'd like to share. We can take it from there.
So thanks, Emmanuel. He's pointing out at two things that are important. A self-regulatory process that one can be believed by others, that they can drop their pursuit of settling the dispute elsewhere and bring it to you. So that's one thing. But two, the journalists themselves must understand and prefer that process, as opposed to journalists being the ones that undermine the self-regulatory process. Because when they do that, they are telling the other people that we prefer you to take us through the courts. So two things that we've seen that they are doing as a regulator. They are beginning, one, to decriminalize offenses in a way that they are able to resolve them at the complaints mechanism in a way that is less punitive to journalists. Okello, what's happening in Uganda?
Thank you very much. In Uganda, first of all, we have the Media Council set up by a law which is an old law, a law made in 1995. So for those of you, some of you, I'm sure, younger journalists here were not born yet. There was no social media and so on. So regulating the media using a law of that old is a challenge in itself. That law, among others, requires that editors be registered with the Media Council. by law. And it's an offense to practice if you're not registered. So what's happening right now? And journalists in Uganda, I don't know about in Kenya, but in Uganda there's a dichotomy, a clear one, between those who want to see journalism become a profession, a respectable field of practice, and then those who would like journalism to remain, okay, a free-for-all and so on. So, and the latter category are the majority. So they rejected the law from the beginning. And so it has been 25, 26 years of back and forth. Do we register or do not register? What do we do? So last week, what's happening right now? The council, my council again, and with the Minister of Information, did announce a campaign to have people register, starting with editors. The reception has been very muted. I don't know what the Ugandans who are here, I don't know what they think. So that as a beginning point, the justification is that we cannot even talk about safety, regulation, if we don't know who we need to know who we are planning for. We have training we have programs for training, but we normally say we are going to this region. So you call editors, you call traders, all sorts of people come. You train them, you're scattering in the wild. So we have a challenge. That's one of the challenges we have. And last evening when we were seated with the Victor, he made it simple for us. Instead of using the word registration, which is in the Act, why don't you say you're going to accredit? Because I think that's more acceptable. So that's part of what's happening there. But otherwise, in my view, what the regulatory bodies can do, I think for me, rotates around one thing: to strive to have professionalism within the media. Work with others to have professionalism. If it takes accreditation, let's do it. The wording should not hold us back. And when I go back, I'll make a report and a serious speech about the need to let go of certain things, even if it is in the law. And that's one of the takeaways I take away from this one, from this engagement. Because, truth be told, until we are able to engender respect for the media, the profession, especially in the eyes of the consumer, the members of the public, journalists, the incidents we talk about of beatings, of harassment, and so on, those are symptoms of a bigger problem. 2 years ago, the Human Rights Network for Journalists of Uganda produced a report which named members of the public as one of the perpetrators, the third one after the police, the army. Now members of the public are beating up media people. Have you heard of, can you imagine that? We all think that media, we work in the interest of democracy, we work for the people, we are the eyes of the people, but now the people you work for are beating you up, which means there's a credibility issue, isn't it? So it would be very, very important. I don't know whether that scenario happens here, but in Uganda it was documented. So we need to work so hard to give this profession, to make it a profession. I'm glad that in Kenya you have, maybe you still have challenges like you'll always have anyway, but at least you have done a curriculum, a standard curriculum. We don't have that yet. There are clear entry procedures, how you enter, you've categorized and so on. Those, you know, that level of the way, personally I'm a journalist first, then when I realized the profession was not changing at all, decided to go to an organized group. I became a lawyer, an advocate. There we register every year. The rules are very clear. But this other side, so how can we attain respectability so that someone at school says, I would like to be a journalist. Right now in Uganda, because of poor pay and other things of beatings and so on, very few people would willingly choose journalism as the first option. Then we need, of course, to weed out the wrong characters, the quacks. It's a big problem, of course. I don't know whether it's a big problem here. In Uganda, we have a big problem. They are the majority. And I think you'll find a way of working around that. We need to find a way of working. And then training, continuous training of the journalists to make sure they're up to date with their skills and so on. Then media literacy. I've told you the public are turning against members of the profession. So we need to educate people, and we have programs of that nature that goes out in the public, on the airwaves, to tell people, please, journalists are working in your interest. They help you to reach where you can't reach and shed light on. But otherwise, if you don't do that, then we are talking about the harassment, impunity will go on against journalists and so on.
Okay. Perhaps I would like you to speak to this issue. Are you in a way suggesting that professional journalists in Uganda are never attacked? It is those that are not trained. It is those that are quacks, in quotes. Because what we have seen elsewhere in Kenya, perhaps it's the most professional journalists sometimes that end up being the victims of such attacks, because there is no other way of containing them. If you were to take them to court, they are likely to win because they did their work thoroughly. So this is something to ruminate on. As we come back, you would have to speak to it. Okay. But I appreciate your concern on the issue of accreditation, because then accreditation has the underside of it is that you have voluntarily committed yourself to play by certain professional standards. So it's not just us knowing where you are, but you are undertaking to play by certain rules, and it's a members club. So for you to belong, you will play by certain rules, and those rules are the code of conduct for professional journalists. As we think through that and appreciate where you're coming from and the resistance that has existed, where it is purely a statutory process, because there is fear that who else is going to have access to your register. So don't minimize that fear, because sometimes we know that even when security agencies want to accredit journalists, in Kenya we've had Victor and team saying, use our accreditation. Don't create your own database, because there is fear that the database could be used for other purposes apart from that which it's being collected. So think through those as we get along and seek this protection, because both professional journalists and non-professional journalists are under attack in our region. I think we need to make that clear. Two, that these attacks sometimes in Kenya, they may be not as visible as they are in Uganda, because perhaps in Uganda they are more violent. In Kenya they are more insidious. We see situations where certain media houses are told to drop certain individuals, and they fade out over time. So on that point, I want to introduce Council Member Roslyn Obala, who is online. Roslyn, are you able to hear me? Roslyn?
Hear you, yes. I'm able to hear you.
Yes, would you please make brief interventions on what the Media Council of Kenya is doing as a regulatory body in protecting journalists and fighting against impunity?
Thank you very much, Maina. Maybe just to give a brief of what the Council is doing. As you know, the Council is mandated to ensure that we uphold the standards and ensure compliance of journalists and uphold the ethical standards of journalism. So as we mark this important day, at But just to give you a highlight of just the period under review, beginning of the year, the council is actually dealing with 13 cases. And these are various cases that range from threat against journalists, harassment, even one we had on adoption. So you can see these are issues that are ranging in the sector, and especially now that we are heading to the elections. One of the interventions, the rapid response initiatives that Media Council has put in place is to engage the various investigative agencies and the prosecution office. We've written a number of letters to the office of the IG based on the cases that have come up. They are those that the Media Council has issued statement, and I think we have around 3 that the Media Council has taken a position on in terms of the attacks against journalists. And we have also had a number of dialogues with the investigative agencies. I think we had the last meeting that was in Diani, where also the investigative agencies came, including the prosecution, the DPP himself. So if you look at this, these are just some of the interventions that the council is trying to put in place to ensure that all journalists are protected in terms of their aggressors, whichever way they come. And also at the council, we've been working together under the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, where we have a number of stakeholders, and we even have one of the thematic areas, the Committee on Safety, Security and Freedom of Journalists, where actually we document all these cases. And whenever a case comes, there is a reporting center where we are able to follow up these issues and seek interventions, just not doing the statements alone, but following up with the relevant agencies to just ensure that they are seamless and our journalists are protected. Another issue that we are doing is just the other day, the Media Council came up with the elections guidelines, which was a work that was done by the stakeholders. We had a task force that came up with the review of the elections guidelines to just see where else that we can actually protect the journalists and how best they can respond to the issues that emerge. And that we are going to the elections, and some of the people that we have identified are mainly politicians and the security agencies. How best do they seek these remedies, and do they follow the guidelines as per the code of conduct? Another thing that the Media Council is doing is advocacy, and I've had my fellow panelists talking about capacity building. And I think this is where the Media Council is having, under the Media Training and Development Committee, the various managers and staff at Media Council are training journalists on how best to deal with conflict, to report on conflict sensitive nature. And that is just not only elections, because they can come in whichever way. It can be physical, it cannot be physical, it can be word of threat, but how best do you seek remedy whenever you think that where you are, you're not safe? And how best you can be, you can get the intervention on time. And I saw the Kenya Union of Journalists secretary talking about that. Yes, we have evacuated some of the journalists. We might not give the information, but that just shows you how we respond in cases that arise. And we work closely with the media outlets, so that they're also able to give us data of the journalists. Yeah. So I think that is what has not been tackled in what we are doing. We're doing a variety of very many issues on journalism, gender-based violence, and the others. And I think the last one that most of us are talking about it is the end on impunity. And Maina, you had talked about it, that yes, it might not be significant like the regional countries, but when it comes to Kenya, is how some of the powerful individuals, how do they go behind our backs to ensure that either they interfere with the work of journalists, or they are let out of their work, or they're intimidated. And also the issue of brown envelopes that we are dealing with. How best do we ensure we uphold the ethical standards and ensure that we represent the interests of the public as opposed to being interfered with the big shots. Thank you, Maina.
Thank you so much, Roslyn. I think appreciate that Roslyn has re-echoed the issue of professionalism, that yes, we might not eliminate attacks on journalists, but if we are professional, we have the professional community behind us because they can say we did the right thing. So the first guard that we all need to have armored with is professionalism. That where you drop the ball, you tend to give the weapons to attackers with a lot of ease. They find justification in them saying you are partisan, you are unprofessional, and that tends to develop a perspective that Okello was speaking to, where they think it's warranted for you to be beaten. It serves you right, using the Eastlands English in Kenya, where we have mob injustice, but it is called mob justice in Kenya. So you have people who validate their wrongdoing because others support them. Two things or three things that have come out clearly for me is that there is still need to create and maintain an enabling environment for journalists. How that environment is created is we must all ensure that the national laws do not interfere unnecessarily with journalists' independence. And where the laws are there, their implementation must also cohere to the spirit. Because sometimes we have good laws, but how they are implemented is wanting. But there is also a big thing in terms of if we want protection, all of us must publicly and unequivocally and systematically condemn violence against journalists. We can't shy away. We can't go to boardrooms for discussions when a journalist has been beaten. I think the starting point is we must all condemn. Even though redress might require of us to go to a boardroom, but we must show that we do not support such actions. Where we do not, then we are second guessed by the violators. They begin to be ahead of us. But Roslyn spoke to the issue of election guidelines, and I think in earlier discussions, we tended to point. Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda have already indicated elections tend to be a conflict point. So do we have clear early warning mechanisms and rapid response mechanisms? In Kenya, we now know that most journalists would be beaten during elections. Do we have that mechanism? In Uganda, we already know that. Do we have that mechanism so that we don't fall crying, yet we knew our own analysis and trends tell us in advance that there is a problem? So in terms of protection, there is need for us to think through that. But two, that media regulators cannot turn themselves into first round protectors. The media houses must be the first protectors. So the first thing we need to do is to push media houses to do their primary protection role. They cannot delegate that to third parties. And if they don't have the capacity, then that's where our training ought to focus. So Okello, who says we don't know who to train, at least we know the media houses. We can begin to push them so that they have certain basic tools and mechanisms for protecting their own. I've seen situations in Kenya where editors call me and say, our reporter is under attack. And then I ask, you're calling Henry Maina, who is not part of your team, to offer the primary support. What do you have internally? And then they will say, unajua sisi hatujui cha kufanya. Meaning that there isn't an internal mechanism. So for protection purposes, we need to get there. But there is a big challenge. I think none of us is speaking clearly on what strategies we must adopt to combat impunity. That's a big gap. And collectively, I think that as Eastern Africa countries, we need to think through what can we do to fight impunity. I was part of the team that thought through Konate's case to decriminalize defamation. Konate is a Burkinabe journalist, and it had to come from West Africa to the African court in Arusha for us to have a regional declaration that criminal defamation does not sit well with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We need some thinking and a case around this impunity thing, because media houses have been closed. Some journalists, I had in the morning, I think Ouma, Steve speaking about Julius, who was shot nearly 10 years ago, and Julius was totally messed up, and a decision is likely to be arrived at in 2021. We don't know if it will be in his favor. We just know that a decision will be made in 2021. How do we fight impunity? Yet some of the officers that may have been involved were promoted, and we saw them maiming other journalists because they did well 10 years ago. So how do we fight impunity? And I think for me that's a big discussion, but I will open up the floor for quick questions, and then I'll come back for a last round from each of my panelists so that we can see how do we bring ourselves together so that when in Uganda, colleagues cannot say no to those attacks, a voice can come from Rwanda and Kenya and say those attacks are wrong. Or when Kenyans are not able to speak up, then their voices would be amplified by colleagues from the region. So any questions or comments for us? I don't know who would help me get the mic to, no, Bosire has, Ken has a mic. Yeah. So Ken, and then who else behind there? Ken, go first, please.
I think, thanks, panelists. I think the topic under discussion is very important when we're talking about protection of journalists. And regulators have a big role. I'm looking at, you mentioned a few things about professionalism. You mentioned about the enabling environment. But there is also something that is at a micro level where you take the space to the individual media houses. There's something that is cropping up called the mental wellness of journalists. And a part of, most of that stress is coming from their working spaces. This morning, the KUJ Secretary General talked about the welfare in terms of payment. If you're not told properly, you're not properly trained and enabled in many ways, there are many things that will make you drop the ball. And I think this is one area that we need to, as regulators, need to stress more about the training, the mental wellness, health of all the professionals, and so that they have access to that help when they need it. Because we work under very, very stressful circumstances, that you find yourself exposed unless because you are mentally very stressed. I think that is an aspect that regulators can take up in terms as they look out for what we call professional matters. They also need to look at individual welfare of the professionals.
Thanks, Ken. I don't know how. I'm among the people who tried to run psychiatric services, and half the people I thought that were traumatized told me, nani alikuambia mimi ni mwenda wazimu? So I don't know how this can be changed for journalists to accept that we work in very traumatizing environments. And having come from a criminal justice background earlier on, I used to listen to stories. You know, somebody murder suspects were less represented. So I used to give legal aid to those. And some people would walk to me and say, mimi nikwambie ukweli, huyo niliua. Huyo niliua, sasa ni wewe kunisaidia tu, utanisaidia aje. And many years afterwards, such stories kept just ringing in my head. Yet I had perhaps cruised through saying I was one of the strongest people. But I will sit back and think through that this guy told me he killed. Perhaps the only person he has ever told that. When he goes to court, he says, I did not kill. But I know he told me that he killed. How do I reconcile that? So journalists, the mental wellness issue is a big one. I've seen discussions. I think police spokesman from Kenya was here this morning, and he talked about Laikipia. The journalists who covered the recent Laikipia insecurity processes, what they recorded is very traumatizing. But yet, our macho kind of profession wants you to move to the next point of clashes, because that's where the story is. You are supposed to be impervious to any of these. So how do we move forward, thinking through? So I appreciate that, Ken, but I'm throwing it back to you among the veterans. How do you bring back this humanity and humanness in journalists? Because it's you guys who taught us that we are supposed to be stones. So how do we bring back the humanness so that when we cry, it's not like we are weak? So it is a dialogue that must go on. It's well taken. But teams within the media houses ought to be created so that you have the go-to points where you can unwind, where you can be advised, and perhaps see how best you navigate that. Any other comment, please? If there isn't any other comment, we take Emmanuel first. Please help me with the mic. And then we will take Roslyn, because Jabweli is still organizing his thoughts around a photo moment.
They just talked about the issue of impunity, how we can handle it. In my case, I think we need to invest into solidarity. People coming together so that they fight as one. In my country, I've seen where a journalist is affected, and you find that others are either in support of what has happened or in disagreement. I think solidarity is very important. Journalists do advocacy for others, but they never do advocacy for themselves. I think that is a weak point. And they have the microphones, they have the pen, they can do a lot in advancing their justice, but they never do this. So I don't know how this can be done, but there is a gap as far as solidarity is concerned. And I do believe that they're the most vulnerable people, because if you're facing darkness with light, darkness will fight back. That's a reality. If you're a sheep among the wolves, you'll face challenges. So how do you unite your efforts so that you stand strong and be safe and be like a cover to one another? I think that's what we should be thinking about. And that's what will push other mechanisms to also operate. In Rwanda, we've tried to train judges and prosecutors to understand some of these fundamental rights of journalists. It's a new thing. Some of them, you would see that they don't understand these things deeply. And yet they're the ones who are supposed to be defending the rights of journalists, but they're beginning to understand them. But as you said, or someone else said it earlier, when journalists cross the line and they miss or they fall short of favor from the public they serve, it also becomes a challenge. So I think even the public would be there to support the journalists, but when they cross the line and they do things that are not in the interest of the public but are selfish in nature, propaganda journalism, tabloids and things of the sort, they develop a public mistrust, and the public which is supposed to defend them also fails to support them. I think building
Okay.
public trust is very important as well.
Okay, so Emmanuel is reiterating two things. One, we need to invest consciously into our solidarity, and the solidarity is in-country and intra-country and inter-country to enable us be able to speak against these violations when they happen. But two, that we must all go back to public interest journalism. Partisan propaganda kind of quick fix. Rosalind talked about brown envelope. In an election period, we want to help certain politicians win, so we use our platforms to help others. And readers, listeners are very discerning. They would know when you are partisan. And when they do that, they treat you as a combatant. You cannot then say you are civilian if you are putting on a military fatigue of a fighting army. You know, when I've been beaten, I remember I'm a journalist, but I was putting on a military fatigue of a fighting army. So it can't be like that. We must remain professionals. Rosalind, do you have any final comments on how we fight impunity before I come to Okello? Madam Rosalind Obala.
I think what I want to add is what was raised by Mr. I think one of the panelists. Are you getting me?
Yes, we are.
Yes, I wanted to address the issue of the welfare and the mental health of journalists. And I think this one, we bounce it back to the media houses and the community radio stations, anybody who is running a media outlet, because that is their primary role. What the Media Council does is complementary. So we cannot be the primary institution to ensure that we deal with issues of mental health. But as MCK, we have already been doing coordinations. Media Council has been doing trainings and also calling specialists to talk to the journalists and take them through. So I think that is where the Media Council is. When it comes to the issue of welfare, and I think that is why we have the trade unions like KUJ to push the issues of journalists. But at the same time, as we talk about impunity and we also talk about the crimes against journalists, you cannot expect the best and be the public watchdog if the people who are supposed to be entrusted with that role are not comfortable where they are working. So media houses must also ensure that the journalists, wherever they are very comfortable, they have sound mind, because the newsroom is very stressful. So if we don't take care of these journalists, that is where now we give the room for the big shots to bring in the brown envelopes, to sway in the news that is coming in, because you find that from where you are, your issues are not being addressed. But I think Media Council, from where we sit, we have been engaging stakeholders. These issues have been raised, they've been thrashed out. And I think we are also having a meeting, I think next month, to just discuss issues of ethics and welfare of journalists. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalind. Okello?
Thank you, Henry. We could talk all day, but in the end, journalism is very political. It's a very political endeavor. And so, to your question about how can we end or fight impunity, I think the most important thing is that as journalists, we must guard any democratic gains that we make. I believe in Kenya, for example, you've been able to do so much under your new constitution of 2010. Okay? And in this region, these things work in cycles, by the way. Today, Uganda, we're a bit of a pariah of sorts. But guard those gains, because once those gains are not there, because you can't talk about protection of journalists, impunity, to fight impunity against journalists, when in that community, in that country, it's okay to beat up the ordinary people. And talking about elections, since we are talking about elections in Kenya, and if in a year's time, I was a former spokesperson of the Electoral Commission of Uganda and head of public affairs there. And so I know a bit of elections and media. we've just had elections in Uganda, some form of election this last year. An election in which even candidates could not be allowed to campaign. At nomination day, candidates were being frog-marched. So journalists, as of, it followed logically that a journalist who tried to cover the impunity of the powers that be, who tried to shine a light of what is going on, and this is a state organized. You know, it's official. We want to do our thing, we don't want to be seen. So you who insists on being there to show what's going on, polling stations are overrun. You insist you want to show so some of the things, there's an environment, an overall environment. We can't run away from it. Kenya, you must guard the gains achieved. They don't come cheap. Earlier on you said some people were beaten. Some people paid the heavy price to reach here. I think that's the most important thing, even as we go for elections, because in the last election, for example, a decision was made somewhere to not have foreign coverage of elections. So all foreign journalists, majority of them were being thrown out, deported without process, without any due process, and so on. And of course, we also have a mechanism of, most export to Kenya here, a few of our troublesome people. To your question about, is it only the non-professionals or the professionals? I would say that it is both, though in Uganda, because of the kind of environment I've told you, much of the action we see on the cameras tends to be the frontline people. The other professional people, you talk to the employer, say nation group, can you take this person away? If you really love this person, take him to Kenya. Okay? And quietly, it is like a normal transfer, but many of the people you see around here have been on. So, I think let's address that. Journalism is political. At the end of the day, if we don't address that, that's why what will happen, you see what's happening in Sudan at the moment. They thought they had turned the page, 2018. They are back in it. And they're trying to fight for that space. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much to Emmanuel, to Peter. Douglas, the veteran, wants to raise a concern. Please raise before we close.
That when it comes to covering politics, certain journalists are preferred for certain beats. It's acceptable. It's a practice. It goes on. I don't know how the panelists can respond to this sort of arrangement. The point really is that when you have a reporter or a journalist familiar with a certain political party or a certain political terrain or a certain political formation, the likelihood that they can cover it better, that they can give you scoops, exist. And you know, media thrives on getting those exclusive stories. Now, this embedded practice, I think, happens even in military. When, say, you want to go and cover the war in Somalia, the media house will find which side to embed you with. For example, if KDF operates in Somalia, they might want to, a media house might want to attach its reporter to the Kenya Defense Force, because that's the only safe way that reporter can cover that terrain. The question, therefore, is how do we ensure objectivity out of a practice that encourages partisanship? Thank you.
Okay, I know that that's a big question Douglas is asking of us. It is a double barrel, as it were. In one sense, it allows people to specialize, to be able to bring out the real inside story that somebody else who's not as embedded and knowledgeable will bring out. But for me, and I think speaking on behalf of the panelists, because then we don't open it up, is how the news curation process is done. So that journalist who went to Somalia with KDF is not the ultimate person deciding which story goes on air. Then curation allows professionalism to prevail so that we don't have just a slant that either fits whoever put you into that team. So we've seen when the Pope was arriving in Nairobi, you needed certain Catholic faithfuls to be the ones covering it, because the rest of us would call everybody a venerable Pope so long as you have robes. So we will not differentiate between the Pope and the Cardinal and the bishops. But some people know what that means. So embedment in and of itself is not a problem, but it becomes challenging if the news curation cycle is not as professional, and it's likely to cause more problems. That would be my take. But two, that do you go there with also pre-formulated storylines so that you are ticking boxes? Or do you go with a view to finding out and telling a story that even those who've given you cover did not know the story as it were? So we would end there. The discussion carries on in our informal meetings so that we allow the next panel. I want to say asante sana, mrakozeshane, awebale nyo, asante. Dina is taking over. Victor seems to have disappeared.
He has not disappeared, he has gone to stretch. And at that point, I can feel the energy levels coming down. So I would like us to just rise for a minute and stretch. We'll just do a simple stretching exercise. I want us to pick some fruits from the trees. Pick a lot of them. Pick from the sides. Then pick those that are on the ground. I can see the people are not going to. Okay, I think that wakes us up a little. We can take our seats. Henry promised to take 30 minutes, but I think he took slightly over 45. But we appreciate for the good job that the panel has done, and it was a fairly small panel. So the next panel, we have 2 panels to go. And if we limit ourselves to the critical points and maybe spend at least 30 minutes per panel, we are talking about an hour or so. So kindly, the next moderator, that's Jane Godia, I want to task you to manage your time well. Your panel is about reporting from the front line, safety considerations. And the panelists are Judy Kaberia, kindly come forward. And Andy Kagwa, Terry Nzau, Alex Tuhaire, and Ms. Dina Kitui. I'm not sure if Dina is around. I'm told Dina Kitui is represented by Ephraim Mushemi, who is already with us. So, Jen, you can take note of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Godia. I work with an organization called World Association of News Publishers, WANIFRA, under the Women in News program, and I serve as Director for Africa. WANIFRA totally believes in the media freedom. That's our core mission, because we believe that it strengthens democracy. And we work all over the world. And one of the things that we've done is to create media freedom committees where we say that local challenges must be addressed with local solutions. And one of the key issues that these media freedom committees address is safety and security of journalists. And they put that as one of the key things that they do, including bringing training across board. This year alone, we have trained like 200 journalists, and that's virtual training because we've not been meeting in person. We've had a ban on meeting in person since COVID started last year. With me today in this huge panel, we are going to discuss safety and security of journalists, particularly reporting from the front line. What does that mean? And I want each person to really explain what they think that means from their own perspective as they introduce themselves. And we can start from that end.
Good afternoon, fellow colleagues. Thank you, Jen, my former boss at some point. My name is Andy Kagwa. I'm the operations editor at the Standard Group. What does reporting from the front line mean for me? When I got this invitation, I kept asking myself, in this era of hostile crowds, hostile politicians, what does it mean to report from the front line? And for me, my very, very brief description is getting out there, getting to the people, and getting the story done. As simple as that, irrespective of the situation that is out there. That now brings us to the issue of safety. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Terry Nzau, an editor with Mbaito FM. And just being brief regarding what Jen has asked us. Reporting from the front line, to me, it's being there physically and present when the event is unfolding.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Kaberia, Executive Director, Association of Media Women in Kenya. Frontline to me means that, being at the forefront, being the first one, whether it's a crisis, whether it's a peaceful event, whether it's a simple press conference that turns out to be chaotic, but you're always there at that time when, whether things are hot or cold, you're always there. That's what it means to me.
Thank you, Jen. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alex Athaire from Uganda. I'm a Ugandan editor and writer, and I'm an executive member of the Ugandan Editors Guild. I also run 2 online publications based in Kampala, the PML Daily and the Kampala Report. Reporting from the front line is one of the most thought after journalism bits in the newsrooms, and to me is reporting from the front line means field journalists being exposed to high risk environment or events. This could be dangerous events or dealing with big investigative projects. And then these days we are faced with a new dimension of covering the pandemics. So that is my perspective.
So my name is Ephraim. I want to thank my seniors. I'm with IREX. We have a program called SAFE, Securing Access to Free Expression, where we cover the whole of East Africa. And we mainly focus on safety and security in a very holistic behavioral change approaches. So when you talk about safety, safety from the field, in this current world, the way we look at it is from a point of the multimedia dimensions that you operate in. It can be in the field, it can be online, it can even be psychosocial. Like, how do you end up now mitigating those situations that you face on direct? Yes, thanks.
Thank you, everybody. And as we speak about reporting from the front line and safety considerations, I start thinking about what Roslyn Obala said. I was in the task force when we were reviewing the election guidelines, and we said that media houses should really be responsible for safety and security of journalists when they are reporting, particularly during elections. And thank you for raising that, because elections then have become high-risk assignments. Previously, you'd just go pick, he said, she said in a political event and go home. But now elections have proved to be quite challenging, and particularly for Kenyans and Ugandans who just experienced their elections last year. I remember one, Irene Abalo, who even had to have crutches because she was injured by security forces. Right now in Kenya, those who will be covering elections most probably have never covered an election before. People have been removed from their jobs because of COVID, and most probably those who are most experienced are the ones who are being removed because newsrooms were facing revenue challenges, and they had to remove those who were earning high salaries, meaning those who had been there for long, and then they brought in the less experienced people. And so these less experienced people who have never covered an election might not understand what does it mean, what safety considerations do we have to take in place. So I would like this panel to really tell us, have we seen safety considerations being put out there? Or is there something that we need to do when you are at the front line? And this, particularly for me, I was thinking about high-risk assignments. Henry and Tim spoke about general elections and things like that. What do we need to do? Do we need skills? Don't we need skills? Do we need to be prepared? And who should take that responsibility? Maybe we start with you, Ephraim.
Yeah, sure. I mean, having been there supporting journalists in now several elections, the one key thing that definitely just pops up is here in Kenya and most of Africa, we are very reactive people. We tend to think after the fact, after something has happened. So the thing which we tend to encourage is normalizing preventative measures. And by normalizing preventative measures, this also might require also creating an environment in the workplace where there is even like something which I might call maybe a trauma-informed workspace, or even creating systems which might end up having some level of empathy, or what is that other word besides empathy? I'm forgetting the other word, whereby already in advance, the editors are aware that the people you have already talked about, the journalists, the new ones who will be going out to the field, they have got zero skills. I need to be sympathetic enough to start preparing them early enough. And unfortunately, many media outlets, they tend to shoulder that heavy burden right now. But actually, there are so many free resources out there which can be provided to you to now mitigate those measures for you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ephraim. And Alex, reporting from what happened in Uganda last year, were the journalists prepared? Did they know? You've said that there is heavy presence of security personnel, the army, the police, and we saw some very graphic pictures being posted. So what does it mean? What are we supposed to do? And what was your experience like?
Now, of course, the latest reports show that there was an increase in violence against journalists in Uganda during the 2021 elections. And even then, those incidents targeted journalists were covering the main opposition candidates. So we are able to know the perpetration and the cause of the perpetration. But the safety of journalists largely depends on the precautions they take before they are able to do the job. So it is the responsibility of the individual journalist to be prepared to cover high risk. Our political coverage assignments have become high risk assignments. And then it is the responsibility of the newsrooms and the industry to make sure that these journalists are ready. So I am going to say that it is the responsibility of the newsrooms to make sure that these journalists that are going to handle, for example, Kenya is going to go through an election, and I know that elections, the characteristics of elections around the region is that they always raise these emotions, and then issues arise, and then the journalist safety is threatened. So it is the responsibility of the newsrooms to prepare these journalists and to handle the detail of then how they are protected on the front line, and then follow up if the protective arrangements have not worked. Then the newsrooms and the industry needs to follow up to deal with the prosecution and conclude these issues.
Kagwa, being an editorial manager and picking up from what Alex has said, individual and institutional responsibility, does that work? Should that be there? Or what should be done?
Yes, let me pick it up from what my colleague has said. Yes, it is a responsibility of the respective media houses to train their journalists on this high-risk environment. And I must say this because let me pick an example of what we are doing as a media house, because it's good to learn from what one media house is doing. At the Standard Group, we have what we call high-risk environment training. We have done leg 1 and leg 2. We started leg 1 early this year in Kakamega with our head of security, where we trained our journalists in our Kakamega bureau. The reason being Kakamega is because of we had the Kabuchai and the Matungu by-elections. And the area was very volatile because of UDA and OKA. We decided we must go there and train our journalists on what to do and what not to do. Leg 2, we did it about 2 months ago. We went to Kisii, we went to Kisumu, we went to Eldoret, and we went to Nakuru, where we trained our teams on election preparedness and what is expected of them. We are yet to do Nyeri and Mombasa. We finalized with Nairobi. We want to do a unique training for our journalists in Mombasa and Nairobi because of the unique situation that we have, even involve the bomb experts, terror experts, to come and talk to our journalists. What am I saying? Yes, the media houses must play their part. I like what Dina said in the morning, the 3 Ps. Let us not wait for the prosecution. Let's do the prevention and the protection as media houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And I ask Terry, as a news editor, what sort of briefing do you give to your journalists when you're sending them out? Because somebody is going out on assignment, you're the one at the desk, you're the editor, you're the news editor actually. You're responsible. So what sort of briefing and debriefing do you give in terms of safety and security?
Thank you, Jen. Especially when it comes to sensitive reporting like Kagwa has said, we do debrief our journalists, especially when they're going to cover stories in areas that are highly volatile, and also in situations like accidents or incidents that will keep on recurring memories, bad memories. So we do normally debrief them, and in there. The other thing is we tell them that we are accessible and we are always available. In case there is any problem, they can lift that phone call and call us in case there is any kind of problem. And we keep on training them on how to cover these kind of stories.
Thank you, Terry. And as we speak about training and people taking care of themselves, Judy Kaberia, as Executive Director for Association of Media Women, for a long time women have not been given, have not been assigned the assignments that are, in quotes, said to be risky, but we have seen women being killed. There are numbers now, if we are quoting statistics, we have seen women being killed because of the work that they do, that is the female journalists. Do you think it is important that they go for these assignments, and do you think that they also deserve to get these skills of safety considerations, and what should they do? What are the gender considerations? Because if you look at men and women, it's not the same. Yet we are all in this profession, and we all want to be in that space where we are not only given soft news coverage as women, but we can also go for the high-risk assignments as well.
Thank you very much for that question, Jane. In fact, this is one of the discussions that we've been having, and at the Association of Media Women in Kenya, actually we've been encouraging female journalists not to shy away from difficult assignments, because what if all of us shy away? What does that mean about coverage of, for example, the gender issues, the women in politics? So what is the best thing to do? And I'll give this from a personal experience as a journalist who's been covering politics and issues to do with human trafficking. All these are difficult subjects. And one of the events that I will never forget is the day we went to cover a political rally with my colleague, a lady, a videographer, and myself as the journalist. And when we went to the middle, between the crowd and the sources, of course, we were being pinched, at the back. You're holding the microphone, somebody's holding your chest. And I mean, you can imagine how scared we were. And when you look back, someone just gives you a stare of, I'm going to strangle you if you dare shout. So what did we do with that? Because we said we cannot stop reporting. This is what we wanted to do. So we started now looking for other colleagues within the media, and we'll ask somebody, are you going for this political rally? So we'll go as a crowd, and the men will stay behind us, and then we'll stay at the front. So when you talk about even individual responsibility, and even at the institutional level, even as an individual, there's something that we can do. And we formed a group, let's say it's a group of about 8 of us, and we're able to move from one rally to another rally, and they will protect us. And for now, what you are really insisting on is training, the safety tips, the small tips that we can, use around us, because the editor will not always be there with you. The media house will not always be there with you. But how can you protect yourself? And that's why it's very important to train the journalists on those safety tips, and even sharing knowledge. How do we protect ourselves? And some media houses, we've been urging them. For example, if there are 2 of them that are going out, why don't you tie them together? Maybe a man, a male journalist, and a female journalist, because that way someone even feels secure. So I think the best thing is for the female journalist not to shy away. The world doesn't care that you're a woman. It's so unforgiving. Nobody cares you're a woman, and you'll never, rise to the level because you're a woman, but you'll rise because of professionalism, because of the work that you can do. So if we take a back seat, then we'll still continue having those gender parities, gender disparities that we are seeing in the newsrooms. Another important thing that I really thought that we should mention is about, now in Kenya, and one of the things that I'm hoping is that the media can speak in one voice. Let us stop this thing of a journalist has been harassed, a journalist equipment has been spoiled, and we don't say anything. We just pick one from this corner, another one from west. I think it's a high time we came together and condemned these issues with a powerful voice. After all, we have the power. We have the power of the pen, the power of the microphone. I think we need to speak very loudly about these issues. The problem is that it's been casualized. That's why you realize a journalist who is just covering a press conference is just attacked by a politician, and we don't say anything, we don't do anything about it. So the moment they realize we are not united, these threats will continue. Another thing I wanted to mention is, for example,
the media organizations, especially the media owners, not taking responsibilities. They sit in their offices, in the boardrooms, and say, we are going to back this candidate. Or they ask people, reports favoring this candidate. And yet, they're not at the front line. They're not the ones going to the field. And that's why if a media house decides we are taking this position, then they have to assure us how they're going to protect their journalists. Because the journalists are the ones who are out there interacting with the people. They're carrying the microphone of that media house. I think it's a high time that, we should not, because Kenya is having the election next year, let us, ensure that these things are not going to happen, and we have to write and talk about them.
Thank you, Judy. And as you still hold the microphone, the front line has moved to other things because we now have digital transformation. So safety and security has moved from the physical, it has gone to the virtual. And now we have online harassment, and we also have issues of digital safety and security. What should that be? And I know as Amweek, you've also conducted a research on online harassment of women. So it's not like you say, I've not gone to the field, I'm safe. You are still not safe even from the comfort of your house.
Yes, you are very right. Actually, we've realized online harassment is one of the biggest, challenges female journalists are facing. And men too are facing it, but it's not as bad compared to the women, because the women, it gets to, out of doing the story, it gets to, are you married? Do you have children? How big are you? How fat are you? How thin are you? Body shaming, which has a psychological effect on the journalists. We've seen journalists actually who've resigned because of the kind of, online harassment that they receive. And it's shocking because the intention of such trolling actually is meant to discourage the journalists from writing these issues, especially the journalists who are even reporting on issues of gender, inequalities. They're being branded as activists, and they're trying to look for all forms of, inadequacies that they can ensure that they discourage them from working. And that's why we've been training the journalists on the safety online, because also we want journalists to be well equipped, to be aware. For example, if I post an image of myself drinking alcohol and dancing and all that, sometimes there's nothing wrong to live your life, but we're trying to say, as a journalist, since you're a public figure, then how do you protect yourself from that? To what extent can you expose yourself? And let's say, for example, you've been there, you've been posting everything about your kids, about where you live, and then let's take, for example, you've done a story that is sensitive, then how will you protect yourself and your family? So we've been giving them slowly by slowly some tips on how they can protect themselves and even protect their loved ones. And one of also the things I've realized is that even when female journalists do stories that are not supposed to be done by female journalists, they are branded as men. Like even the comments that they are made, they're being told you are a man, you look like a man. And this is happening online. They post pictures, doctor them, and actually they create very bad images. So, for example, the questions we should be asking is, for example, the female journalists who have done investigative pieces of late, I want you to think about it. Where are they? Are they safe? Are they going back to continue reporting? I think these are some of the things that we need to continue asking, and you can even find out what happened to them. The fight was not mostly physical, but it was just online. So I think these are some of the things that we need to think about, and that's why at Amweek we will continue training different groups, including the university students who are transiting from the university to join the newsrooms, because it's always good that everybody is empowered with the information of how they can protect themselves.
Thank you, Judy. Alex, on the same?
Yes. The digital safety of journalists on the digital spaces is a key issue, because things are moving online, things are moving digitally. Now, like the overall principle of safety is that you take both personal precautions, but there's also an industry angle to it. At a personal level, we believe that journalists need to understand these issues and have what they call digital life skills to be able to deal with threats online. But again, I take it back to the responsibility of newsrooms to make sure that the people we lead, the people that you are putting out there, are aware of these issues by offering, first of all, support for training, and support for understanding these issues. But more importantly, on a personal level, the journalists need to understand how to deal with threats coming from the digital spaces by, first of all, having a clean digital identity. You know, some of these, most of the issues that are cropping up in these spaces is that, for example, the platforms are open, the rise of platforms, Facebook, Twitter. Journalists are normally there commenting and having opinions about the communities they are covering or either the personalities they are covering. And that can be a source of insecurity on how you are going then to survive as you do your work in that community. Then number two, the journalists need to understand and be supported to install digital safety tools around themselves, how to protect yourself. For example, if you get arrested covering a political rally, the first thing in the Ugandan context the security do is take away your phones, your mobile phones. How do you protect your data? How do you protect your information on the phones? Then you need to understand these risks and keep your activities separate and understand how to operate in a digital era.
Thank you, Alex. Terry?
I think the issue of digital attacks is massive and an ongoing, not only Kenyan problem, but a global problem that needs to be handled very carefully, because it's affecting everyone, whether you are a man or you are a woman, but more specific to the women journalists, because like Judy Kaberia said, there's a lot of trolling, cyberbullying, profiling, and you can remember there was an issue some time back regarding Yvonne Okwara. We have also seen issues to deal with, even Kanze Dena, among other journalists. So I think it's something that needs to be all stakeholders, not only even the individual journalist alone, but all stakeholders in the media sector. They need to be involved in this. It can cause psychological trauma, and you'll see people even getting into depression. They need also to be cancelled. I think also the regulator, Media Council, now that is hosting us, they need to have that department to help journalists who undergo this, and more training on if you are attacked online, what can you do? Things to do with that. And intimidation against women, discrimination, sexual harassment, we can see all this happening in social media. Your family is targeted, your relatives are targeted. So I think there are so many things that we need to do to protect this. Even at other times, you find people are even kidnapped, or your family members are kidnapped because you posted a picture about your kid. And just because you are the main target, your kid is used to pinch whatever is hurting. So I think it's a critical thing that needs to be checked. And now that we are going to elections, I remember in 2017, or if I'm not wrong, 2013, you remember Francis Gashuri when he was attacked in an ODM meeting. This shows you even men are threats or at threat. So even as we are going to elections, there is need to take care of our journalists, to protect them, and also equip them with the safety guidelines. Jen, thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we wrap up, before I even ask the panelists to say their last word, any questions from the floor? Plenary? Okay, as you're thinking about your questions,
okay, so with permission, I really want to go dark. I really want to take it to a very dark place. Now, yes, there's a lot just been talked, but unfortunately, I mean, sadly, what you have just talked about now is what used to happen in 2011, 2012. Sorry, I'm talking as a techie. And these are the things I used to deal with from way back when. So what you've mentioned right now, those are very old things. That is the most unfortunate thing. And this is why now I talk about now the reactiveness of how Kenyans we are. We react and not be like, start focusing into what's ahead. And one thing I want to encourage, let me just give you what the picture is right now. So right now, you remember in the last elections, if all of you can remember, Sonko used to have a very large following on social media. Yeah? That is going to be the competition for the media houses. In the last elections also, there was, in the western part of Kenya, there was a journalist who, they followed his social media account, they organized, some people are following his movements, and then they coordinated on social media, and then they attacked him in western Kenya, and they beat him up. That's the reality right now, and that's where we are heading. Now, please note, the politicians right now, they have got much more money than before. Many of them, the local ones, MCAs, have got now militia groups. And at the same time, they've got 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds running social media accounts, like 10, 100 of them. So you can imagine the amount of misinformation they'll be doing and carrying out to be targeting journalists. That is the reality of how the situation is right now, and this is more like a wake-up call, kind of. Because as you mentioned, let me give you another case. There's sorry, we support so many cases. There's a case whereby there's a female journalist. I like the way the example you gave about the depression. There's one, what happened was I superimposed her picture on pornography. And this is an old case, a 2015 case. We're in 2021. They superimposed her page on a pornography page, and to a point, this lady became suicidal. This is not the first case. We have had another case which was going suicidal. So you can imagine 2021, the level of investment a local politician can do using maybe 10,000 shillings to destroy somebody. That's the reality that we're living in right now. So yes, as we talk about that, organizations, they have got a responsibility to prepare the people, but also us as Kenyans, as journalists, as Africans, because Uganda is here also, we have to take digital literacy very, very important, because right now, what you think you know now, just know you're like 10 years behind. And that is the most unfortunate thing. And that gives me great, great worry. Yes. Sorry,
and just to interrupt you, there's this mentality that the media is never up to any good, and that we spoil people's parties, especially when we highlight issues to deal with corruption and other impunities. And they will always want us to carry us like flower girls, of which we can never be. So I think we need to step up and speak the truth, whether it hurts or not.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Ephraim. From the plenary, any questions? Yes.
Thank you so much, Jane. My name is Sylvia. I'm the secretary of the Editors Guild in Uganda. I like the fact that you're bringing out, the panel is bringing out the issue of individual responsibility, because as you noticed when we were preparing for elections 2021 in Uganda, we were learning on the job, because it was the first time we were going to cover campaigns in such restrictions. We didn't have as much freedom to move. We had nighttime curfew. We couldn't get close to the people. And here you are covering people holding public rallies. So the editors, the reporters, everyone in the newsroom was learning on the job. And we relatively had a new team covering elections. The team that covered 2016 wasn't available because of the same issues we talked about, that people don't last long in the newsroom because of welfare issues and all that. You see the Jabweris went in too low because they couldn't earn the little money that the newsroom can pay them. So you find that you have a new team. We trained them on safety. We trained them on, we gave them the knowledge of how to cover elections, the skill, and above all, the attitude that you go with into an election. We tell our journalists, you're supposed to stand on neutral ground, but then you find journalists hobnobbing with politicians. Journalists, we had a case of one of the people who was actually once in my newsroom, moving in the same vehicle with Bobby Wine, the candidate, and he was badly hit by a tear gas canister. So we have such situations that we go to the front line, but we also put ourselves in harm's way. We, as a newsroom, knew that it was going to be chaotic, and we procured bulletproof jackets. But at a certain point, we realized that it wasn't actually safe to have a press jacket, because it was showing the police officers that this is a journalist, go ahead and hit him. It appeared as though we were being targeted deliberately because we are journalists. So that responsibility had to go back to the journalist. Is this a place where I can put on my press jacket, or can I put it away and do my job in a different way? As long as I remain safe, I go back home with no injuries. I go back home alive and not as a body. You know, that's the kind of situation in which we covered the 2020 campaigns, 2021 elections. It was kind of tricky. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Anybody else from the plenary? Okay, and thank you, Sylvia, for raising the issue of individual responsibility and branding. So does that mean that microphones don't need to be branded? Will you be safe when you don't brand your microphone when you're out in the field? Those are some of the key security issues that we need to take into consideration. But I'm also going to wrap up this session. I was given 30 minutes. So let us give our closing remarks as we speak about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Yeah. One of the things that I always tell journalists is to have a self-judgment, to always think through issues. Sometimes it's not the media house that will think for you. It's not, the friends that will think for you. So I always insist on you think about it and use wisdom. You ask yourself, is it the right time for me to carry a microphone? Is it the right time to say, I'm Judy Kaberia, a journalist working for this media house? So it's always good for you to weigh the situation and check where we really need to identify the ways that you can be safe. Secondly is to look for survivor groups, like, if you're covering elections and you're in a particular group, it's always good to identify colleagues that you can work with, because when you are more of you, it's safer for you than when you're alone. I witnessed a case where a journalist just alighted from a car in Kibera, and before he could even, get all his equipment together, the bag and everything else was taken away within seconds. And so that's why we are saying, as journalists also, you be wise enough, just that judgment of asking, what should I do? Should I carry the microphone? Should I carry a big bag? What kind of clothes do I need to wear? So I think there's a lot of responsibility on the journalists themselves. And also it's got to do with the integrity and the character. Because sometimes if you interfere with the integrity, you've taken money from a politician, and maybe you didn't do the story the way they wanted. They waited for the right time to revenge. Next time is you are boxed in front of everybody. So a lot of it, there's a lot of emphasis on the individual, and this also goes back to the media houses as well. When media organizations decide to take the political stance, how are they going to protect their journalists? I think this is something that we put in the election guideline reporting, in the election reporting guidelines, and I hope we'll be able to roll out this program, train the media houses, train the journalists and editors as well, so that by the time they're taking their journalists out there to report, that they ensure that they have done everything possible to ensure that they are safe. Thirdly, I think it's good for us to come up with a mechanism where when something happens, how do we report about it? What can we do? Can we have an agreement, whether it's an MOU, whether it's supposed to be regional or national? But we need to think of how are we going to report about these cases of violations against journalists. Because if we don't go big on them, if we don't start getting them to the front page of our newspapers, if we don't start with them as the first news item in the news bulletin, then threats, attacks on journalists will always continue. But also insist on documenting the stories, especially online attacks on journalists. I think we need to talk more about it, let people share experiences, the depression, the kind of challenges they are going through. In fact, we had somebody where I worked before committed suicide, and actually she just died. So you can see the effect of just, body shaming and calling somebody names just because of a story they did. So I think we need to start talking about these stories so that you can inspire others, and at the same time for people to understand that people too have feelings. Journalists are human beings. They also get affected. They feel pain same way as other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I like what Sylvia talked about personal security and our engagements when we are out there. In conclusion, what I'm saying is that we have some of our journalists, they are in WhatsApp groups with some politicians. The same journalists are exchanging nasty words with the same politicians who they are expected to cover. And I think Victor told us, I think a while ago, about what happened sometime a while ago in Western. So what Judy is telling us, our personal security is key in our operations. We'll spend the whole day here talking about security. But what you do out there matters a lot in terms of your personal conduct. The way the people you engage with, the kind of, who are you receiving money for, integrity issues that were mentioned this morning. Where are you receiving money from? What about if this politician now turns against you, yet he's the one who has been giving you money? He or she, even now, there's even ladies, the politician, they give money. And just this week, I was talking, just yesterday actually, it was just yesterday, I was talking to our reporters who covered the Buruburu incident. When we think that insecurity happens in northeastern, outside Nairobi, our two journalists who are doing that coverage, there was a crowd there from Eastlands that trampled upon our journalists. And, it's a team that Kagure heads. One of them is called Siraj. He lost his Kabambe, at least the other phone was somewhere secured. But the reporter himself, one of the reporters, is called Pikemoi Ngeno. He was trampled. I think he had some injuries on his chest. So let's not think that these things are happening far outside where we are. So let's, as journalists, ensure that our personal security, first and foremost, is well taken care of. Thank you, Jen.
Okay, Jen, picking from where Andy has left, I think there is a need to design a safety mechanism that covers adequately all journalists. We encourage every journalist to speak out, especially when these things happen, not to keep quiet, and every media house to collaborate with the other stakeholders like Media Council, AMWIC, and the rest, so as to ensure that even the people who are committing these crimes are brought to book. The other thing is there is need to have goodwill from the state to promote journalist safety, because we spoke here in the morning with the police department coming from, I think it was Shosho. Yeah, so he said the issue of personal security, working in groups to reach at, also we reach out at local enforcements. If, for example, it's a story you're doing and you need security, there is need also to reach out to the police, probably for security. The other issue is urging journalists to record these statements so as to help end impunity, because if this happens and you do not report, you do not record, how will we solve this issue? We'll never solve it.
Thank you, Jen. Just to also emphasize that we need to keep encouraging the people we work with who go to the front lines to take personal initiatives to use the available tools to enhance their security and protection. And then number two, I believe that it is the responsibility of the newsrooms to create an environment that guarantees the security and protection of journalists. Then we can then demand that other stakeholders, regulators, associations can support the newsrooms in those initiatives, but the newsrooms must take a lead. Then number three, when you look at the profile of the perpetrators of violence against journalists, for the case of Uganda, I think the security agencies are the number one, then politicians number two, and then from the previous elections, 2021, we saw increasing incidents of members of the public. Journalism is a public good, but members of the public were attacking journalists. Now, but we believe that most of this, I think in Kenya, maybe politicians are the number one perpetrators. Believe that most of these other perpetrators are working for politicians, and politicians are going to be here with us all now and forever. So we need an industry, concerted industry organization and response to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, so just to wind up, so the thing which I want to encourage media houses and also individuals is the simplest things you can do is, one, try to focus a lot on risk assessment and risk management. That alone, you don't need to have to think about carrying a gun or knowing karate and such forth. That can help you forecast as to what issues are lying ahead. For example, you might end up knowing the X amount of politicians who might be having militia. So at least now your media house knows what to do. That combined with planning, it will help reduce so many issues that you may end up having in front. And the other one is, the last thing is I want to encourage is solidarity. Solidarity building is the best thing, and I like the way it has been mentioned here over and over again. And to give you an example, in the last elections, there was a group of women in the western part of Kenya. They were in a very, very bad situation, but to see how the women came together to assist that one lady, that in itself is how you look after each other as an institution. And I saw examples also in Uganda when a journalist was being arrested and all the rest went to jump in to assist. And also the issue of solidarity doesn't have to be reactive. It can be preventative. If you have knowledge, bring your journalist friends together, educate them, then go out and be safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for listening to us, and thank you panelists for sharing very good ideas. Institutional and individual responsibility is what we are speaking about when we talk about reporting from the frontline, safety considerations, and also the call for industry solutions to the issue of safety for journalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jen and team. That was a wonderful discussion. You've not missed words in bringing out the safety considerations and the dilemmas that journalists face from time to time. And since this is a continuing conversation, we are getting into the last panel of the day, but that does not make it less important than the other panels that we have had. The place of investigative journalism in prevention, protection, and prosecution of crimes against journalists. Even as we tell journalists that there is no story that is worth your life, we are still encouraging them to go that extra mile to ensure that they bring out the stories that touch the lives of people, stories about public interest issues. And most of the time, as journalists, we put ourselves in harm's way trying to pursue those stories that we believe will change lives. So it's time for me to welcome Douglas Okwach, who is an editor at the African Affairs China Global Television Network. I hope I got that right. The panel consists of Solomon Serwanja. He was supposed to join us online, so hopefully we will have him. Ms. Kagure Gashesha from the investigative desk of the Standard Group. We have Ms. Beatrice Kangai from the Daily Nation. Beatrice was our overall winner for the annual Journalism and Excellency Awards, AJEA 2021. And then we are supposed to have Sheila Masinde, who I understand is being represented by Carol Giadi from Transparency International. So I want to hand over the mic to Douglas. Sasa mjue Douglas is the one and his panel is the one standing between us and our drink on the other side. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. It's usually not one of the best things to do the last things. but we have a responsibility to do it anyway, that now that we are here. So I'll make it very short, totally off the script, totally off plan, the way I planned it, because time doesn't allow. And I'm going to encourage my two panelists to rebut, buttress, interject. It's going to be question, brief discussion format. So I don't know whether the panelists, so Solomon Serwanja isn't there, right? He's online. Oh, he's online. Solomon, can you hear us wherever you are? Ben on Herbert or Luca? Not there with us. Kagure Gasheshe? Thank you, Kagure. Happy to meet you. And Beatrice Kangai? She's online. All right. And then there is a journalist from TZ. Okay, my name is Douglas Okwach. I'm a journalist, an old dog. Currently, I work for China Global Television Network, Africa Bureau. I'm the African Affairs editor. My background as a journalist is actually investigations. That is how I've earned my living for almost 30 years. Changing a bit from print to broadcast. Now doing slightly different things. So welcome to this session. And I'll start by, did I introduce you? Oh, so you are Caroline and you are Kagure. All right. So Caroline, Kagure, very easy. So we are trying to find the place of investigative journalism in the prevention, protection, and prosecution of crimes against journalists. The point really here is that journalists are investigating what happened to other journalists. A very emotional, a very emotive kind of undertaking. Sometimes it can be very difficult. And let me start that globally, many of us still recall the attacks on Charlie Hebdo. Very horrific attack. A slaughter actually happened. More recently, we remember the story of Jamal Khashoggi, where Al Jazeera showed a tenacity I've never seen before, a tenacity and a consistency. Although you might say that there were ideological issues that were driving Al Jazeera because of its ownership and because of its ideological differences with Saudi Arabia. Regardless, they did one of the most wonderful pieces of investigations I've seen in a very long time. Now, much closer home, Article 19, UNESCO at a more global level have chronicled, have documented these atrocities against journalists. Now, so our business here is just to try to find the place of investigative journalism in helping find justice for the victims of these atrocities. Much of what happened through the day might touch on some of the things that we might be saying here are all related, if you may. So to my panelists, starting with Gasheshe, and then, remind me your name, and then Caroline, just a quick take on the topic here, the place of, what is your understanding of the topic here, the place, what is the place of investigative journalism in the protection and prosecution of crimes against journalists? Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. It's unfortunate that this is the last session of the day, but I think it was a very interesting topic and something that would be very interesting to kind of pursue at a greater level and for a longer time. But it being what it is, my understanding of it was what is it that investigative journalists can do to kind of make the sector less lonely for their fellow peers, because doing investigations is a very lonely job, I think. It's something that you end up having, that the tenacity that you're talking about tends to feel like it's just this very one-sided thing, and you're the only one who can kind of see what the whole story is, and no one is understanding why you're spending 9 months on this one story or 12 months on this one story, but you know. So when the atrocities come after all this investment, the threats come, the intimidation, it can feel very almost soul-sucking to feel like you're by yourself in this, that you're fighting this battle by yourself. So my understanding of it was that we are trying to figure out how can we support our peers in this sector, and in as much as there's so much individualism involved in pursuing an investigative story, what is it that we can do maybe on a more organizational level or from a legal perspective that would support, that would offer the kind of support that's required?
Thank you, Gasheshe. She wraps it up as a lonely and risky undertaking. Caroline.
Thank you, Douglas. I concur with my fellow panelists here. We as Transparency International have worked very closely with investigative journalists because we believe that exposing corruption is a matter of crisis for us. I think corruption is a disease, and this is something we fight on a daily basis. So working with investigative journalists is part of what we do, and I can tell you that the kind of investigative stories that we have done have exposed politicians. We have also looked at the health sector, the education sector, and recently COVID-19 accountability. And some of the cases that we have followed through really go, at the end of the day, hanging on up there in the air. So for us, our work, we do a lot of capacity building workshops for them, and we offer them the support that they require, the mentorship, and then we follow through with the oversight institutions on what they can do to continue to follow up on these stories. It's not an easy task. Some of these stories can even take up to 2 years to conclude, but we are still continuing to follow through to see where, what next, what other actions can take place.
Thank you, Caroline. I think you are just touching on something which should be coming somewhere midway in this discussion, the issue of capacity and training. I'm wondering whether those other panelists online are available and what their take on the subject is. Anybody online there? Anybody online? Now, if there is no response online, I think we will... is Beatrice online?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Beatrice, would you up your volume a little? We can hear you very faintly.
My take on this would be that
And there are a lot of distortions online there. But let me start with a crucial question here about about vulnerability. And I think this is something that has popped up time and again through the day in various presentations. The question of vulnerability. What is making journalists increasingly vulnerable to these attacks in this era? And in order to put a finger on this problem, because for us to investigate, we must understand the cause. Let us look both inside and outside. And when I say inside, I mean the industry itself, the newsrooms themselves. What goes on there that makes journalists vulnerable? And what is it that happens outside that increases this vulnerability? And I'm happy that across the day, people have not been shy to talk about internal factors and how these contribute to journalist vulnerability. Gashishe, you want to take that?
Let me check. Hello? Okay. So I feel it's easier to start by pointing outside, so I will start there. And I think part of the problem for me in terms of the vulnerability is that Kenya has had such a long history of curtailing press freedoms and all that. So that has made, because we've been under this kind of shadow of state oppression for decades, it might be difficult right now to say that we're going to fix it in one evening's discussion or one day's discussion. So it's a long history, and I think it's something that has been with us for so long that perhaps it might be difficult to just really put a finger on what the biggest issue is. I think one of the other things is also that we live under a culture of general impunity. So even when we talk about trying to address it in terms of crimes against journalists, it's something that is quite wide-ranging, and it's not just journalists who are having to face down all this impunity. It's something that's cutting across the country. The other thing for me is unfavorable laws, which is also, again, an outside issue, but something that I think internally is something that we should be addressing and kind of holding on to and being very focused on trying to get legislation that favors the industry. As Media Council or as KEG, these are things I think that we can pursue on a more industry level just so that our voice can be amplified. Internally, I think there's the issue of ownership and our links to political elite. So you are vulnerable. You want to do a story that is shedding light on something that is affecting the public. But a lot of the time, the people who get away with these kinds of crimes are people who have connections. A lot of the time, that connection kind of trickles down to your media house. So there's a vulnerability in that sense, or your board owners or your upper management. So it can feel very disconcerting to try and take on this behemoth of a thing without having the support of, especially your media house behind you, or especially the industry behind you.
Caroline, your take on that?
Yes, I would like. I'm looking at it in two ways. Sorry, we currently have constitutional procedures that speak to media freedom, but we can all attest to the fact that media freedom is not a reality in our country. This is because of two things: use of power for improper gain, and also the fear. The fear. Journalists are facing a lot of fear as they carry out their work. Well, we had a media forum on gender and corruption, and one of the things that came out very clearly was once the journalists are out there in the field, the use of political leaders or people in power using their power in the wrong manners to misuse their journalist mandate is actually increasing day by day, and we can tell by the giving of the brown papers, threats that are given to journalists. If you do this story, this and this will happen to you. We have seen cases of journalists relocating to different locations because they are handling big stories. And all this happens to our journalists as they're handling stories that expose corruption. So these are some of the issues that journalists are currently facing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Caroline. The internal dynamics, of course, the issue of ownership, the issue of welfare of journalists contribute to their external vulnerability. So this predisposes them to certain practices and tendencies that make them vulnerable to attacks externally. Now, I think as investigative journalists, we start from a point that if you look at the panel that has just concluded, the risk assessment, we start from a point that certain stories are risky to do. And I would like to understand from my panelists which stories they consider risky to do and why those stories are risky to do. Gasheshe, would like to go first?
I think, like Caroline has said, one of the biggest issues, of course, is corruption, because, you know, the corrupt tend to be very elite or have links to people who are very elite. I think there's also a lot of issues around stories, even around environmental degradation, a lot around politics and electioneering. I think the risks are very wide-ranging nowadays. It's not these very specific stories that would get you in trouble, like crime and murder and all that. Now it's basically just seeping into everything. It could even be corporate espionage that will get you into trouble. Like a story that you think is based on financial records that are public becomes something that turns into something so strange and threatening to you. And from what the previous panel was also talking about, the online harassment, I feel like that cuts across every kind of story that you could do. The most innocuous of things could be the thing that now turns a spotlight on you, and suddenly social media is on your case, and you know your face is being put on porn or whatever it is. It's now becoming very wide ranging, and I don't think we can really say that it's just this specific type of investigation that gets you into trouble. It's now basically just almost just being an investigative journalist feels like you're inviting crimes and threats and intimidation.
Thank you. Caroline, do you share the view that the threat is faceless, that it can pop up from anywhere?
I think the threat can definitely pop up when you're doing any story that is exposing the corrupt or someone in power. That one is, you cannot avoid that, no matter, because I can give it with an example. We were following up on a story on the financial crisis with Judiciary, and we were approaching different journalists from Nation to Standard Media to Citizen. And out of all the journalists we approached, only one accepted to do that story. Because, of course, you're exposing very big guys up there. It's not an easy task. But this one journalist boldly did the story, and it actually aired in Standard. That was around July, August there. And you see, at the end of the day, as much as we want our journalists to do the stories, are we telling our journalists that you can put your life on the line for a story? No, definitely not. Actually, what I usually tell journalists is push for a story, do it, ensure it's complete, but if your life is on the line, just stop it.
Thank you. Now let's quickly get to the crux of the matter here. The issue is that do we have the capacity as media houses? And this question is to my panelists, and of course I also invite contributions from the floor. Do we have the capacity, in your assessment, from where you sit and your knowledge of the industry, to do stories that can stand the test of judicial scrutiny? Because that is where that story, we want the story to serve the purposes of prosecution. So my question is to the panelists, and of course if there are contributions from the floor, I invite them. Do we have the capacity to do stories that can stand the test of judicial scrutiny? You want to?
I think, Douglas, that is such a, I mean, it's a good question, but it's such a double-edged question. Because on the one hand, you're also asking about what is the quality of journalists that we send out into the field to do these kinds of investigations. And I do think we have very high-quality journalists. Beatrice did, I don't know if she's still online, but she did an excellent story where she smuggled herself across the South African border and just exposed kind of the rot around the border control and all that, which is a fantastic story. But would it be something that if you took to court, they would say, these are the culprits? A lot of these crimes are very faceless, but you have the evidence and you go to court and files disappear, or people don't show up, or people are paid and suddenly, you're the one who's now the criminal. We've done it, we've had it a lot with our own investigators, or rather investigative journalists, who we send out to the field. They do a story and maybe they expose weaknesses within the police force. Yet this is the same people that you're supposed to go and report if you feel someone is now breaking into your house, you're being followed and you can't tell who it is, you're receiving threats online. It's tricky. It's tricky to know who the culprits are, who's following you, and whether I would love to have every story just, being able to withstand judicial inspection, but a lot of the time there's a lot of things that happen behind the veil that are not really part of the judicial process. Yeah.
Beatrice, I understand you are online there. If you can hear me, we are asking whether, in your view, you are convinced that as it is, we have the capacity, because what we are talking about here is investigations that can support prosecution. Are you seeing that happening? Beatrice, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Is Beatrice there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can
Please
you
go
hear me?
ahead.
I believe we have good investigative journalists in Kenya who can do stories that can stand the test of scrutiny.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Abraham Marita. I work with Internews, and I'd like to answer and affirm and say yes. We do have the capacity in our newsrooms to be able to, do stories that can withstand criticism and they can justify good journalism. But it's also important to be cognizant of what is happening in media houses. That a lot of journalists, especially the more experienced ones, are transitioning to other fields. Others are being laid off, of course, by issues that cannot be controlled by everyone, like economic issues. And this then requires continued training of other journalists to be able to take up the roles that the ones who are doing this, they're now practicing that. So, for example, like Media Council of Kenya and what other organizations like Article 19, like Internews do, is to be able to come and support media houses to be able to fill that gap by training them on data journalism, by training them on investigative journalism, so that these upcoming journalists, like for example, now we're talking about elections next year, but most of the journalists who cover the elections in 2013, in 2017, you will find they're not in the newsrooms now. Or even if they're there, they're doing more than one role. How many media houses, for example, have specific investigative desks and journalists who are dedicated as investigative journalists? You'll find there are very few. You find a journalist who's being used in all these different fields, covering all the beats. Therefore, it's really important to be able to do that continued training so that it can be able to fill in the gaps and support the strong reporting that we require to be able to tackle all these issues we're talking about.
Thank you, Marita. Solomon, are you online there? Can you hear us? Solomon? Is Solomon out there? Solomon apparently can't hear us. Caroline, back to you again. Still we have stories that my understanding of a proper investigation is that if there's a name and a face, you put a name and a face to the story. But still more and more we see what characterizes themselves as investigative stories, still calling people cartels, syndicates, and we don't see a name, we don't see a face. What's your take on this? Does it raise questions about capacity or quality of... what's your take on that, Caroline? Thank you.
That is a bit tricky because at the end of the day, what we are trying to do to our journalists is to protect them. So as they're handling these risky investigative stories, it's good for them to protect themselves as much as possible. That is why we find some stories are going anonymous, and also using editorial platforms such as Africa Uncensored, which promotes investigative journalism, and the Elephant and such like online platforms. So as a journalists have, the capacity has already been built to these journalists, and we do it on a daily basis. I can tell you, for us, we've partnered with Amweek, Media Council of Kenya, Kenya Union of Journalists, Kenya Editors Guild, and everyone in this field, the stakeholders, the media practitioners. The capacity is already built, but how much have we protected our journalists to a point that if I expose the ODPP, just an example, what will happen to that journalist, So I think there's a lot at stake, and we need to work. There's so much to do to protect our journalists so that we can get to a point of exposing cartels and promoting accountability in our country.
Gasheshe, do you agree that, I'm coming to you, do you agree that an anonymous story that has no face or name, can that be used to serve purposes of prosecution?
Well, I think in terms of serving purposes of prosecution, then you would kind of need some faces and some names. But I think in terms of maybe highlighting an issue, perhaps what we need to agree on is also what the investigation that we are pursuing, what is the purpose? Is it to just shed light and say that, there's this issue and now leave it for the DPP or for the for police, for the police officers or for DCI to kind of continue with the investigation? So we're just highlighting that there is this problem. For us, I think one of the most recent ones that we did was this patapotea thing that you meet across the streets of Nairobi anywhere you're walking. And so we're exposing how these guys literally just rob you and they pay off the police to just stay on the streets and all that. So yes, we'll go and try to find out who are the people behind this thing. And we'll get to a point where we have the guys at the top and we have video of police officers receiving bribes. But you see, we also know that if these things go to court, that video could be interpreted to mean anything else, any variety of things. It could be that, the guy owed me money or he was paying me for something else. So like Beatrice was saying, that sometimes it comes down to the system. So we work with what we have. We can't say that we won't do any investigative stories because we don't have the power to take them before prosecutors. But I think we can work maybe more with investigative agencies to just kind of shed light on some of the things that are happening to taxpayers, to Kenyans, how their rights are being denied, and then leave it to them to pursue it to the end. So I don't think we should shy away from doing all we can and accepting that perhaps this is where the system has allowed us to reach.
Thank you. I see a hand on the floor there, and before I pick that hand, data here shows that only 9 out of 10 cases 9 out of 10 cases remain judicially unresolved. It means that out of 10 cases, just 1 gets resolved. Where is the problem? I want to take that hand on the floor. Actually, there are two. Can we start with him at the back?
Right.
And then you.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas and the panel. My name is Sami Cheboy. I work with Commission on Administrative Justice. This commission, we oversight access to information. I wanted to link the previous panel when they were talking about how do we deal with impunity, and also now this issue of the issue of investigative journalism. What we've done as an oversight agency, we've been able to work jointly with Media Council of Kenya. We've developed a handbook for journalists, how journalists are going to make use of this access to information. Of course, it is what gives to life Article 35 of the Constitution. So out of this manual, we've been able to carry out trainings specifically targeting journalists. How can you make use of access to information to bolster this investigative journalism? And of course, we realize that capacity, I think you asked that question, is the capacity there? It could be there, but of course that fluid nature of the newsroom would mean also that you continuously keep on building the same. And also this access to information is something which is new. So it's a new area that we need to let journalists know and also realize that this is a tool they can actually take advantage of. So I would say that when we have this kind of skills and knowledge, we are able to improve the quality of investigative business that will come out of the media, that the journalists are able to pursue. Transparency International, we also partner with them, basically to try and highlight, based on our different strengths, how can we transfer this skills transfer and knowledge to the media houses, build their capacity, and hopefully with time we can improve the quality of pieces that come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. I think the key word there is access to information, because without that information, really, you cannot put together a watertight story. You cannot put together a story that can withstand judicial scrutiny, if you may. And in my view, I think a lot of times it is inadequate information. And I really think you're making a good point there, that it is inadequate information. It is information that cannot be corroborated. It is information that cannot be tested, that leaves journalists in a dilemma about whether to name or not to name. But I think when information is there, and that information can be corroborated, and that information is tested and tried, I think that information can serve, that story can serve purposes for prosecution. So I think that is a very critical tool you have there, which I think can serve purposes for journalists, because this is where actually media houses spend a lot of resources. As an investigative journalist, I know it's not just long time that it can take a very long time, like Caroline and Gasheshe here are saying, but it's also costly. The cost comes about because you have to access that information, and it's usually not a very easy job. So thank you very much. I think that's a very important contribution there. There was another hand on the floor. Yeah, go right ahead.
Yes, Douglas, thanks for the chance. My name is Ken Bosire, and Kagure just said something very interesting, that it's being an investigative journalist can be very lonely and a very risky job, which is true. But I want to add that to be in that domain, to be in that section, to be an investigative journalist, you have to be deliberate, you have to be courageous, you have to be tenacious. This has to be a personal choice you make. And ask yourself, why am I doing this? Because you have to understand why you're doing it. You're doing it for public good. You're looking at the issue that once you go into it, you work against two things: the deliberate nature of yourself and the environment in your newsroom. Is your newsroom willing to invest time, money, and other resources for you to carry out that story? 3, there is an element that you have also to do the risk assessment. You're working in an environment of power and influence. What are you up against? And in the newsrooms, I see what we have now, what we call a culture, what we call almost a conveyor belt kind of journalism. I want to do it and get to the next story.